Chapter 1390. As soon as the city lord of the tragic death finished speaking, the balcony above their heads opened. The 10 ghost kings and the city lord of the tragic death instantly disappeared. The door behind them also closed, leaving only 6 people standing quietly in the hall that was lit with green candlelight. Remember, you only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, TSK, the city lord didn't say what would happen after 2 hours, but he definitely would die. In the city of the wronged, death was the most common thing. Outside the Black Castle, a large number of deaths were happening. If the warriors who obtained the 100 night luminescent pearls chose to leave, it might be the right choice. No matter how many people chose to be guests, only one would survive. Although the death rate was high, the final reward would definitely make people go crazy. As long as they developed smoothly, they could become a figure comparable to the true martial great emperor. This was something countless people would go crazy over. The city lord's position in everyone's hearts was becoming more and more terrifying. Long Chen was also pondering. Among the 5, he trusted Long Xing the most. Long Xing was very low-key. He didn't do anything after coming in. On the other hand, Jia Yi from the true martial emperor palace and the experts from the ancestral sorcerer realm and the 1,000 mirror sea were starting to burn. From the looks in their eyes, it was obvious that these 3 old men were the first to go crazy. The experts from the ancestral sorcerer realm and the 1,000 mirror sea definitely wanted to build their forces to the level of the 3 great emperor palaces. As for Jia Yi, he was very ambitious. Huang Yu, Long Chen, you are both disciples of the true martial emperor palace. Come to my side. Jia Yi said in a low voice, staring at the 2 warriors from the ancestral sorcerer realm and the 1,000 mirror sea. Huang Yu quickly obeyed and stood next to him. In comparison, Huang Yu was very calm. He frowned. Such a good thing, he had to be alive to enjoy it. As for Long Chen, he didn't move at first. Jia Yi raised his head and looked at him coldly. Let's deal with the outsiders first. We can deal with the matters between the 3 of us later. How about it? Don't forget, we only have 2 hours. Long Chen glanced at Long Xing. Jia Yi definitely didn't know how strong Long Xing was, which was why he had neglected him. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. Long Chen had already made a decision in his heart. He had to deal with those people first before he could do anything else. Therefore, he firmly stood by Jia Yi's side. Now, the true martial emperor palace's team had 3 members. Friend, the 3 of them are in a group. Are you going to wait for us to be defeated separately? The old man from the ancestral wizard realm said to Long Xing. Long Xing yawned and said, You guys fight, I'll take a nap first, call me when you're done. His words simply made everyone have the urge to spit out their rice. The atmosphere at this moment was incomparably solemn and austere. Long Xing immediately found a corner and leaned against it. The experts from the ancestral wizard realm and the myriad mirror sea were infuriated. Jia Yi was weighing whether to deal with the 2 experts from the ancestral wizard realm first or to get rid of Long Xing first. After thinking about it, Long Xing wouldn't make a move for the time being. The 2 experts from the ancestral wizard realm and the myriad mirror sea were the real enemies. Moreover, Long Chen seemed to be on good terms with Long Xing. They couldn't fight for the time being. Jia Yi was still considered fair. He said, I'll hold off the myriad mirror sea's experts. You guys work together to kill the ancestral wizard realm's experts. How about it? Long Chen and Huang Yu nodded. There wasn't much time left. Both sides immediately moved. Long Chen and Huang Yu were considered to be the strongest martial artists present. Of course, the others who could obtain 100 night luminescent pearls weren't weak either. Boom! Jia Yi rushed forward and punched his opponents apart. At this time, Long Chen and Huang Yu instantly pounced on the man from the ancestral wizard realm. This man was very tall and powerful. The sorcerer tribe was comparable to the demon tribe in terms of physical strength. He, who had reached the great completion of the martial path, had an amazing physical strength. Jade Lock Realm. Huang Yu quickly used this move to completely imprison the opponent inside. At the same time, he used the true martial phaseless war manual. Formless fist, shadowless fist, and phaseless fist. He struck out 3 times in a row, forcing the ancestral sorcerer realm martial artist to retreat. Long Chen attacked from behind, directly using the dragon-slaying sword to use the 9th level of the 9 dragon scripture. The dragon-slaying sword Qi gathered the power of 8 divine dragons and pierced through. At this time, the ancestral wizard realm's expert was suppressed by Huang Yu's formless fist and couldn't be separated. Long Chen's dragon-slaying sword Qi, which contained the power of the 9 dragon scripture, attacked from behind and tore the expert's body in half. No. The ancestral wizard realm's expert was very unwilling. He originally thought that he had cultivated for a long time, but he didn't expect these 2 young geniuses to be so strong. How could an ancestral dragon warrior, no warrior with the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, Jade Qilin, be simple? Long Chen and Huang Yu spent a quarter of an hour to finally kill this warrior. In the city of wrongful deaths, the divine kingdom couldn't be opened. All the items obtained by the ancestral wizard realm warrior were in the storage ring. Long Chen took the storage ring first. The 2 of them were panting. Huang Yu had consumed more energy. He was about to remove the Jade Lock realm when Long Chen waved his hand to stop him. "You want to kill me here?" Huang Yu asked coldly. "I'm just asking you a question. Huang Yu, do you think you can survive? You've seen Long Xing's combat power. We are no match for him even if we join forces. Anyway, no matter what, you have no chance of winning." "You will die," Long Chen said. "Then what do you mean?" Huang Yu was still friendly to him. Long Chen displayed the great virtual realm and said, "I think we can take advantage of this loophole and let you in. Ling Xiao and the others are all inside. Think about it yourself. I think you're a good person. That's why I'm telling you this. If you feel that you have no hope, I hope this is an option for you." Huang Yu squinted his eyes and thought for a while. He said, "We'll see. I'm not sure if the city of wrongful death's lord will cause trouble for me after I go in." Long Chen wasn't sure about this, but this was the only way to make things look good. It was also a way to maintain harmony between him and Long Xing. He just didn't know what Long Xing was thinking. The 2 of them had only known each other for a short time, but Long Chen realized that Long Xing was indeed a friend worth befriending. On one side was a friend, and on the other was an opportunity to become a Zhenwu Great Emperor. He didn't know what Long Xing would choose. This was also the best opportunity to see through a person's heart. Huang Yu opened the Jade Lock world. Jia Yi and the Myriad Mirror Seas martial artist were in the middle of a fierce battle. The 2 of them hurriedly rushed over. The 3 great experts worked together and very quickly finished off the Myriad Mirror Seas martial artist. This time, Jia Yi snatched his opponent's storage ring and carefully hid it. Next, the 3 of them looked at each other. Jia Yi laughed dryly and said, "Let's finish off this brat first." As he said this, he called Long Chen and Huang Yu over to Long Xing. Jia Yi had already said that they would finish off the outsiders first, and then the 3 of them would deal with the internal matters. Jia Yi took a step forward and headed for Long Xing. At the moment he made his move, Long Chen suddenly burst forward. He had been accumulating the extreme cosmic finger's 2nd layer, time freeze, for a long time. He stabbed Jia Yi's back at close range. Jia Yi's body stopped in midair, motionless. Long Xing opened his eyes and saw Jia Yi's shocked expression. "Break!" Long Chen shouted. Time freeze also had the power of chaos. Long Chen was still at a stage where he couldn't understand this strange power. It was like time also had a temper, and it was a very bad temper. Long Chen was like a stubborn bull that couldn't move. When Long Chen released his grip, this bull would riot. That was roughly the case. Therefore, after time freeze, it would produce a terrifying killing power. In that instant, the area Jia Yi was in a state of chaos. It required a short period of time to adjust. And in the midst of the chaos, Jia Yi screamed as he was killed. The second layer of the extreme cosmic finger was Long Chen's strongest attack. Moreover, it was at such a short distance. Jia Yi didn't expect that Long Chen would be so direct and bold. In an instant, he fell into Long Chen's trap and was sent to heaven by Long Chen in a short period of time. Huang Yu didn't make a move. He just stared blankly at this scene. Long Chen received 2 spatial rings. He took Wan Jinghai's spatial ring and said to Huang Yu, "I don't want to fight with you. You can save some energy. If you agree, this is yours." He was holding Jia Yi's spatial ring in his hand. This chaotic battle ended very quickly. Long Xing hadn't even made a move. Long Chen relied on his strategy and combat strength to quickly become the leader of the 5. 3 people had already died. Huang Yu knew that Long Chen and Long Xing had a good relationship. Between death and compromise, he chose to compromise. He smiled bitterly and said, "I knew that Jia Yi would be tricked by you. All right, I wish you success." After saying that, he glanced at Long Xing. He was also very curious. In the face of absolute benefits, how would these 2 fellows choose? He used a spatial ring to exchange for Huang Yu's submission. Long Chen actually felt that it was worth it. In any case, he had many such Dao treasures. He couldn't even use them all. Moreover, fighting with Huang Yu required a lot of combat strength. His opponent wasn't weak. Huang Yu didn't hesitate and entered the Great Void Realm. Sure enough, he found Ling Xiao inside. There were also a few people he didn't know. Thinking about it carefully, they should be the other members of the Evil Dragon Palace's team. Soon, only the 2 of them were left. Long Xing opened his eyes and walked in front of Long Chen. The 2 of them were silent. Long Xing laughed dryly for a while and said, "True martial emperor, the temptation offered by the city lord of the wronged really moved me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have felt so much pressure. You let Huang Yu choose. You're actually doing it for me." Long Chen shook his head and said, "You're thinking too much. I just feel that he still has a chance to develop. It would be a pity if he died." Chapter 1391. In this dark hall, the pale green candlelight was still burning. The surroundings were incomparably silent. Long Chen and Long Xing looked at each other. Long Chen couldn't retreat. Long Xing didn't have something like the Great Void Realm. If he allowed his opponent to win, he would die. If he won, the 2 of them would still have a chance to live. However, that would mean that Long Xing would have to give up the thing that could help him become a true martial great emperor. In fact, if it was something ordinary, Long Chen wouldn't be so insistent. He had always been good to his friends. He was only worried that the thing that the city lord of the wronged had given him was the thing that the Void Universe Dragon had guided him to. This thing couldn't be given to anyone else, not even Long Xing. After a long period of silence, Long Xing suggested, "We are both dragon martial artists. We haven't tested each other's combat power yet. Come on." Long Chen's eyes burned with passion. Previously, when he sparred with Long Xing, Long Chen didn't even make a move. It was all for Long Chen to break through. But this time, Long Xing would definitely be more ruthless. This was a true battle. "Your target is Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Wang Chen. I have to say, he's probably a little stronger than me. So, you can use me as a reference." Long Xing was rarely serious. Long Chen had a rough idea of what to do. The strongest new generation of martial artists in the 3 regions and 9 realms were Wang Chen and Long Xing. There might be other people at this level in the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Desolate Emperor Palace. Moreover, Mo Shaolang was quite close to this level. If Long Chen and Long Xing were enemies from the start, he would obviously cooperate with Mo Shaolang to fight Long Xing. They might have a chance of winning. Long Xing's body moved without any wind. A purple demonic dragon gradually awakened on his body. He had already absorbed all the essence blood of the purple blood demonic dragon. In a sense, he was already a young dragon of the purple blood demonic dragon. Therefore, at this moment, he gave Long Chen a true sense of majesty that belonged to a true dragon. This was Long Chen's first time facing a true dragon warrior. Long Chen put away the weapons in his hands. A true dragon wouldn't need these things. Long Xing didn't have anything on his hands, only claws and palms. Swoosh. Long Chen did not hold back and attacked first. The red and purple figures fought fiercely in this dark space. Fist after fist collided. This was the most primitive way of fighting, and it undoubtedly made people's scalps go numb and hearts tremble. Ancient blood hell formation diagram. Blood droplets covered the entire dark space. Long Chen unleashed his terrifying teleportation speed, his body constantly changing. This was simply a heaven-defying skill. No matter how fast the change is, it can't be faster than speed. Long Xing laughed heartily. His speed had reached a terrifying level. Often, when Long Chen's body had just finished moving, he could rely on his peak speed to instantly charge in front of Long Chen. The purple blood demon dragon was a dragon that specialized in close combat. Their bodies had the grand mist purple blood to nourish their flesh and meridians, giving them boundless strength. Although he didn't transform into his dragon form, Long Xing, who had already reached the great circle of the martial Tao, could completely suppress Long Xing in terms of divine essence. I'm about to condense my Tao seal and reach the Nirvana tribulation realm. As for you, you're just a little brat who doesn't even have a divine kingdom. To be able to fight with me until now, you're really something. Long Xing laughed heartily. The entire dark space was filled with his purple armor. Extreme finger of time. Long Chen couldn't hold back anymore. He once again unleashed his strongest move. He fought with Long Xing for a quarter of an hour. During this quarter of an hour, Long Chen was in a state of being suppressed all the time. His heart was extremely depressed. It had been a long time since he met an expert who could suppress him in all aspects. This made Long Chen's heart incomparably rebellious. At the same time, he also realized that this was also a good opportunity to use the inverse spirit skill. After reaching the 7th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen had only reached the initial level of the inverse spirit skill. It had been 3 months since he came to the eternal hell. After such a long period of cultivation, as well as the activation of the true martial emperor's soul, he had finally reached the advanced level of the inverse spirit skill. Regarding the inverse spirit skill, Long Chen had a lot of insights. Just like the parchment, the essence of the skill was all in the word inverse. This was a kind of unyielding power. The more he fought, the greater the possibility of Long Chen breaking through. The fiercer Long Xing's attacks were, the more excited his blood vessels were. As soon as the extreme finger of time was unleashed, the heaven and earth lost their color. This move of Long Chen's, Long Chen didn't dare to recklessly block it. He had truly experienced the terror of this move. He hurriedly retreated, but the power of the extreme finger of time still swept out and crashed into the wall. Not bad. Long Xing laughed loudly and rushed forward again. The injuries he had suffered were almost negligible. This guy was simply an unkillable cockroach. Swish. In an instant, Long Xing's silhouette completely entangled with Long Chen. A storm of attacks swept over. Long Chen hurriedly used the blood drop rebirth technique to shift his body, but he was still knocked down to the ground by Long Chen's fist. Rumble. Long Chen was very unconvinced in his heart. He rushed forward once more and fought head-on. After a few exchanges, he was still hit by his opponent and fell to the ground. Long Xing didn't use any methods. Just his divine energy and incomparably dense strength was enough to completely suppress Long Chen. However, what made him depressed was that Long Chen was like a madman. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. It was as though he didn't have any energy left. After falling down once, he would fall again. He didn't even give Long Xing any time to rest. After enduring for another half an hour, Long Chen's body was already riddled with injuries. However, the vigorous fighting spirit in his eyes grew denser and denser. Enough. Long Xing tossed him aside and said, "Let's end it here for today." Long Chen still pounced forward. Fuck. Long Xing dodged repeatedly. He was completely convinced. He said, "Stop, stop. Let me enter that damn space of yours." Long Xing's words truly caused Long Chen to be stunned. He agreed. The two of them stopped. Looking at each other's sorry state, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Let me in." Long Xing didn't say much, but he used a resolute tone to tell Long Chen his choice. "Why?" "You are stronger than me, and that thing is something that anyone would go crazy for." Long Chen asked. "There's no why. I only do things based on my heart. If you continue to be so wishy-washy, I might change my mind." Long Xing threatened. Long Chen understood. This was a friend worth befriending. Even though Long Xing's initial goal was only to rope him into the Demon Dragon Hall. Walking to Long Chen's side, Long Xing said in a low voice, "You better be careful from now on. This city lord of the wronged city is extremely strange. He's definitely not a good person. If you take his thing, you might fall into his trap. He isn't a philanthropist who gives things everywhere. On one hand, I don't want you to die. On the other hand, I'm not confident that I can take his thing. Be careful." With that, he entered the Great Void Realm. Long Chen was startled. In fact, he knew what Long Xing said. The good thing that the city lord of the wronged city said could help him become an expert at the Jinwu Great Emperor's level. It wasn't that easy to take. So what did the Jinwu Great Emperor take from here? After Long Xing disappeared, everything was quiet. Long Chen guessed that the city lord of the wronged city should be here soon. He didn't know if he would admit to the Great Void Realm. Long Chen had a feeling that the city lord of the wronged city was still the one who paid the most attention to him. The surroundings were quiet. Long Chen sat where he was, quietly recovering. All of a sudden, the door of the tunnel they had passed through opened, and heavy footsteps could be heard coming in their direction. Long Chen opened his eyes abruptly. In the darkness, a figure gradually walked out. Seeing this figure, Long Chen's heart shook, and his expression turned cold. The city lord of the wronged city's voice came from the sky. "Since you cheated, I'll give you another challenge. As long as you defeat me, the 11th Ghost King, the good thing is yours." Haha, his laughter echoed in the dark space. The 11th Ghost King. Long Chen's mouth was dry. The 11th Ghost King who walked out of the darkness was wearing a tattered black suit and had iron chains hanging all over his body. His face was bloody, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Long Chen. The 11th Ghost King was Wang Chao. I didn't expect that he would become a Ghost King, and his strength. Long Chen had heard from Wang Chao that as time passed, his combat power would increase greatly. Now that almost a month had passed, his aura was extremely thick, and he was very close to the Ghost Kings. Only those Ghost Kings could give Long Chen such a terrifying feeling. The city lord of the wronged city said that this was Long Chen's punishment for using the great virtual realm. But Long Chen guessed that no matter what, Wang Chao would still come out and fight him one last time. He, who had become a ghost, had a terrifying heart. Perhaps the only reason he was still alive was to take revenge on Long Chen. Because of Long Chen, everything he had was destroyed. This was the deepest hatred. At this moment, Wang Chao stood up, iron chains coiled around his body. He began to laugh, and his eyes became the size of copper bells, filled with blood vessels. You must have never thought that such a day would come." Wang Chao's words were no longer fluent. "Today, I am here to take away your life. I will let you taste all the pain that I have suffered. I will eat you alive. I will let you watch as your flesh and blood slowly enter my stomach." A sinister laugh came from his mouth. Long Chen could feel the suffocating resentment from his body. In this ghostly state, the only thing that kept him alive was revenge. Long Chen stood up and took a few steps back. He had just fought with Long Xing for a long time, and now Wang Chao was here again, even stronger than before. This battle seemed to be a matter of life and death, and the city lord of the wronged city had said that this was his punishment. If he let Mo Xiaolang and the others fight together, the city lord of the wronged city would be angry, and that would not be good. The only thing that Long Chen wanted to know was that since his opponent had become a ghost king, would the power of nirvana be effective on him as well? But would the city lord of the wronged city make such a low-level mistake? Chapter 1392. When enemies met, their eyes would burn with hatred. In the last battle, Long Chen had accumulated his strength for 9 years to give Wang Chao a ruthless punch. He thought that all his anger and hatred had been vented and that Wang Chao was no longer qualified to be his opponent. Who would have thought that fate would play tricks on him and that this guy would be reborn in such a strange way? Long Chen felt that Wang Chao was very pitiful, but that did not mean that he could let go of the hatred in his heart. This kind of hatred was not something that could be appeased by the other party giving in once. He wanted to return Wang Chao with endless despair. This time, even if Wang Chao was completely defeated, Long Chen had already won half the battle. That battle was not completely over. This time, Wang Chao suddenly came back. This surprised Long Chen, but it also made Long Chen happy. This kind of hatred would still be a thorn in Long Chen's heart if he did not resolve it completely. At this time, the city lord of the wronged sent Wang Chao over. Wang Chao, who was angry and desperate, was like a fierce beast. Every time he stepped, the entire black castle would tremble. Although he was definitely not as strong as Long Xing, the threat that he brought to Long Chen was much greater. Roar! A black shadow, bound by iron chains, rumbled towards Long Chen. A strange gray aura revolved around his body. This power was not spirit essence, nor was it the power of a world. Rather, it was a power that belonged to the 10 great ghost kings. Perhaps it was bestowed by the city lord of the wronged. These ghosts could increase their combat power by devouring the flesh and blood of corpses. These days, Wang Chao must have done many such disgusting things. Boom boom boom. The two figures collided wildly in this dark space. This time, Long Chen used all his strength. Dragon-slaying sword. The moment the dragon-slaying sword appeared, Wang Chao went even crazier. This was once his sword, his most precious thing. Now, it was in the hands of Long Chen. Damn it, countless chains gathered together, and a gray aura spread out from them. Under Wang Chao's control, they suddenly swept towards Long Chen like a huge whip. The power contained within them could only be described as terrifying. Long Chen executed the 8th level of the 9 dragons scripture. The power of the 8 divine dragons gathered on the dragon-slaying sword and descended from the sky. Within the dragon-slaying sword, a stream of sword chi turned into a colorful divine dragon, colliding with the iron chains that were tainted by the gray aura. Long Chen, I'm stronger than you, stronger than you. Long Chen's abuse at that time had brought him too much despair. He had continued to use his strength in order to turn the tide of the battle and obtain victory to avenge his humiliation. Dang 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 dang. The dragon-slaying sword and the opponent's iron chains clashed again and again. Although Long Chen had used all his strength, the opponent was still unimaginably strong. Just based on strength alone, there was not much difference between him and Long Xing Boom. Long Chen was sent flying, and the dragon-slaying sword almost flew out of his hands. Staggering, Long Chen leaned against the wall with a horrified expression. As expected of the 11th Ghost King. Long Chen, let me do it. In the Great Void Realm, Long Xing was the first to speak. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to deal with Wang Chao. No. Long Chen struggled to stand up. His eyes were bloodshot as he rejected without hesitation. Rumble. The iron chains on Wang Chao's body condensed into a long metal snake, which was surrounded by gray energy. With a loud explosion, the metal snake pierced towards Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly dodged. Boom. The long steel snake drilled directly into the surrounding walls, smashing open a large pit that was more than 3 meters deep. To be able to cause such a degree of destruction in this place, one could imagine how powerful his current strength was. Now you finally know how strong I am. Compared to me, you are still an ant. You are still a beast. Long Chen, you have never been stronger than me. Wang Chao laughed sinisterly, and his words were much more fluent. He was crazy. Ancient blood-hell formation diagram. Long Chen once again used this heaven-defying mystique. Otherwise, he might really be killed by this thing. The more troublesome thing was that this ghost had no life force, essence, or bloodline. One of the functions of the ancient blood-hell formation diagram was useless against it. Under Wang Chao's control, the sky was filled with rusty but relatively strong iron chains. Long Chen held the dragon-slaying sword in his right hand and the extreme universe finger in his left hand. He could only barely protect his life under the barrage of attacks. Do you only know how to dodge? Are you not dead yet? Wang Chao stood in the middle of the hall. More and more iron chains appeared from his flesh. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hall was attacked by him. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the walls were full of holes. Long Chen was hit several times. If not for the ancient blood-hell formation diagram, he would be full of holes now. Not dead yet, you beast that only knows how to escape. After putting away the chains that filled the sky, Wang Chao's body was actually expanding, gradually turning into a green-faced and fanged ghost. His arms had already expanded to the size of Long Chen's body. Whoosh. His body became bigger, but his speed did not decrease. In an instant, he appeared in front of Long Chen, and with an explosive punch, he rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the gray energy caused the earth to tremble. Long Chen was completely suppressed. Compared to the battle with Long Xing, it made him feel even more sullen. Compared to Long Xing, he was not as good as his opponent. After all, Long Chen was also a dragon martial artist, and had already reached the great circle of the martial path. But how could this ghost, created by the city lord of the wronged, be stronger than him? He could not accept it. Long Chen also went berserk. Using blood rebirth, he instantly appeared behind Wang Chao, his body almost touching his opponent. In his left hand, he used the second level of the extreme cosmic finger, time stop. At the same time, his right hand slashed down with the dragon-slaying sword, using the 8th level of the 9 dragon scripture. Die! Long Chen roared. The extreme cosmic finger's time stop activated, freezing Wang Chao in place. But his opponent was struggling with a terrifying strength. Long Chen instantly knew that he could only maintain this for 1 to 2 breaths of time. Just as his opponent was about to break free from the time stop, Long Chen's dragon-slaying sword, infused with the power of the 9 dragon scripture, slashed down on his opponent's shoulder. The dragon-slaying sword chi swept through his opponent's body, and in an instant, his flesh exploded. In the middle of Wang Chao's body, only bones remained. Those iron chains had indeed grown out of his bones. Roar! Wang Chao howled to the sky. At that moment, Long Chen released time stop and activated the power of chaos. The slight tremor of time caused the particles in Wang Chao's body to be thrown into disarray. In an instant, Wang Chao's flesh and blood were shattered, leaving only a black skeleton in the distance. Long Chen had given it his all this time, consecutively unleashing his 2 strongest moves. He hurriedly retreated to the side to rest, thinking that his opponent was dead. However, at this moment, Wang Chao, who was only left with the word of Black Skull, suddenly turned around and laughed maniacally. Brat, do you think that you can kill me just like that? My flesh and blood are just my clothes, do you understand? Clothes. In other words, without flesh and blood, his battle strength would not be affected at all. Long Chen could not help but laugh bitterly. It was indeed a ghostly thing. Thinking of the white jade skeleton, Long Chen understood that the true bodies of the 10 great ghost kings were probably just skeletons. At this moment, the black skeleton looked even more oppressive. Those terrifying iron chains danced in the sky. Wang Chao laughed maniacally, controlling thousands of iron chains to entangle Long Chen completely. This time, you must die. With this ghostly appearance of mine, I won't have the face to see anyone. Long Chen, do you know how I survived these few days? I hate it. Why am I weaker than an ant like you? I only survived because I wanted to kill you. I will let you understand that an ant will always be an ant, and my Wang Chao will always be the pinnacle that you will never be able to defeat. Wang Chao was crying and laughing at the same time. His attacks were even more frenzied, disregarding the consequences. He ignored Long Chen's attacks and targeted Long Chen directly. His bones were terrifyingly tough, even tougher than Long Chen's body. Just where did this city master of the wronged city come from to be able to create such an existence? Bam! Long Chen could not dodge in time and was hit in the chest by the opponent. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If he had not used blood drop rebirth to move his body, he would probably have been smashed to pieces. See, you are not far from death. I will eat you bit by bit and let you experience what I experienced before. Wang Chao laughed ferociously. Blood sacrifice. Long Chen was thinking about this matter. The strength of the enemy had exceeded the scope of his resistance. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurriedly shook his head. What he wanted was not to retreat and kill the opponent, but to improve. The diagram of the defying spirit skill kept appearing in Long Chen's mind. Too many insights came to him at the moment of absolute suppression. As Long Chen fought, he found himself in a mysterious state. The defying spirit skill cultivated a kind of spiritual power, the power of the God martial spirit. At this moment, the spiritual power of the God martial spirit was circulating above the God martial spirit. As Long Chen's battle escalated, the power of the defying spirit skill in his will increased. When his emotions increased to the maximum, when the pressure on Wang Chao was the greatest, the parchment that had disappeared unexpectedly reappeared. The battle continued. Long Chen was covered with cuts and bruises. He did not know how much time had passed, nor did he know how crazy Wang Chao was. He only knew that at the last moment, something in his body seemed to break. With a ding, the parchment contained a large amount of power and rushed into Long Chen's God martial spirit. The God martial spirit was growing rapidly. The defying spirit could be said to have reached the advanced level. A terrible power swept through Long Chen's body. His body was extremely hungry, he needed a large amount of power. The feeling of extreme hunger had not appeared for a long time. This meant that after hundreds of battles, Long Chen's God martial spirit had finally transformed again under the super-strong opponent Wang Chao. The 7th level of the God martial arts realm, the full closure. It seemed that he still owed everyone 8 chapters. From the 21st to the 6th today, it was really difficult to hold on. These days, he had been dizzy and dizzy. Today, he had reached his limit. Now, when he saw the writing interface, he wanted to vomit. Today, he had 4 chapters. The remaining 8 chapters were bound to come later. If he forced himself to hold on, he would not be able to write anything good. Chapter 1393. Hunger and thirst meant that the amount of energy he had absorbed was definitely not enough to satisfy his body's huge needs. He needed more energy to transform into his God essence. Long Chen didn't need to worry about this, because he had obtained too many treasures in the City of Vain Deaths. Of course, after going out, Long Chen would give Li Tianji and the others some according to their needs, but he still had a lot. Among the dozens of immortal essences, Long Chen found one with 2 immortal marks. This thing was undoubtedly very precious, about the same value as the goddess flower. The difference was that this thing could replenish a lot of power, especially for someone like Long Chen who was still in the God martial realm. Dao tools and immortal essences were things that only Nirvana Tribulation realm experts could come into contact with. This was a nearly 20,000-year-old sky-supporting snow Ganoderma. It grew on the top of a snow-capped mountain and looked like a palm holding up the sky. After tens of thousands of years of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it formed two immortal marks. At this moment, Long Chen swallowed the sky-supporting snow Ganoderma and then used Nirvana Force to refine it. Nirvana Force originally belonged to Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts, so it was very fast for him to refine this sky-supporting snow Ganoderma. It could be said that the medicinal power contained in the sky-supporting snow Ganoderma was simply torn apart by Long Chen, violently swallowed, and completely transformed into the divine essence that his body lacked the most. In addition to the huge increase in divine essence, Long Chen's God Martial's soul had reached the Great Accomplishment realm, which greatly increased his combat strength. Mo Xiaolang had reached the 9th grade demon immortal realm. Originally, the distance between him and Long Chen had widened, but now, Long Chen once again caught up with him. With his powerful body, Nirvana Force, and other heaven-defying treasures, his combat strength once again soared. You want to recover in front of me? Wang Chao Langxing laughed loudly. He was just a ghost, so he had no idea about the increase in Long Chen's strength. The countless iron chains turned into two steel snakes, one on the left and one on the right, madly strangling Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was at a critical juncture of increasing his strength. The power contained in the heaven-supporting snow Ganoderma was simply too terrifying. It had even exceeded the limits of what Long Chen's body could withstand. Long Chen's body was like a spiritual jade, becoming transparent. White light burst out, illuminating everything in the surroundings. Break. The explosive energy in Long Chen's body flowed through his arm as he executed the 9 dragon scripture and blasted out. The dragon-slaying sword Qi shot out, multiplying in strength. This time, Long Chen's strength actually broke the chain. At that moment, Wang Chao let out an inhuman howl. He finally felt the pain. Those iron chains were actually a part of his body. Impossible, I won't die. The one who will die is you, Long Chen. Wang Chao was enraged and became even more violent. He swept the iron chains around his body towards Long Chen. And at this moment, Long Chen's strength had reached an explosive peak. He channeled all his strength into the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword exploded with a dazzling brilliance, crackling and letting out a deep dragon roar. The fingers on his left hand turned into a dragon claw again. Reborn from a drop of blood, Long Chen descended in front of Wang Chao and said coldly, "Who do you think is an ant?" "You." Wang Chao let out a roar. Smoke and dust filled the air, sweeping towards Long Chen. "Is it me?" Long Chen directly rushed towards him, almost knocking into his chest. Just like the previous time, his left hand stabbed out with the Extreme Universe Finger. Extreme Universe Finger First Tier. Time went haywire. Under this terrifying attack, the iron chains on Wang Chao's body broke again. Even his black bones started to crack. Arg. At this moment, he should be feeling real pain. Who is an ant? Long Chen roared angrily. The dragon-slaying sword in his right hand wildly attacked. The dragon-slaying sword carried the power of the 9 dragon scripture and slashed at Wang Chao's spine. With a kacha sound, his spine broke. Wang Chao let out another cry of despair. His body that was split into two clearly couldn't be put back together. No matter what you become, I will always be the peak that you will never be able to surpass. Long Chen suddenly quietened down. He rushed above Wang Chao and stabbed down with the 2nd tier of the Extreme Universe Finger. The even more terrifying chaotic energy caused Wang Chao's black bones to completely break. No, no. It's not like this. No, no. Bang. With a final explosion, everything turned into smoke. Whether it was the black bones or the iron chains, they all disappeared. The black castle that had been trembling non-stop finally quieted down. Long Chen descended from the sky. The white jade-like glow on his body was finally extinguished. A portion of the medicinal power of the sky supporting snow Ganoderma was converted into his god energy. A portion nourished his body, and a small portion overflowed onto Wang Chao's body. This allowed Long Chen to unleash extraordinary combat power and completely destroy Wang Chao. When he fell to the ground, Long Chen almost collapsed. Luckily, he had finally succeeded. He was supposed to die, but Long Chen turned the tables at the last moment and won again. Those in the Great Void Realm knew everything. Especially Ling Xiao and Huang Yu, they were even more shocked. They felt that Long Chen was gradually pulling away from them. This young man's fighting spirit could only be described as invincible. Huff, Long Chen gasped for breath. The surroundings had completely quietened down. The only person left here was Long Chen. He adjusted his breath and state of mind. Before he could discuss anything with the people in the Great Void Realm, laughter came from above. The white jade-like skeleton appeared in front of Long Chen. It looked up and down at Long Chen for a while. It laughed and said, "The inverse spirit skill has reappeared. That parchment is also with you, right?" As expected of the city lord of the wronged, he could see so many things. Long Chen guessed that he knew that he was a dragon martial artist, but he definitely could not guess that it was the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance. Otherwise, the city lord of the wronged would have gone crazy. Long Chen did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "I don't know what gift the city lord has given me that will allow me to achieve as much as Jinwu Great Emperor in the future." The city lord had already seen through the inverse spirit skill, so there was nothing more to say. This could only mean that the inverse spirit skill was not as simple as Long Chen had imagined. It could be seen from the parchment that seemed to have 9 lines of Tao. Regarding the defying spirit art, the city lord of the wronged certainly knew more, but Long Chen didn't want to talk too much with him. Long Xing was right, this fellow was a dangerous character. If he took away his things, whether or not he could digest them was another matter altogether. After listening to Long Chen, the city lord of the wronged chuckled for a while and said, "You are really impatient. In addition to the treasure, there is actually another thing." "What is it?" Long Chen became vigilant. "Don't be nervous." "Huh, this is a great thing. Do you know what Jinwu Great Emperor took away from me?" The city lord of the wronged returned to his throne. The surroundings were almost destroyed by Long Chen and Wang Chao, but his throne was still intact. "Please tell me," Long Chen said, neither servile nor overbearing. The city lord of the wronged stretched out his jade-white finger and pointed between Long Chen's eyebrows. He smiled and said, "That is the martial emperor's soul between your eyebrows. How did it end up in your hands?" "How wonderful," Long Chen was shocked. Jinwu Great Emperor took away the martial emperor's soul, and then he became a peerless expert. Why was the martial emperor's soul lost, and why did Jinwu Great Emperor send people to find it? For Long Chen, this was a very important matter. Why would Jinwu Great Emperor lose such an important thing? Moreover, the emperor's soul of Jinwu Great Emperor could make Jinwu Great Emperor reach such a realm. This meant that the emperor's soul of Jinwu Great Emperor had many functions that Long Chen had yet to discover. "Why aren't you talking?" the city lord of the wronged asked with interest. Long Chen cupped his hands and said, "I really don't know." The city lord of the wronged smiled and said, "Maybe he got tired of using it and threw it away." At this point, he looked at Long Chen and said, "Since you have the true martial the arch soul, it can be said that we are fated. You haven't used the true martial the arch soul yet. Let me tell you about it. I'd like to hear the details." Long Chen was vigilant, but he said curiously. The city lord of the wronged's face was full of pride. He said, "The martial emperor's soul is actually my Taoist seal. It contains my lifetime understanding of a Tao." Long Chen was shocked. The city lord of the wronged's Tao could create a Jinwu Great Emperor. This seemingly simple and amiable old monster was actually a terrifying existence. Long Chen knew what the so-called Taoist seal was. After reaching the great completion of martial arts, one needed the so-called way of heaven. When a Taoist seal condensed on the god martial soul, it would attract the nirvana tribulation. After passing it, one would truly enter the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The Tao seal could be said to be the foundation of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and it depended on the different Taos one cultivated. Most people would form one Tao seal and cultivate one heavenly Tao. Some people would cultivate two, and those with extraordinary talent would even cultivate 3 or 4. The more chaotic the cultivation, the more time it would take, and the heavenly Tao was also divided into strong and weak. For example, the Tao of time that Long Chen was gradually pondering was extremely profound, difficult, and a heavenly Tao that no one could learn from. Those who had 3 or 4 Taoist seals might not be stronger than those who had 1 Taoist seal. At the same time, with the same talent, a warrior with only 1 Taoist seal would cultivate faster, have a deeper understanding of the way of heaven, and might have a stronger combat power. If one had more Taoist seals, it would be easier to have a weaker talent. However, Long Chen had never heard of anyone who could extract a Taoist seal and turn it into a magic weapon. Of course, the city lord of the wronged was a mysterious existence. He could live for hundreds of thousands of years in the form of a skeleton and create a ghost like the dynasty. The martial emperor's soul was normal. Chapter 1394. Long Chen understood. The city lord's analogy was very apparent. His way of battle had condensed into the martial emperor's soul, which was like a textbook of the way of battle. Of course, he could not directly turn his Tao into his own Tao. This was a drifting Tao seal. Long Chen did not know what the city lord's highest realm was, so he did not know how long this way of battle could help him. Moreover, the city lord's things were very dangerous, otherwise, how could the martial emperor's soul have been lost? As Long Chen was deep in thought, the city lord of the tragic death continued to speak. The Tao of battle is the most simple of the trillions of Taos, and it is also the Tao that most people cultivate. You have many unique comprehensions of your Tao of slaughter, and the Tao of slaughter is a part of the Tao of battle. It is an even more violent and cruel Tao of battle, so the two are completely compatible. I estimate that in the future when you reach the Nirvana Tribulation realm, the first Tao seal you will condense will be the Tao of slaughter. Long Chen noted down the other's words. No matter what, the city lord was a martial arts senior. What he said should not be wrong. Thank you for your guidance, city lord. The Tao of slaughter, the trillions of great Taos, these unfamiliar words had greatly broadened his horizons today. The city master of the wronged city chuckled and said, the true martial emperor's soul is something that you obtained yourself, so there is no need to thank me. Even if I don't say it today, you will understand in the future that you are undoubtedly lucky. The road of combat is the most common road, and also the most difficult one. This is because most people walk down this road. If you want to cultivate this road, it is extremely difficult unless you have extraordinary talent. I can see that you have this potential, so work hard. Thank you for your praise, city lord. Long Chen had to put on the appearance of a sincere junior. The more he listened to the city lord speak, the more Long Chen felt the terror of his identity. What kind of existence was he? Now he was also a ghost, so he must have had a life like Wang Chao. Then who was he when he was alive, and why was he in a place like the city of the wronged? Long Chen did not understand any of this. Let's go. I'll give you today's reward. The city lord of the wronged city seemed to be quite satisfied with Long Chen. He stood up and walked towards the rooftop, where he had appeared. Long Chen was even more excited. The void astral dragon was pointing in that direction. Could it be that it wanted to give that thing to him? What had the void astral dragon left behind? If it really was an inherited blood essence, then it was something that would make billions of people boil over. Long Chen did not believe that the city lord of the wronged would not be moved. Even if he couldn't use it, he wouldn't give it to someone else so easily. What was he plotting? At this place, Long Chen had no choice but to be careful. Burying his excitement towards the void universe dragon deep in his heart, Long Chen followed the city lord of the just death to the rooftop. This was an empty pavilion that was nearly the highest point in the city of the just death. From this place, one could see through the clouds to the city below. Countless ghosts roamed the streets, slaughtering the remaining martial artists and then feasting on them. That scene was simply disgusting to look at. Long Chen was very angry. As a member of the living, he had not been able to do anything. How spectacular! The city lord of the wronged city spread his arms wide and stood on the rooftop, speaking excitedly. Pervert, Long Chen cursed silently in his heart. The rooftop was very wide, about 30 meters in length and width. After Long Chen came up, he stood in the center. He clasped his hands behind his back and pointed his left index finger toward the north. The city lord of the wronged city looked to the south and laughed heartily. Following him, Long Chen also had to look south. But he knew that the thing related to the void astral dragon was on the rooftop, behind him. Long Chen didn't dare to turn his head to take a look and see what it was. At that moment, his heart was undoubtedly suffocating. He kept reminding himself that he had to be calm, very calm. Don't look down on us because we are cruel. We are the ones who are the least favored by the heavens. We are the ones who are suffering. The city lord of the wronged city suddenly said with great sadness, his voice full of desolation and resentment. For some reason, the city lord of the wronged always gave people a sense of familiarity, but in reality, it made people's hair stand on end. Long Chen did not even dare to approach him. This was the only person who could make Long Chen's heart tremble. There must be an endless amount of secrets on him. As the city lord of the wronged was sighing with emotion, Long Chen pretended to look around and then turned around. In that moment, he saw that on the rooftop, there was a steel pillar in the north that was covered with dense patterns. It was these patterns that had attracted the attention of the Void Aeon Dragon's claw. The other 3 pillars didn't have any patterns. What did these patterns that he did not understand mean? Or was the thing from the Void Astral Dragon hidden inside the steel pillar? Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, Kitten was also looking at the steel pillar. At this moment, Little Cat was extremely excited as well. He stared fixedly at the pillar with a myriad of expressions on his face. How is it? Long Chen asked hurriedly. There really is a clue. Let me think about it slowly, Kitten said nervously. At first, he did not think that the thing left behind by the Void Astral Dragon would exist in this place, but now he was also excited. Kitten could sense the Void Astral Dragon, but after entering the city of the wronged, he did not feel anything, so he did not have much hope for the Void Astral Dragon. Coming here was also because of Long Chen's own persistence. What are you looking at? The city lord of the wronged city suddenly laughed. Long Chen quickly turned around and said, just looking around. The city lord of the wronged city walked to his side and looked at him kindly. Do you also think that the pattern is strange? This is the territory that I control. One day, this pattern suddenly appeared on the pillar. It really scared me half to death, the city lord of the wronged city said in a joking tone. Long Chen laughed along, but he was thinking. Clearly, the gift that the city lord of the wronged city gave him had nothing to do with the pattern. He did not even know about the existence of the thing left behind by the Void Astral Dragon. What he said just now seemed like a joke, but Long Chen knew that it was true. Even he himself did not know what the pattern was about. Long Chen memorized the pattern. He was sure that the mystery was in the pattern, and it had nothing to do with the steel pillar. Besides, he could only rely on Kitten to figure out what the pattern was about. I just felt that this pillar has something that the other pillars don't have, so I looked at it a little longer, Long Chen explained. The city lord of the wronged city did not think much of it. He stretched out a white jade skeletal finger and gently patted Long Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, I'm a little too talkative today. Actually, it's been too long since anyone has come here. I'm really lonely, so lonely. But, no matter what, you have to go. Now, I'll give you the gift. Come with me. This fellow was like a nostalgic old man. He walked shakily to the front of the rooftop and looked down at his feet. On one of the black bricks, he gently stepped on it. Behind Long Chen, there was a sudden trembling sound. He looked back and saw a huge rock burrow out of the ground. As soon as it came out, cracks appeared on the black rock. Finally, it collapsed, and a long gray sword appeared in front of Long Chen. This sword, including the hilt, was about 1.2 meters long. Its entire body was gray and looked lifeless. It was like a piece of scrap iron, so much so that people couldn't even sense its existence. It was probably because it hadn't been used for many years that it was rusted and covered with a thick layer of dust. The blade was blunt and could not be compared to the scarlet blood firmament, let alone the dragon slayer sword. It did not even have the aura of a Dao weapon. The only strange thing was that Long Chen felt the power of death from this sword. Don't underestimate it. It's the most precious thing I have. It's countless times more precious than the martial emperor's soul. The city lord of the wronged city was like a nagging old man. He walked to Long Chen's side and looked at the strange gray sword with empty eyes, as if he was about to cry. It's countless times more precious than the martial emperor's soul, which created the true martial emperor. Long Chen really wanted to kneel. What was this sword? The most mysterious weapon Long Chen had ever seen was the Lingxi sword. Could this thing be even more mysterious than the Lingxi sword? The Lingxi sword was the same. It was black and rusted, but it also had endless secrets. The city lord of the wronged city was very excited. He walked forward, trembling, and reached out to pull the ordinary gray sword out of the ground. Only then did Long Chen see clearly that there was a gray skull on the hilt of the sword. This is a divine weapon that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. Since ancient times, billions of living beings have died at its hands. The city lord of the wronged city's words stunned Long Chen. The million resentful soul sword was already awesome enough, but compared to this divine weapon, it was trash. Moreover, the living beings it had killed were probably much stronger. The city lord of the wronged city had actually given such a thing to him. Long Chen first felt that this was not a good thing, but a huge conspiracy. The better the city lord of the wronged city was to him, the more it felt like a conspiracy. The city lord of the wronged city held the divine weapon horizontally in front of Long Chen and said solemnly, "This sword is not just a Dao weapon, but the enemy of all Dao weapons. It is an absolute anomaly among Dao weapons because it has an ability that no other Dao weapon has, and that is, evolution. It has a huge appetite. It only needs two things to feed it and grow. One is other Dao weapons, and the other is the blood of its opponent. It is said that in ancient times, there were even real gods who fell to this sword. That is why it has its own unique name, the God-slaying sword." Chapter 1395. At this point, the city lord of the wronged looked at Long Chen's chest. Long Chen understood what he meant. The previous conversation had already involved many of Long Chen's secrets, but Long Chen was already prepared. When the real conversation began, he had already cut off their connection to the outside world. Those who could hear the conversation outside were people that Long Chen absolutely trusted. Long Chen was still on guard. The gift that the city lord of the wronged had said was definitely not something simple. If he accidentally revealed it, he would probably lose his life. "Don't worry, they can't hear us." Long Chen looked at the gray sword in shock. It was very narrow, less than 2 fingers wide. It was also very thin, but it looked very hard, as if it were made of steel. It was such a simple sword, but it was rumored that it had killed a god. Only after reaching the Calamity Realm could one become a true god. That was already a mythical existence, and it was impossible to appear in real life. Long Chen did not believe it at first, but then he thought that the city lord of the wronged had no reason to lie to him. The sword's aura of death was really heavy. Yi Zheng had the sword of reincarnation, but compared to this thing, it was simply a child's toy. More importantly, what had the city lord of the wronged just said? "I'll be more direct." Seeing that he did not understand, the city lord of the wronged said, "It is a different kind of Dao treasure. It has infinite possibilities. It is the sword of death, but also the sword of devouring. Through this god-slaying sword, the more Dao treasures you slay, and the stronger the experts you kill, the more Tao patterns will automatically form on its blade. And I believe that its growth has no end. Long Chen was already shocked. Wasn't this the weapon version of Mo Xiaolang? Why was Mo Xiaolang so heaven-defying? He had only been a small earth-rank demon beast, but now he had grown to become the prince of the desolate imperial domain's demon race. That was because he could devour flames to evolve, and there seemed to be no end or limit. Perhaps it was because of this infinite possibilities that the desolate emperor had accepted him as a prince. This god-slaying sword could actually slay Tao treasures and experts to form a Tao mark to become stronger. In theory, the more Long Chen killed, the stronger it would become. It might even become an ancient Tao treasure, or even a primordial Tao treasure. The Sword of Death, the Sword of Devouring. These two names were very suitable for this grey divine sword. I said that it is 1,000,000 times more precious than the soul of the martial emperor, and that is not an exaggeration, the city lord of the wronged said solemnly. I used to have it, and from a weapon that was not even a Tao treasure, I upgraded it all the way until it became a peak medieval era Tao treasure. It had a total of 9 Tao patterns. But then I was defeated, and this god-slaying sword was heavily damaged and returned to its original state. I can no longer use it. Today, I have found a suitable master for it. You cultivate the Tao of slaughter, and this god-slaying sword is the sword of slaughter. It must belong to you. With that, he gently handed the grey, slender divine sword to Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly stretched out his hands to catch it, but he was struggling inside. This old ghost said that the god-slaying sword is so precious, but he gave it to me, who he met by chance. He is not such a kind-hearted person. What is his real purpose? The god-slaying sword was undoubtedly a supreme treasure, but it was also a ticking time bomb, a hot potato. Long Chen could take it now, but he didn't know if he would suffer in the future. Taking the sword, Long Chen felt that it was no different from an ordinary weapon. The only difference was that the coldness made his heart go cold. That sword is incredibly famous. According to the rumors, it once had over 1,000 Taoist designs on it in primeval times. Unfortunately, it disappeared, and when it reappeared, it caused a huge stir in the eternal life God domain. I was lucky enough to get my hands on it, but who would have thought? AI. There's no need to bring up the past. Yang Qi sighed. That's right. Eternal. God realm. Long Chen memorized what the other person said, but one of the terms was stuck in his throat, making him confused. The city lord of the wronged smiled. Looks like you don't even know about the eternal God realm. Long Chen shook his head, but he was excited inside. The first supreme elder of the punishment hall had said that Long Qinglan might have come from that place. The place he was referring to should be the eternal God realm mentioned by the city lord of the wronged. The city lord of the wronged patted his shoulder. You are not strong enough. Don't pay attention to that place for now. It will make you despair. All you need to know is that it has nothing to do with you for now. Long Chen really wanted to know. He asked, where is this place? Seeing his persistence, the city lord of the wronged said helplessly, you don't know how big the dragon sacrificial continent is. This is the world where the primordial divine dragons rested in ancient times. Each of those divine dragons was huge. If the dragon sacrificial continent only had 3 regions and 9 worlds, it definitely wouldn't be enough for them to live in. You only know that the 3 sovereign domains are the core of the dragon sacrificial continent, but you don't know that there are hundreds of such cores. When you reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm and condensed the earthly idol, didn't you notice that the other places were blurry? Only the 3 sovereign domains were clear. Long Chen was really confused this time. He had always accepted the idea that the 3 sovereign domains were the core of the dragon sacrificial continent, the top part. He had always believed so. But today, someone suddenly told him that the 3 sovereign domains were indeed the core. Compared to places like the Myriad Kingdoms domain, they were much more prosperous. But the problem was that such cores were boundless. The dragon sacrificial continent, where the primordial divine dragons rested, had hundreds of such cores. In that case, how many experts were there? How big was the dragon sacrificial continent? A continent that existed in the starry sky, with almost no end. It was no wonder that countless primordial divine dragons rested and reproduced here. This was their world. Later, they went extinct, and the entire dragon sacrificial continent became dominated by the human race and the demon race. The dragon sacrificial continent is vast and boundless. I can't even travel through it in my entire life. Only you frogs at the bottom of a well think that there is only one of the 3 sovereign domains. The city lord of the wronged chuckled. Long Chen put away the shock in his heart and continued to ask, then, what is this eternal God domain that you speak of? The city lord of the wronged answered straightforwardly, it's a small dragon sacrificial continent that floats in the sky, parallel to the dragon sacrificial continent. To you, it's a huge sky island. Its size is probably equivalent to 2 of the 3 sovereign domains, as well as the surrounding hundreds of millions of countries ruled by them. It's also a place that hundreds of millions of experts yearn for, because it's a land of divinity. Only by going to the eternal God domain can one have the chance to survive the 18 great tribulations of heaven and earth, narrowly escape death, and finally become a god. The eternal God domain can be said to be a super existence in the deepest part of the void, overlooking the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It's the true and only core of the dragon sacrificial continent, the only place where one can pursue becoming a god and achieve eternal life. Speaking of the eternal God domain, the city lord of the wronged's face was full of yearning. He was incomparably excited as he continued, there's also a most terrifying legend about the eternal God domain. At the very beginning of the dragon sacrificial continent, the primordial divine dragons roamed the dragon sacrificial continent and were incomparably powerful. The eternal God domain already existed at that time. However, only 10 divine dragons could ascend to that place. That place was the ruler of those 10 divine dragons. You can definitely guess that those 10 divine dragons who ruled the world were the 10 great ancestor dragons. If the dragon sacrificial continent is the dwelling place of the primordial divine dragons, then the eternal God domain is the dwelling place of the 10 great ancestor dragons. You can imagine that scene. The 10 great ancestor dragons occupied the ancestral dragon realm, high and mighty, overlooking the common people of the world. How majestic and domineering was that? Unfortunately, the primordial divine dragon race went extinct for no reason. The divine dragons disappeared, and not a single true divine dragon could be found in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen was shocked, but he added, yes, but if it wasn't for the extinction of the divine dragons, how could the dragon sacrificial continent be the place for us humans and demons to appear? The city lord of the wronged nodded in agreement with Long Chen's words. He smiled and said, you're right. It's just that no one has been able to solve the mystery of the divine dragon's extinction. It's really worrying. I hope that in the near future, the greatest mystery of the world will surface. Through the city lord of the wrong's words, Long Chen had a concrete idea of the eternal sacred territory, or rather, the ancestral dragon realm. That was the one and only god ascension grounds, a place that could contend against the 18 terrifying calamities. There were hundreds of cores in the dragon sacrificial continent, and countless experts were gathered here. In other words, it was a place that was a level higher than the 3 emperor domains. Although the eternal sacred territory was an incomparably huge floating island, it could also be said to be a part of the dragon sacrificial continent because it was always floating in the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. In addition, his father, Long Qinglan, must have come from that place. After knowing the existence of this place, Long Chen didn't feel pressured. Instead, he felt excited. This world was so big, and there was simply no end to it. His path of pursuit would never stop. Chapter 1396. After the 2 calamities was the so-called divine realm, which was also the end of the path of cultivation. It could be said that everyone who was close to the 2 retribution realms was aiming to become an eternal god. Of course, even the eternal god realm wasn't sure if there were any eternal god realms. Countless people in the draconic right continent rushed into the calamities. What awaited them was undoubtedly death brought about by the 18 calamities. No one was an exception. The only difference was the time of death. If you didn't die in 1,000 years, you would die in the next. After reaching the two most terrifying calamities, it could be said that most people didn't die in battle, but were killed by the 18 terrifying calamities. Immortality, it could be said, would always be a dream. Unless they became like the city lord of the wronged, a creature that was neither human nor ghost. The people gathered in the eternal God realm were all lunatics. They all challenged the heavenly Tao for the dream of eternal life. In this vast world, there were such strict rules. Long Chen's heart was calm, and he didn't let the expansion of his worldview affect him. Instead, he put aside his desire to pursue eternal life and Long Qinglan, and focused on the mysterious city lord of the tragic death, who was from the eternal life God domain. At the same time, Long Chen was also paying attention to the gray slaughter in his hand. The sword of death, the sword of devouring. This was the most terrifying weapon Long Chen had ever seen. The scarlet blood skybreak was the horn of a divine dragon. However, divine dragons had been dead for billions of years. Apart from their sharpness, they definitely couldn't compare to the terrifying power contained in Tao treasures, especially the god-slaying sword in his hand. Of course, the current god-slaying sword was far inferior to the dragon-slaying sword. Let him drink blood, the city lord of the wronged suddenly said with a smile after talking about the eternal god realm. Long Chen was a little puzzled. The city lord of the wronged made a gesture of cutting his arm. Bind with blood. This was the most ancient method. Ordinary Tao treasures needed the power of nirvana to occupy the artifact spirit's formation diagram. This treasure isn't just a Tao treasure. The city lord of the wronged stared blankly at Long Chen. All right. Long Chen threw caution to the wind. Under the oppression of the city lord of the wronged, he had no choice but to obey. Long Chen believed that if the city lord of the wronged wanted to kill him, it would be very simple. He took out the gray longsword and lightly cut his arm. The blood immediately surged into the gray divine sword. It was as if the god-slaying sword had grown a mouth and was devouring the blood crazily. Long Chen quickly moved his arm away. He was the king of blood and the god-slaying sword could not compete with him. However, in order to avoid arousing the city lord of the wronged suspicions, Long Chen had to pretend to be weak. Your situation is still okay. Back then, a quarter of my blood was sucked out. The city lord of the wronged chuckled. After a pause, he continued, as expected of a dragon warrior. Long Chen knew that the city lord of the wronged knew his identity. At this moment, he was focused on the changes of the god-slaying sword. After devouring Long Chen's dragon blood, the god-slaying sword trembled violently. A bright line of blood ran from the tip to the center of the blade and extended to the hilt. This line of blood on the gray blade was extremely eye-catching. It's done. It's alive. From today onwards, you are its master. The city lord of the wronged laughed heartily. Long Chen was still focused on the changes of the god-slaying sword. He could not understand this sword. When other Tao treasures truly acknowledged him as their master, he would feel that he could control them. However, this god-slaying sword was a little different. He could feel that it seemed to be under his control, but Long Chen could not communicate with it. Tao treasures were alive. Long Chen could communicate with them. However, this god-slaying sword was only born to kill. It had no life. Holding the gray, rusty hilt in his hand, Long Chen was infected by the god-slaying sword. His heart gradually burned with passion. Just as the city lord of the wronged had said, this was really a heaven-defying sword. This is the first time we've met. Aren't you going to give it some snacks? The city lord of the wronged laughed. What? Long Chen asked again, confused. The weapon you used before. Take it out, the city lord of the wronged said. Long Chen understood. The dragon-slaying sword was a Tao treasure with 2 Tao patterns. Long Chen did not want to part with it. After all, it was not his. He threw the dragon-slaying sword into the city lord of the wronged's hands. Come. The city lord of the wronged held the longsword, and the dragon-slaying sword glowed with yellow light. Without saying a word, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and slashed towards his opponent. At that moment, he truly felt that what he was holding in his hand was not a sword, but a terrifying devouring beast. At this moment, it was extremely hungry. Its hideous mouth pounced towards the dragon-slaying sword. Clang! The two swords clashed together. Long Chen was sent flying. Again, the city lord of the wronged said, smiling. Long Chen's heart was filled with ruthlessness. The grey longsword in his hand kept on changing positions. Death chi surged. Every time it clashed with the dragon-slaying sword, this grey longsword felt as though it was tearing a piece of flesh from its opponent's body and chewing on it happily. As they fought, the glow of the dragon-slaying sword in the city lord of the wronged's hands grew dimmer and dimmer. Break. Clang. On the 51st clash, the dragon-slaying sword became dim, and with a crack, it broke. As for the god-slaying sword in Long Chen's hands, it was as if it had eaten its fill. The sword did not change at all, but Long Chen still felt that it had woken up, and had grown a little. One day, it would grow crazily. Just this sword alone is not enough for it to condense a Dao pattern. Not only does it need to destroy Dao treasures, it also needs to devour the essence of flesh and blood, and tear apart the god martial soul. Only then will it truly advance. So in the future, it will depend on you to take care of it. The city lord of the wronged threw the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword on the ground. This sword, the famous sword of the Spirit Imperial Palace, had disappeared with the dynasty in this mysterious ghost city. Swoosh. The grey god-slaying sword shrunk, and actually turned into a grey ear stud, nailed into Long Chen's right ear. Back then, Lingxi's sword was a black ear stud, and it was nailed into Long Chen's left ear. Long Chen was shocked, and then he slowly calmed down. With his ancestral dragon blood's divine might, he was not assured that he could not deal with this mischievous god-slaying sword. It was just that it was not suitable in front of the city lord of the wronged. Within the god-slaying sword, there is the heaven-defying connate Dao technique, god-slaying art. Whether you can comprehend it in the end will depend on your own ability. Your massacre Dao, together with this god-slaying art, is just right. The city lord of the wronged sized up Long Chen as if he was sizing up his own disciple, and asked, "Are you satisfied with my gift?" Of course, Long Chen said he was satisfied. The city lord of the wronged laughed heartily. Good, very good. There is not much time left, looks like I have to send you off. But Long Chen was very anxious. This damned kitten was studying the pattern, and had not figured it out yet. Long Chen could only remember the pattern, but he knew that if he left this time, he probably would not have another chance. Are you leaving now? It is rare to see you, senior, and I still have many questions that I would like to consult with you, Long Chen said to stall for time. Oh, you are not afraid of me, the city lord of the wronged said in surprise. Long Chen began to talk nonsense with him, picking out some questions from time to time. After asking for a full hour, he was so anxious that he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Finally, Kitten shouted, "I understand, this is a map, and the map says that it is really the inheritance blood of the Void Universe Dragon, but it is not in the eternal hell, but in the chaotic kingdom of God." It really was the inheritance blood. At first, Long Chen did not have much hope, thinking that it could not be the inheritance blood of the Void Universe Dragon. After all, it was too precious. Unexpectedly, Kitten was sure that it was the inheritance blood. But the location was very awkward. It was in the largest ancient relic controlled by the Demon Dragon Hall, in the chaotic kingdom of God. And that pattern was the map of the location of the inheritance blood. With this answer, Long Chen did not need to stay here any longer. He carefully hid his excitement and began to bid farewell to the city lord of the wronged. There is not much time left. I will send you off. The city lord of the wronged gladly accepted. When he was with Long Chen, he was like an elder who did not have any temper, and who loved talent. Leading Long Chen, the city lord of the wronged came to the corner tower. Looking up, there was actually a sky here. There was no gravity, and there were no clouds to block one's vision. From here, you can find the entrance to the city of the wronged, said the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen didn't speak any further. He bid his farewells and rapidly vanished into the clouds, leaving the city of the wronged. Half a day after he left, the white jade skeleton began to laugh. This laughter was completely different from before, as if it were a completely different person. Take good care of it. Also, hide my Taoist seal well. The day I return will be the day you die. The Eternal God Domain's pinnacle god-slaying sword isn't something a little baby like you can possess. With that, he trembled as he returned to his throne, the 10 ghost kings by his side. The city lord of the wronged waved his hand, and the ground in front of him was a mess. Countless black bones began to gather together, forming a black skeleton. It's been hard on you, my 11th ghost king. Starting today, you will go to the 9 ruins and bring my corpse back to me. It took me 110,000 years to create the 11 of you. Just wait until my body is reformed, and then I will return to the 3 emperors' domains and return to the eternal God domain. I'm going to avenge the enmity of all those years ago. Even if they're dead, I'm going to wipe out their descendants, and wipe out everything they have. In the empty castle, his ferocious laughter rang out. The laughter stopped as he suddenly remembered something, and he appeared on the rooftop, next to the design. He reached out, trembling, and touched the design. His empty eye sockets shone with white light. That young man definitely knows what this design means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long. He definitely knows. Just who is it that has the ability to carve something like this into my territory? Just who is it? At this time, Long Chen was rushing out of the skull's mouth. The city of the wronged quickly dissipated behind him, disappearing into the clouds, never to be seen again. Chapter 1397. They were still in Avicii Hell. The city of wrongful deaths circled the 18 levels of hell and finally returned to Avicii Hell. Long Chen descended from the sky. Ling Xiao, Huang Yu, and Long Xing had already rushed out, along with Mo Xiaolang. What happened in the city of wrongful deaths was not everything. After they came out, there were bound to be other things, especially Huang Yu and Ling Xiao. They knew that Long Chen had the final gift. High up in the sky, the 5 of them looked at each other. Long Xing chuckled and stood quietly beside Long Chen. He was willing to give up something that could have been his. Besides Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen trusted him the most. Huang Yu cupped his hands and said, "You saved my life in the city of wrongful deaths. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened in the dark castle." Ling Xiao was even less interested. He said, "That was what you got." "I promise I won't tell anyone." Long Chen didn't really care. So what if he told others? He didn't know if something bad would happen to the god-slaying sword. Moreover, the god-slaying sword was just a weapon that couldn't even be considered a Dao artifact with one Dao pattern. No one would pay attention to it. The people outside did not know what would happen to the guests. Because every time a guest came back, only one person would come back alive. Just remember your promise. Long Xing muttered a few words from the side. At this point, he frowned and looked off into the distance. At this moment, a large group of cultivators, numbering in the thousands, was heading in Long Chen's direction. Long Xing looked disgusted. He came to Long Chen's ear and whispered, "Those disgusting people from the 12 Supreme Alliances are here. I'm leaving. I know a passage out of the eternal hell that is not under the 12 Supreme Alliances' control. If you are in trouble, come to the Taiwei Mountain to find me. I will wait for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately transformed into a purple ray of light and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. The next moment, the thousands of warriors arrived. After the incident in the city of the wronged, the eternal hell became extremely quiet. Even in the Avicii Hell, there weren't many ghosts around. Originally, it was just a game to decide who the 3 treasures would belong to, but who would have thought that there would be so many? Up until now, Long Chen and the others had obtained things that those 3 treasures could not compare to. Long Chen did not know the effects of so many immortal essences, but if he carefully appraised them, he might be able to find something with the same effect as the goddess flower. After learning that the city of the wronged had appeared, the 12 supreme alliances were shocked. Almost all the warriors below the Nirvana Tribulation realm and above the Divine Martial Arts realm were sent to the city of the wronged. However, it was still too late. The city of the wronged had been closed. However, even if it was closed, it was still moving in the eternal hell. Hence, the 10,000 warriors of the 12 supreme alliances followed the city of vain deaths. When Long Chen came out, they followed. The city of the wronged disappeared completely. Long Chen and the others were the last to come out. At this moment, the 10,000 warriors of the 12 supreme alliances quickly surrounded Long Chen and the others. Present, Long Chen and Huang Yu belonged to the True Martial Emperor Palace, Ling Xiao belonged to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and Mo Xiaolang belonged to the Baron Emperor Palace. They were all disciples of the 3 great Emperor Palaces. Among the 12 supreme alliances, the representatives of the 3 great Emperor Palaces came out immediately. Among them, there were about 10 experts in the Martial Path Great Completion realm from the True Martial Emperor Palace. The other 2 great Emperor Palaces were also eyeing them covetously. Martial Nephew Huang Yu, and Martial Nephew Long Chen, come to our side. We are here to welcome you out. One of the elders stroked his long beard and said amiably with a smile. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also waved at Ling Xiao. As for Mo Xiaolang, Zhong Yu, and Meng Yi were among the people from the Baron Emperor Palace. They had also completed their mission, but they didn't have the guts to be guests. At this moment, the people from the Baron Emperor Palace could only speak respectfully to Mo Xiaolang. After Ling Xiao said goodbye to Long Chen, he gathered with the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Most of the warriors from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were sizing up Long Chen. This is the young man who killed Wang Chao. Rumor has it that he came from a small place and had contact with Lady Lingxi before. He's here to cause trouble. He is from the True Martial Emperor Palace. Let's not cause trouble for now. We'll talk when we get out. Long Chen could hear their whispers. As expected, the news about Long Chen spread through the mouths of those who left the city of vain deaths. Although there were only a few people who came out from the city of vain deaths, there should be experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace like Jia Yi. It was just that they didn't choose to be guests. After the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace welcomed Ling Xiao, they left Long Chen's side. It seemed that they didn't want to clash with Long Chen for the time being. They had also heard about Long Chen's strength. This young man had risen very quickly. He had defeated Yuan Xiaozhou and Huang Yu in the Taiwei Mountain, and even defeated the Violet Gold Great Ape King Meng Yi in the Netherworld Hell. It could be said that his name had shaken the 3 regions and 9 realms. Long Chen could be considered as one of the new generation of the True Martial Emperor Palace. He already had a status similar to that of Huang Yu. This terrifying speed had attracted many people's attention. The people from the other 9 realms looked at Long Chen's group with envy. Huang Yu and Long Chen bade farewell and returned to the True Martial Emperor Palace's group. However, Long Chen stood in the same place until the old man said, "Martial Nephew Long Chen, the Martial Emperor Palace has heard of your outstanding achievements. They have already recognized you as a member of the Martial God Palace. Hurry up and come over. Let's go out together." This battle was too thrilling. You have to go back and calm down. Long Chen thought that he would have to return to the True Martial Emperor Palace in the future. Since the other party wasn't hostile, he decided to go with them. As for Mo Xiaolang, he also returned to the Desolate Emperor Palace's group. In any case, the distance was very close. They could take care of each other at any time. Tens of thousands of people formed a dozen small groups and headed for the exit of the Eternal Hell. Long Chen was very quiet among the True Martial Emperor Palace's group. When a few elders spoke to him, he just responded casually. In his heart, he was thinking about other things. The god-slaying sword should be fine for now. When I get familiar with it, I don't believe that I won't know what the Lord of the Wronged City is up to. As for the Void Aeon Dragon, this was one of the main reasons why Long Chen came to the Eternal Hell. He didn't expect that it would be in the Chaotic Kingdom ruled by the Chaotic Star City. The map was in Long Chen's mind. In theory, as long as he entered the Chaotic Kingdom, no one would compete with him. With the help of the Dragon Star, it would be very easy to find the Void Aeon Dragon's inheritance blood essence. However, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He was more concerned about getting the goddess flower as soon as possible. After all, he was already first. At least he knew the effects of the goddess flower. It would be more appropriate to use it to treat Li Xuanji's eyes. As for the other immortal essences, he needed more time to strengthen them. However, there seemed to be a problem in front of him. The Eternal Hell was the public property of the 12 Supreme Alliances. Why did they set up this team game? It was to distribute the spoils of war. The previous rule of the Eternal Hell was that no matter what the warriors obtained, they could only take one Dao artifact with one Dao pattern or immortal essence with one immortal pattern. The rest had to be confiscated. So this time, Long Chen had at least 100 treasures on him. Long Chen had even more. Including the ones he got from the Ancestral Sorcerer Realm and the 1,000 Mirror Sea Warriors, he had more than 400. At this moment, Long Chen was in the team, but he heard the people from the 12 Supreme Alliances gathered together, arguing and whispering. This time, it could be said that the people from the 3 great imperial palaces got the most. In the 9 realms, there were very few people who came out of the Wronged City. The 12 Supreme Alliances have their own rules. They have a specific distribution method. All the treasures obtained should be divided equally among the 12 Supreme Alliances. The people from the 3 great imperial palaces shouldn't think about taking it all for themselves. Are you kidding me? Our people risked their lives in the Wronged City. I got these things, and you guys took it away for nothing. The rules of the 12 Supreme Alliances are for other people. The appearance of the Wronged City is rare in tens of thousands of years, so it should count. From the beginning of the discussion, it turned into a quarrel. Tens of thousands of people stopped in their tracks and started arguing. The forces that had obtained the treasures naturally didn't want to share them with others, and those who didn't obtain anything wouldn't let the other party take all the treasures. This time, the incident in the Wronged City was different from the previous ones. This time, they knew too much. The 12 Supreme Alliances guarded this place with all their might. If it was the great Emperor Jinwu in the past, he probably wouldn't have been able to bring the treasures out. Long Chen finally understood. This group of grandsons were so nice to him because they coveted his belongings. Based on the current situation, if he were to leave this place, the 400+ treasures in the Great Void Realm would have to be divided equally among them. The treasures that he had risked his life to obtain would be divided among his grandsons. This was simply a joke. Once he left the Eternal Hell, there would be a large number of Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors from all the major forces. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Long Xing probably already guessed that this would happen. That was why he told Long Chen to wait for him at the Taiwei Mountain. At this time, Mo Shaolang had already arrived at his side. "Big brother, let's go," he said tentatively. "Let's go." At this moment, the scene was chaotic. The people from the True Martial Emperor Palace were busy arguing with the other teams, so they didn't notice that Long Chen and Mo Shaolang broke through the crowd and prepared to leave. They want to escape. Someone screamed. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people, especially those who didn't get the treasures, surrounded Long Chen, leaving no chance for Long Chen to escape. These people were all warriors above the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. There were at least 100 experts in the great completion of the martial path from the major forces of the 12 Supreme Alliances. Want to leave? Want to keep it all to yourself? Kid, your appetite is really big. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself to death with more than 100 supreme treasures? That thing, is it something that you can enjoy by yourself? In the face of countless questions, Long Chen was expressionless. He drew out the gray god-slaying sword. The slender body, the long blade, and the gray aura of death were like a giant beast that couldn't hold back. This is the god-slaying sword. I still have 6 chapters left. In the 7 days of National Day, I have updated a total of 35 chapters, breaking my limit. I didn't break my promise. These days, because of the problem of the promise, I can't hold on any longer. But as soon as I miss one chapter, there will immediately be people jumping out to say that I am so and so, and even saying that I am pretending to be pitiful. Sometimes I really want to ask if these people's hearts are made of flesh. I know that I don't need to care about the opinions of these people. Let the trolls slander me. There is nothing that I can't do. I still owe 6 chapters to the readers who wished me happy birthday. I will take a break these days and update 3 chapters a day. I will make up for it soon. Thank you for your support. Dragon blood continues to soar. Chapter 1398. The moment Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword, tens of thousands of people were stunned. Immediately, Mo Xiaolang transformed into a werewolf and activated the 1,000 flames burning god divine ability. In an instant, tens of thousands of flames burned on his body, and the terrifying heat swept across the surroundings, forcing everyone to retreat. Roar! The two of them floated in the middle, completely ignoring the expressions of the crowd. Long Chen raised the god-slaying sword, and when the crowd was silent, he said in a clear voice, "Don't even think about taking a hair from what I got. Whoever wants to die, come up quickly, I'll send you on your way." Arrogance. Astonishing arrogance. The crowd was stunned. For a long time, the 12 Supreme Alliances had been imposing. In the territory of the 12 Supreme Alliances, even the Nirvana Realm warriors didn't dare to say such words. This Long Chen actually dared to rush out and say that no one could take his things when everyone was discussing the distribution. To the crowd, this was simply a joke. Could Long Chen rely on his own strength to fight against the entire 3 regions and 9 realms? The 12 Supreme Alliances were the epitome of all the forces in the 3 regions and 9 realms. With so many treasures, he was just a small divine martial realm warrior. Although his talent was amazing, he could still swallow it all. Moreover, Long Chen's words clearly showed that he didn't even give face to True Martial Emperor Palace. The people of True Martial Emperor Palace, of course, wanted to let True Martial Emperor Palace keep the things that Long Chen had obtained. Of course, they wouldn't mistreat Long Chen, but Long Chen had made it clear that he would treat everyone equally. Even the people of True Martial Emperor Palace wouldn't be able to take anything from him. I've said it very clearly. No one can take anything from me, unless you can snatch it. Long Chen said expressionlessly. His courage didn't change the expression of tens of thousands of experts in front of him, but it was also admirable. The people of True Martial Emperor Palace were anxious to death. A few of the martial artists in the martial path Great Perfection hurriedly surrounded Long Chen. At the same time, they said to the crowd, "This is an internal matter of our imperial palace. Don't look at it. As for the details, we can discuss it after we get out. The friendship of the 12 Supreme Alliances is the most important." They thought that Long Chen was just a naughty junior who had been playing around for a while. Before they arrived, Long Chen pointed the gray god-slaying sword at them. A line of blood flowed on the gray blade of the god-slaying sword. "Long Chen, you are muddle-headed. You won't be able to swallow so many treasures. Hand them over to the Emperor Palace and they will definitely not mistreat you. You are a meritorious servant of the True Martial Emperor Palace." One of the old men spoke. Long Chen spat on the ground and said, "Get lost, we're leaving, don't block the way." Everyone was dumbfounded. Impudent. These old men were all people with status, and they were also Long Chen's seniors. Yet, they had been told to scram. They were truly infuriated. After making some calculations, they decided to capture Long Chen first. Before they could make a move, Mo Xiaolang stood in front of them alone. Flames soared into the sky, and no one dared to approach within a radius of 20 meters. He let out a terrifying beast roar and forced many people back. He shouted, "If you want to make a move, you have to get through me first." Mo Xiaolang had reached the 9th grade demon god. His strength was definitely comparable to a Nirvana tribulation warrior. The strongest person present was only in the martial path great perfection. No matter how many people there were, they might not be able to do anything to him. The people from the desolate Emperor Palace looked at each other. They didn't know if they should just watch the show or make a move. In any case, they definitely wouldn't dare to take the Emperor's son's things. Otherwise, the desolate Emperor would be angry. Other than the people from the desolate Emperor Palace, the others were not satisfied with Long Chen's attitude. Even the true martial Emperor Palace couldn't take his things. For a moment, when Mo Xiaolang blocked the people from the true martial Emperor Palace, the others were in an uproar and actually surrounded Long Chen. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Don't blame me. Long Chen closed his eyes. Just as everyone rushed forward to fight for the treasures, Long Chen activated the ancient blood hell formation. In an instant, tens of thousands of people lost track of him in the formation. With this ancient blood hell formation, Long Chen could be said to be a super king in a chaotic battle. The first person to summon the courage to rush towards him was a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm from the desolate thunder pool. His body was covered in lightning and there were even signs of him awakening the thunder beast. His fist that was covered in thunder and lightning blasted towards Long Chen. Everyone was shocked. This guy actually beat him to it. Long Chen's grey longsword was less than 2 fingers wide, but it was very slender. It was extremely hard. He held the long sword in his hand and slashed in the air. With a crack, an arm soared into the sky. Arg! The warrior howled miserably and covered his broken arm. Everyone saw that there was a grey aura coiling around his broken arm, constantly corroding it. The warrior screamed miserably until someone next to him cut off the flesh that was contaminated with the grey aura. His face turned pale and he stopped screaming. At this moment, Long Chen was surrounded by countless warriors. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang was also fighting crazily among the warriors. At this time, both of them displayed terrifying combat strength. No one could do anything to them. That sword. Long Chen's god-slaying sword made everyone tremble with fear. Long Chen remembered that the chains of the 10 great ghost kings had injured Mo Xiaolang before, and the situation was the same. However, it seemed like it was relatively easy for the god-slaying sword to release this grey aura. In the chaotic battle, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's warriors seemed to have found a chance for revenge. They attacked fiercely. At this moment, there were already 2 Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Great Circle martial path experts surrounding Long Chen. They were using Dao weapons with 1 Dao pattern, and their combat strength was even higher than the purple-green dual swords. Soaring Sword Chi. Setting Sun Sword. 2 attacks were launched towards Long Chen in retaliation. They were definitely taking revenge. Long Chen laughed coldly, and his laughter shook the entire battlefield. He wielded the grey god-slaying sword with 1 hand and executed the 8th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture. The power of the 9 Dragon Scripture and the god-slaying sword merged together, producing an even more terrifying attack. Dang! In the sky, the 2 swords clashed. Half of the sword soared into the sky. A mighty divine weapon with 1 Dao pattern was directly severed. Long Chen wielded the god-slaying sword with the 9 Dragon Scripture and terrifying strength. He directly severed the opponent's sword, and the god-slaying sword pierced through the back of the opponent's head. A great circle martial path expert's corpse fell from the sky. At the same time, Long Chen suddenly turned around, and the god-slaying sword once again clashed with the other fiery red setting sun sword. Another sharp shriek. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Great Circle martial path expert was forced to retreat. He looked at his precious sword in a panic. Fortunately, it was not broken. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the fiery red setting sun sword started to crack, starting from the sword hilt. Finally, the setting sun sword shattered into pieces under the despairing gaze of the cultivator. What a terrifying sword! In his eyes, Long Chen relied on blood rebirth to move among the crowd. With every swing of his sword, the cultivators screamed and retreated in defeat. Some were even killed on the spot, and their corpses fell from the sky. No one was able to attack Long Chen. On the other side, under Mo Xiaolang's violent attacks, the 10 Great Circle martial path experts were all forced to retreat. None of them was a match for him. This terrifying scene forced many people to stop their impulsive actions. Mo Xiaolang was still fine, as he did not kill people casually. However, Long Chen, who was wielding a grey divine sword, was simply a god of death. No one could block his sword. At a certain point in time, Long Chen suddenly felt the god-slaying sword shake violently. A large amount of energy surged out from the sword. The originally rusty sword body actually looked newer. At the very least, it no longer looked like a piece of scrap metal. Looking down, there was an additional small pattern on the grey skull face on the sword hilt. Indeed, it has formed a Dao pattern. The city lord of the wrong did not lie to him. After forming a Dao pattern, the power of the god-slaying sword increased once again. This was a sword of devouring. After severing more than 10 Dao weapons, including the dragon-slaying sword, and killing more than 10 experts, the god-slaying sword finally evolved and reached the level of a Dao pattern. This was not considered slow. If it maintained this speed, the god-slaying sword would really be terrifying in the future. The god-slaying sword did not use its sharpness and strength to break the other party's weapon. It was an unusual type of Dao weapon. It was the devouring sword. Every time it clashed with its opponent, it would tear a piece of flesh from its opponent's body. Those Dao weapons with only one Dao pattern would be swallowed by the god-slaying sword. In terms of sharpness, the god-slaying sword was definitely not as sharp as the Scarlet Blood Apocalypse. Stop, stop. No one knew when it started, but someone finally stopped being afraid and shouted these words. More and more people called for it to stop. When Long Chen realized that the people around him were scared off, he stopped and looked at the crowd with disdain. Mo Xiaolang returned to his human form and returned to his side. As a 9th grade Fey immortal, this level of battle was no longer a threat to him. Tens of thousands of martial artists looked at them with incomparable horror. The martial Dao perfection realm experts of the major forces widened their eyes and stood in front of them, looking at them with extreme vigilance. Even more people's eyes were filled with fear. After this battle, Long Chen's prestige would probably be even more shocking. In the true martial emperor palace, an old man panted as he walked out and said earnestly, "Long Chen, this is not good for you. You'd better return to the true martial emperor palace with us first. I can guarantee that you are a member of the true martial emperor palace and the imperial palace will definitely not mistreat you. I have to admit that you are a genius and the imperial palace needs people like you. This is your home. What good will it do you to go against your home?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Can you guarantee that the people of the true martial emperor palace will not take all my things? There are many Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists outside." The old man was speechless. "Kid, don't be arrogant. The eternal hell is the public property of the 12 supreme alliances. Don't think about taking it all for yourself. Even if you can do whatever you want in the eternal hell, can you stay here forever? As long as you go out, there will be Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists to kill you. Yeah, your appetite is too big. Is that something that belongs to you?" Chapter 1399. On the other hand, Long Chen was experiencing the feeling of being an expert. While everyone was talking excitedly, he smiled warmly. He enjoyed the feeling of being feared. If he was a weakling, no one would be so polite to him. No matter where one was, strength would always be a part of one's dignity. Long Chen had killed Wang Chao twice. It could be considered that he had regained the dignity he had lost in the past. However, this wasn't enough. He wanted to be stronger than everyone and be arrogant towards everyone. Especially the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As long as they didn't surrender, Long Chen wouldn't reach his goal. Although the god-slaying sword was an evil sword, it gave Long Chen boundless power. Enough! Long Chen shouted, stopping everyone from talking. Ling Xiao, Yuan Xiaozhou, and the others who had opposed him in the past discovered that Long Chen was gradually pulling away from them. He could fight against tens of thousands of people, but they couldn't. At this moment, Long Chen coldly stared at them and shouted, "I'll say it again. Don't even think about getting a single strand of hair from what I have obtained. In addition, I'll give everyone from the True Martial Emperor Palace a piece of advice. I'm still a member of the True Martial Emperor Palace, but if you push me too far, I won't be one anymore. After we go out, inform those Nirvana Tribulation Realm seniors of the True Martial Emperor Palace. I believe they will understand which is more important, a genius martial artist or 100 treasures." Long Chen's words shocked everyone, especially the words he said to the True Martial Emperor Palace at the end. He was truly arrogant. However, he had his own capital. At this moment, it wasn't the True Martial Emperor Palace that chose Long Chen. He was the one who chose True Martial Emperor Palace. If it wasn't for Lingxi's request, if it wasn't for the fact that he still had friends in the True Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen wouldn't need to return to that place. He had already accumulated a lot of capital in the city of wrongful deaths. The demonic dragon palace on Dragon Star would welcome him at any time. With that, Long Chen could not be bothered with them. He used the god-slaying sword to open up a path. Whoever dared to block his way would be killed immediately. Such an iron-blooded style caused the crowd to retreat in a hurry. After Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had completely left, the crowd looked at each other in dismay. Each of their expressions was rather interesting. "Go back, hurry up and go back," the leaders of the 12 Supreme Alliances shouted in embarrassment. From today onwards, a seed had been planted in their hearts, and that was that there was one more person in this world that was extremely difficult to provoke, and that was Long Chen. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a demon race's imperial prince following him from the beginning to the end. Such a person had both status and strength, and even more terrifying talent. He was already a huge threat to the super dragon martialist from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang headed in the direction of the Taiwei Mountain, Mo Xiaolang asked worriedly, "Big brother, after what you did today, do you not want to return to the True Martial Emperor Palace in the future?" Long Chen shook his head and smiled. "Who said that? Of course I have to go back. They still owe me an identity." "But, didn't they already fall out?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "I will prove to them that my own value is much more precious than the things I have. They might not understand, but the real higher-ups of the True Martial Emperor Palace will understand. I am just worried about the True Martial Emperor. He has been to the City of Wrongful Deaths and met the City Lord of the Wrongful Deaths. I am worried that my secrets will be exposed in front of him. Then what should we do? Let's take one step at a time. Let's not return to the Emperor Palace first. I still have to go to the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom with Long Xing to take away the things that belong to me," Long Chen said as they arrived at the Taiwei Mountain. Long Chen landed on the plaza. That white jade skeleton was still there. However, no matter how Long Chen thought about it, it was just an ordinary sculpture. It was indeed a sculpture. Only when the City of Wrongful Deaths appeared would he become the City Lord of the Wrongful Deaths. "I knew you would come back." Long Xing chuckled behind him. "I should have known that those bastards would be so troublesome." Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang turned their heads. "Let's go. Weren't you curious about how my Demon Dragon Hall's people came in?" "I came in from the unknown second passage," Long Xing said proudly. The three of them left the Taiwei Mountain. The Eternal Hell was much quieter without the ghosts roaming around. The exit is in the Frost Hell. We might have to walk for a while, Long Xing said. Long Chen frowned. Because of the conflict with the 12 Supreme Alliances, the goddess flower probably wouldn't be sent to him for the time being. If he wanted Li Xuanji's eyes to recover, he would have to appraise those strange immortal essences and see if there were any useful medicines. Moreover, Long Xing was the host of the Primal Chaos Star City. He should be able to find it. After discussing it with Li Xuanji, Long Chen was relieved that she wasn't in a hurry. "Oh right, have you thought about what I said?" Long Xing asked. "What is it?" "Fuck you, are you playing dumb? Join the Demon Dragon Hall and follow me to do this. Now that you've fallen out with the true Martial Emperor Palace, it would be strange if the 12 Supreme Alliances didn't snatch your things. Even if you go back, they might not treat you well." Long Xing said solemnly. Long Chen owed him a favor. He shouldn't have rejected his kind invitation. Long Chen could only tell the truth. "I still have to return to the true Martial Emperor Palace and get a proper identity. This is a promise I made to someone and I have to fulfill it. If there's a chance in the future, I definitely won't refuse. However, I want to enter the chaotic god kingdom once. Promise." If that was the case, Long Xing wouldn't force him. He changed the topic and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" "I don't dare to enter that place. The adventurers there are probably less than a 10,000th of the eternal hell. Anyone who wants to go there has to get the permission of the palace master. Don't you even have the ability to let me in?" Long Chen looked at him with a faint smile. "Haha, of course. Don't you know who Long Xing is?" After spending more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the icy hell. This was a hell covered in ice and snow. It was also the place where the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team first arrived. In an extremely hidden place in the icy hell, Long Xing really did dig a passage. It was a passage that led directly from the icy hell to the outside world. After walking through the long Yellow Springs ancient road, they finally left this place. Long Chen's heart was filled with emotions. Although it was only a journey of 3 to 4 months, his life had changed a lot. Although he still didn't obtain the most precious Void Universe Dragon's blood essence, he did obtain other good things. For example, the god-slaying sword on his right ear. If Lingxi came and brought the Lingxi sword with her, it would be even more perfect. In the past, he couldn't see any clues about the Lingxi sword. He didn't know if he could see it now. The original name of the Lingxi sword was definitely not the Lingxi sword. So what was it called? This Yellow Springs ancient road was very winding. Long Chen walked for more than a day before he finally saw the outside world. It's been a long time since they saw such bright light. Everyone was a little dazed. Their line of sight spread out in the forest. Originally, they were enjoying it and were preparing to go to the Demon Dragon Palace. However, very quickly, Long Chen's expression changed. This place was a lush forest filled with trees. A white-haired old man was sitting on one of the trees, resting with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for them. This was a very ordinary old man. However, when Long Chen saw his appearance clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Mo Xiaolong's and Long Xing's expressions changed immediately. They had never expected this man to show up here despite all their calculations. At this moment, the old man gradually opened his eyes. His gaze first shifted to Long Xing. He laughed softly. "As expected, it's the young master of the Demon Dragon Palace. I have to thank you for bringing these 2 big fishes out of here." "You old man." Long Xing gritted his teeth. He didn't know what to do. After a pause, he said, "I was careless this time. I didn't expect this old man to be here. Hee, you are still young. You know very little. Don't forget that the history of the god-defying cult is as long as your Demon Dragon Palace. Do you think the god-defying cult doesn't know the secret passage that you know?" The old man laughed loudly. His body slowly descended from midair. "That's right. This person was the god-defying cult leader. This was a huge problem. An expert who had passed the second Nirvana tribulation realm. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, it was still not enough in front of an expert of this level. This couldn't be blamed on Longxing. Who knew that this old man was so smart and knew that there was a passage here? The people of the 12 Supreme Alliances obviously didn't know. This time, he must have snuck in and waited for the rabbit. Back then, when Long Chen and Mo Shaolang killed his 2 sons, the god-defying cult leader Lin Mo endured it. In front of Long Chen and Long Chen, he seemed to have forgotten his hatred. At that time, Long Chen felt that this old man must be a wild wolf. He was enduring until Long Chen was at his weakest, then he would make a move. Long Chen was also on guard. But it could only be said that old ginger is spicier. When he heard that Long Chen betrayed him halfway, he knew that they would definitely come out from here. Lin Mo heard that Longxing had appeared in the Taiwei mountain. He also knew that the young master of the Demon Dragon Palace had mixed with Long Chen. Therefore, he succeeded. At this moment, the god-defying cult leader Lin Mo walked step by step in front of Long Chen and said 2 words, miracle. As for Long Chen, he was first full of praise. You are a miracle. Now that you have obtained the defying god skill, you have far surpassed me and cultivated it to the realm of great success. If it weren't for the fact that you are still young, would really be afraid of you. I am afraid that in this life, I will never have the chance to take revenge. He suddenly burst into tears and said, thank the heavens for giving me this chance to take revenge. Even if I die, I will have fulfilled my wish. The white-haired person sending off the black-haired person. This kind of heart-wrenching pain, how can you all understand? Looking at his crazy appearance, he would definitely not let Long Chen and the others live today. Chapter 1400. This old man was very good at enduring, and he had endured until today. When this wild wolf appeared, it happened to be when Long Chen and the other prey were the most relaxed. To be honest, Long Chen had fought against Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors before, but they had only passed the first level of Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and they were only at the early stage, not the late stage. At that time, he had used the Soul Revolving Sacred Jade. The Soul Revolving Sacred Jade was left behind by Long Qinglan. Of course, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were not the only ones who could use it. However, as the main part, Long Chen also needed to be very strong to be able to bear the higher intensity of power. The other 2 were considered servants, and they needed to be absolutely loyal to Long Chen. This required a certain amount of time to nurture and try, unlike Han Yunxing and the others who could use it immediately. The god-defying sect master, Lin Mo, was an expert at the level of the Punishment Hall's first Supreme Elder. At this moment, he laughed sinisterly, almost maniacally, completely trapping Long Chen and the other 2 in this forest. From his body, Long Chen felt an incomparably surging Nirvana power. Nirvana power was the same as world power, they both had types. Long Chen was lucky to obtain a trace of Nirvana power, but it had no type. However, Lin Mo was different. His Nirvana power had a trace of reverse power. The reverse spiritual will float in reverse, forming a perfect vortex on the surface of his body. The heavy reverse Nirvana power almost suffocated Long Chen and the other 2 top young juniors. The new generation of experts had great potential, but when fighting against the older generation, it was difficult for them to be a match. At this moment, the 3 were discussing in secret. Longxing said, I can at most fight against a warrior at the late stage of Nirvana Tribulation Realm. This kind of warrior who has gone through 2 Nirvana Tribulations has an extremely deep understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am not a match for him. When Mo Shaolang was a grade 8 demon immortal, he could at most fight against a warrior at the early stage of Nirvana Tribulation Realm in his beast form. Now, he was about the same as Longxing. As for Long Chen, if he used the Extreme Universe Finger in combination with his other attacks and the heaven-defying God-slaying sword, it would be of great use. Attack together. Don't let him find a chance, Long Chen said solemnly. This time, the 3 of them threw caution to the wind. In the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, the gap between the early and late stages wasn't particularly large. A late-stage martial artist could roughly face 3 to 5 early-stage martial artists at the same time. Of course, it also depended on each person's comprehension of the heavenly Tao and their original moves. However, there was a huge gap between the late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm and the early-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm. For example, Lin Mo might not have a problem fighting 7 to 10 late-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists at the same time. The moment the look in his eyes changed, he no longer spoke. He stretched out his hands, and the pressure between heaven and earth suddenly increased by a lot. Lin Mo's chaotic Nirvana power dissipated into the surroundings. The Nirvana power was a high-level rebirth power, but it was also a destructive power. In terms of destruction, none of the powers that Long Chen knew could compare to the Nirvana power. If there was no destruction, how could there be Nirvana rebirth? The Nirvana power dispersed, and the entire space around the defiant God sect leader trembled. He rose into the air, and a murderous aura erupted from his face. He pinched his hands together, and suddenly, the power between heaven and earth condensed into 3 shock waves that suddenly attacked Long Chen and the others. Everywhere the shock waves passed, the trees were completely shattered and turned into dust. "Spread out!" Long Xing shouted. The 3 of them were facing a great enemy, and they had already discussed in secret. They would attack from 3 different directions. Primordial Blood Hell Array Diagram. Among the 3 of them, Long Chen could be said to be the weakest at the moment. He had no choice but to use the Primordial Blood Hell Array Diagram to protect his life. At the same time, the God-slaying sword appeared in his right hand, and the aura of death surrounded it. Perhaps because it sensed the strength of the opponent and the abundance of blood, the God-slaying sword became even more excited. It urgently needed to drink blood. A gray aura permeated the long and sharp blade of the God-slaying sword. Ever since the Tao pattern was formed, the God-slaying sword had started to gradually transform from its original old appearance. The gray sword body was getting harder and sharper. Although the sword body was narrow, it gave off a sharper feeling. The blood in the middle seemed to be flowing, and it was even more dazzling. Swoosh! The blood-colored array diagram covered a radius of 5 miles. Long Chen's body moved at a terrifying speed within it. In terms of short-distance speed, Long Chen was the fastest among the 3. He attacked the fastest, charging straight at his opponent. With the Extreme Universe finger in his left hand and the 9 Dragon Sutra in his right, the dual attacks descended. I want to see how capable you, the super geniuses of the new generation, are. Lin Mo flipped his hands and laughed maniacally. The Nirvana reversal power gathered on his hands, and the destructive power melted the space gradually. His first target was Long Chen. Although Long Chen was inconspicuous beside the other 2, Lin Mo was the most wary of him. This was because Long Chen had improved too much. He could tell with a glance that the current Long Chen was like heaven and earth compared to before he entered the city of the wronged. Die. He punched out easily, and the terrifying Nirvana reversal power gathered into a transparent and bright fist print, charging straight at Long Chen. The heavenly Tao that Lin Mo cultivated was the God-defying cult's Tao of chaos. The so-called heavenly Tao was incomparably vast and could be divided into billions of parts. Among them, the Tao of battle was the foundation. Within the Tao of battle, there were countless great Taos. The God-defying cult's Tao of chaos was also considered a Tao of battle, but it was not entirely a Tao of battle. The Tao of chaos was more about reversing the use of power. It was a kind of reverse power. When cultivated to the great accomplishment, one could also achieve super strong combat power. In fact, the stronger the enemy, the stronger one would be. Many people's Taos were very obvious in the divine martial realm. For example, Mo Shaolang was the darling of fire. When he reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he would definitely cultivate the Tao of fire. For example, Feng Jilin was the darling of wind, so she would definitely cultivate the Tao of wind. And Li Xuanji cultivated the path of darkness and coldness. In the future, there would be a lot of subdivisions in her cultivation. Everyone had a Tao that was suitable for them. What Dao they walked would affect their future development. As for Long Chen himself, because of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, he would definitely have the most ordinary but most difficult Dao of slaughter. As for other Daos, there might be the Dao of time, or even more, extreme finger of time. Long Chen dashed forward with the dragon-slaying sword on his back. His left hand executed the extreme finger of time and a dragon claw appeared. Long Chen's attack also had the power of nirvana and the power of destruction. It was just that it was not as strong as his opponent's. With a rumble, the power of time disorder of the extreme finger of time collided with his opponent's power of nirvana for the first time. It could be said that the power of time disorder was superior to his opponent in terms of nature. However, in terms of the nature of destruction and quantity, it was far inferior. That power of time disorder, under the influence of his opponent's reverse time, actually rushed back towards Long Chen. From a certain perspective, the Tao of Chaos was similar to Mo Xiaolang's mystique, moon swallowing. Both could make use of the opponent's attack to counterattack. At this moment, Long Chen's expression changed drastically. He quickly executed the blood drop rebirth and changed his angle in an instant. Under the shocked gaze of his opponent, he dodged his opponent's attack. The god-slaying sword on his back swung out with a swoosh. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely bold. He was less than 5 meters away from his opponent. 9 Dragons Scripture. The power of 8 divine dragons gathered on the god-slaying sword. The gray god-slaying sword chi burst out and formed a huge sword aura, slashing down towards Lin Mo from the sky. Insignificant skill, not worth mentioning. Lin Mo laughed out loud. He casually extended his hand and the power of reverse nirvana burst out. It easily caused Long Chen's god-slaying sword to deviate from its original position. The terrifying power slashed onto the ground, instantly creating a ravine that was hundreds of meters long and several meters deep. In the ravine, gray aura swept out. All living things, including flowers and trees, were completely corroded by the gray aura. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to this scene. He punched out again. If it wasn't for Long Chen's ancient hell of blood formation, he would have been killed by the impact. Blood drop rebirth. Long Chen rapidly moved over 1,000 meters away before he managed to dodge his opponent's attack. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang and Long Xing took the opportunity created by Long Chen to attack Lin Mo from both sides. In an instant, the sounds of explosions were incessant. Long Chen was worried that they would be injured and moved closer again. The more he fought with Lin Mo, the more terrifying he became. He knew that Lin Mo would definitely be a hurdle that they wouldn't be able to overcome today. Long Chen's heart was in a mess. He wasn't worried, but Mo Xiaolang and Long Xing might not be able to dodge. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into a werewolf. He executed the God-burning flames mystique. His body was covered in terrifying flames, and all the flames were under his control. He was like a fish in water, moving about freely. At the same time, he executed the 100 Races Battle Manual, the essence of the demon race's battle techniques. It was always successful and incomparably mysterious. Usually, a simple task would be difficult for the opponent to break. As for Long Xing, his body was covered in purple dragon scales. The terrifying aura of a divine dragon was undoubtedly revealed. The purple blood demon dragon's grand mist purple blood strengthened his body internally, giving him the most outstanding talent in terms of physical strength. At this moment, the more he fought, the more his body expanded. The originally handsome him had now become a muscular man, and his body was filled with a savage aura. They were in charge of the battle, and Long Chen also rushed forward. He was more suitable for sneak attacks. Under the joint attacks of these two youths, Lin Mo had no choice but to use his full strength. River reversal. Both of his hands moved, and 2 transparent whirlpools appeared on his palms. The ripples were like a whirlpool in the middle of a river. Within the whirlpools, the nirvana reversal energy flowed. Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang were both smashed into the whirlpools, and were instantly flung away by Lin Mo. Do you see this? This is my Tao of chaos. This is also a battle technique that I created myself. You brats, how would you know the meaning of creation? Lin Mo laughed heartily as he charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen shifted his position once more, converging with Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, this person is too strong. I have to transform into my beast form. Mo Xiaolang spoke in a low voice. On the other side, Long Xing was enraged. His body expanded once more, and even changed shape. A purple radiance shot up to the sky. It was actually dragon transformation. Chapter 1401. The dragon was the ancestor of all beings. It had a head like an ox, horns like a deer, eyes like a prawn, ears like an elephant, neck like a snake, abdomen like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, palms like a tiger, and dragon scales on its back. Its voice was like a copper plate, it had whiskers around its mouth, pearls under its chin, and reverse scales under its throat. Dragons were divine creatures of heaven and earth. At this moment, Long Xing also realized his opponent's strength. He resolutely transformed into a dragon, allowing Long Chen to witness his true battle prowess as a dragon warrior. Purple light soared into the sky. When the purple light disappeared, a lifelike divine dragon that seemed to have walked out from the myths and legends appeared. Although it was only 100 meters long, it was majestic and had a domineering aura that made others bow down to it. The purple blood demon dragon was a member of the demonic dragon race. Its entire body was dark purple, and its whiskers fluttered in the wind. A pair of dragon horns protruded from its head, and its entire body was black like a diamond. Its back was covered with countless dragon scales, and the purple blood of the grand mist flowed within them. 2 pairs of dragon claws extended from its abdomen, looking like divine weapons. Its slender tail was covered with purple spikes, and at the end was a terrifying ball of bone. This was only a young dragon, equivalent to a newborn baby. It had yet to fully mature, but it already possessed such divine might, much less in the future. According to the legends, when a true purple blood demon dragon matured, its body would probably be large enough to occupy the entire North Star City. Such a divine creature of heaven and earth had long since disappeared. It was hard to imagine. Roar! The purple blood demon dragon coiled up in the sky, exuding an incomparably vigorous blood chi. The so-called Grand Mist purple blood had a terrifying regenerative ability, allowing Long Xing to fight without dying. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a realistic divine dragon, and he was simply stunned. Although it was only a young dragon, it had the innate domineering aura of a ruler. Just a glance at it would cause an ordinary person's legs to tremble and they would fall to their knees. This was a divine creature that truly dominated the world in ancient times. Even among the divine dragons, there were differences in strength. The purple blood demon dragon was considered a mid-tier existence among the divine dragons, but when it matured, its true battle prowess was close to that of a god. According to records, among the ancient divine dragons, the weakest and most inferior dragon race would have battle prowess surpassing the Nirvana tribulation realm upon reaching adulthood. In ancient times, there were billions and billions of divine dragons. From this, it could be seen how powerful the sacrificial dragon continent was at that time. But today, it had declined to the point that even gods didn't know if it still existed. The god-defying cult was the sworn enemy of the demonic dragon Hall. He was very familiar with the purple blood demon dragon. After all, every generation of the demonic dragon Hall's Hall Master and young Hall Master was a successor of the purple blood demon dragon. If he killed this purple blood demon dragon in this desolate place, he. At this moment, cold flames swept over. Lin Mo shivered. Behind him, black flames swept over, and another divine creature that was completely black appeared at the same time. Most of its body was covered in black flames, and its body was slender and strong. Just at this moment, the cold flames swept over. Lin Mo shivered. Behind him, the black flames swept and another black god beast appeared. It was mostly covered in black flames. Its body was long and powerful, and its neck had a mane like that of a lion. It was domineering yet mysterious. This was the sun-devouring demon wolf's beast form. It had been a long time since Long Chen saw Mo Xiaolang's true appearance. The current Mo Xiaolang was much more majestic than before. One dragon and one wolf surrounded Lin Mo on the left and right, while Long Chen was in the middle. The three of them looked at each other, and without saying a word, they directly unleashed their terrifying attacks. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame coiling around Mo Xiaolang's body, as well as Long Xing's terrifying undying body, were a huge threat to Lin Mo. He didn't expect this generation of youths to be so strong. Boom, boom, boom. First, the purple blood demon dragon entangled Lin Mo. Its dragon fangs, claws, horns, and tail were all its means of attack. Especially Long Xing, who could spit out a dragon breath called Grand Mist Violet Qi. Even Lin Mo couldn't resist it. Long Chen was extremely envious. He was already pondering the path to the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Yi Wuxiang had given his lifetime of cultivation experience to Long Chen, and Long Chen had been studying it at full speed. Soon, he would also be able to transform into a true divine dragon, an immemorial blood spirit dragon. That would definitely be many times more powerful than the current purple blood demon dragon. Mo Xiaolang was even more direct. He used two things, Devouring Moon and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. Compared to the Grand Mist Violet Qi, Lin Mo was more afraid of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. At this time, Long Chen already had a competition in his heart. The three of them attacked while conversing. Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang were already in their strongest state. If they didn't take care of their opponent now, when the time was up, all three of them would die in their opponent's hands. Long Chen's idea was to use time freeze, but he wasn't sure if he could hit his opponent. It would be a great risk. While waiting for the right time, Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang didn't stay idle. Roar! Mo Xiaolang's huge body moved behind his opponent in an instant. He roared and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame burst out of his mouth. It condensed into a flaming pillar and swept towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face was solemn. His hands wandered in the air, and his eyes flickered. A huge amount of nirvana power gathered in his hands, forming an even more terrifying energy whirlpool. Reverse star motion. This was also his opponent's Dao. This move was extremely similar to Mo Xiaolang's moon devouring. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame that Mo Xiaolang spat out was actually reversed after colliding with the whirlpool, rushing towards Mo Xiaolang. This Dao, the bloodline's sacred art, was stronger. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and reverse nirvana power swept over, but Mo Xiaolang wasn't afraid at all. It was as if his domain that he was most proficient in was challenged by his opponent. He was rather unconvinced. A black formation appeared in his mouth, and the attack that contained the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and reverse nirvana power was completely swallowed. In the next moment, it was spat out again, sweeping towards Lin Mo. This time, with the addition of the divine might of the moon-devouring sacred art, it already had 3 layers of strength. The combined attack power instantly tore Lin Mo's reverse star motion apart. Lin Mo was shocked and hurriedly fled. This time, Mo Xiaolang's moon devouring could be said to have completely defeated his opponent's Tao of Chaos. What was more regretful was that it still didn't truly injure his opponent. After all, none of the 3 of them were in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Lin Mo was standing on an absolute high ground, dealing with them. Reverse heaven and earth. An even more terrifying Tao of Chaos was unleashed. This was an attack that belonged to Lin Mo himself. The purple-blooded demonic dragon originally wanted to sneak attack Mo Xiaolang using moon devouring, but under the power of reverse heaven and earth, it actually fell with a loud bang, and its huge dragon body fell to the ground. Haha. Lin Mo, who had escaped death, was quite proud of himself as he handled the attacks of the 2 great experts with ease. You are all extremely talented and enviable. In a few days, I definitely won't be your opponent, but now, How can you fight against the power that I have cultivated for 10,000 years? Lin Mo's eyes were red. He wasn't a genius, and he had sacrificed too much for cultivation. In the end, even his sons were gone. How could he not go crazy? Long Chen, the demon emperor, and the young temple master of the demonic dragon palace, the three of you will definitely become the leaders of the 3 regions and 9 realms in the future. Will I be changing the situation of the 3 regions and 9 realms by killing you today? Lin Mo laughed crazily. No matter which direction he attacked, he could suppress the 3 of them. They fought, but Long Chen didn't attack. He was looking for an opportunity. Hearing their conversation, Li Xuanji, who was cultivating in the Great Void Realm, suddenly stood up. Her long skirt fluttered, and her skin was fair and smooth. She suddenly said, "Long Chen, I can help you." Long Chen was puzzled. "I have temporarily gained control of the strange black needle I obtained in the city of wrongful deaths. I have already made a breakthrough," Li Xuanji said. "Trust me." Although she didn't say much, she was unusually determined. "All right." Long Chen was overjoyed. Li Xuanji was a steady person. She wouldn't do anything rash. At this moment of life and death, her appearance could solve the crisis. "Everything is ready," Long Chen said to Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen only needed an opportunity to use time stop. The 4 of them joined forces. At this moment, Long Chen was already ready. He, who had been watching all this time, suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mo in a flash. "You're finally willing to make a move?" Lin Mo laughed loudly. His vigorous and powerful hand grabbed towards Long Chen's neck. At this moment, a woman in a long black skirt with long hair fluttering in the wind appeared in front of Long Chen. The moment she appeared, she stabbed a long black needle towards Long Chen. In that instant, all of Lin Mo's senses, vision, hearing, touch, and even the God Martial Soul's divine sense, within a radius of 1 mile, were all reduced to 0. He completely lost all perception. Even an existence like Lin Mo panicked. He had been the God-defying sect leader for thousands of years, but he had never seen such a treasure. What on earth was that black needle? Lin Mo couldn't sense anything. In his panic, he could only attack wildly. At this moment, Long Chen had already protected Li Xuanji and appeared in the sky above Lin Mo. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Long Chen's extreme cosmic finger stabbed down, and the power of time stop was activated. Lin Mo, who had made the 3 feel helpless, was completely frozen by Long Chen in that instant. Li Xuanji left, and the effect of the black needle disappeared completely. Only Lin Mo was still waving his claws and fangs. His eyes were wide open as he floated motionlessly in midair. On both sides, Mo Xiaolang and Long Xing were already prepared. The primordial violet qi and the 9 underworlds' demonic ancestral flame descended at the same time. Under the effect of time stop, Lin Mo couldn't resist at all. He was hit by the 2 powers. The purple and black dual attacks each destroyed half of his body. At this moment, the power of time exploded. Chapter 1402. As the god-slaying sword moved forward, the aura of death permeated the air. To be honest, both Mo Xiaolang's Hades' demonic ancestral flames and the purple blood demonic dragon's primordial purple qi were their strongest attacks. The nature of these 2 attacks far exceeded their current strength. For example, a second-tier nirvana tribulation warrior like Lin Mo would be fine as long as he was not hit. If he was hit, it would be fine if it was one person's attack, but 2 people, in fact, it wasn't just the 2 of them. Long Chen used time freeze, allowing the god-slaying sword to easily slash through Lin Mo's body. Starting from the head, Lin Mo was cut in half. This was the god-slaying sword that came from the city lord of the tragic city. Being cut in half by the god-slaying sword meant that all the essence, qi, and spirit in Lin Mo's body had been sucked away by the god-slaying sword. Even his essence, qi, and spirit had disappeared. Lin Mo could be said to have died instantly. Of course, if it wasn't for Mo Xiaolang's Hades' demonic ancestral flames and Long Xing's primordial purple qi, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to kill Lin Mo. Even with his strength, the god-slaying sword might not have been able to cut through Lin Mo's nirvana rebirth body. Only under the burning and erosion of the Hades' demonic ancestral flames and primordial purple qi, Long Chen had the opportunity to unleash his ultimate attack. From the moment Li Xuanji used the strange black needle, the four's cooperation could only be described as classic. Every one of them was weaker than Lin Mo, but they were all top geniuses in the 3 domains and 9 realms, especially Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang, whose strength was very close to Lin Mo's. Lin Mo let out an earth-shattering howl as his body was cut in half. The primordial purple qi and the Hades' demonic ancestral flames were turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. His god nation was also rapidly shaking and dissipating. Without a word, Long Chen and the others went in and wreaked havoc before coming out. Lin Mo was the cult leader of the Defiant God cult. His assets were quite shocking. If Long Chen had never entered the eternal hell, he would definitely be frightened by so many things. But now, Lin Mo's assets were not even comparable to his. He quickly packed up his things without any delay. The god-defying sect had been running rampant in 9-star Chaos City for many years. After the death of the young sect master, the real god-defying sect master had died at their hands. Everything in the god-defying sect had fallen into Long Chen's hands. Long Chen had destroyed the god-defying cult. This was a force that commanded the winds and clouds in 9-star Chaos City in the past, and had over 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial practitioners. The 4 of them stood on the ground and exchanged glances with one another. Even Long Xing, who was the most knowledgeable among them, had not expected himself to be able to do this. Right now, his expression was one of utter stupefaction. After a while, he laughed loudly and said, "Luck, it's really luck. The palace lord knows that we killed Lin Mo. How will he reward me? No matter what, Lin Mo was once my demonic dragon palace's mortal enemy." Long Chen also felt like he had survived a calamity. Originally, he had been thinking about how to escape. He had never thought that he would be able to kill this old man. After all, for him in the past, the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm had been too far away. Long Chen realized one thing. He was really powerful. He was no longer the stray dog he used to be. With his current talent and status, he almost stood at the top of the younger generation in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He had almost realized his original dream, and he was not far from Wang Chen, the ultimate goal. Although he had never met that person, he was the person Long Chen wanted to kill even in his dreams. Today, it was almost time. The promise of 10 years. Long Chen was really about to reach this step. Of course, the main reason why he could kill Lin Mo this time was because of Li Xuanji. At this moment, Long Chen and the other 2 looked at this silent beautiful girl who seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Long Chen asked, "What is that black needle?" The girl shook her head. Her long eyelashes gently trembled, full of beauty. She said in a mellow voice like an oriole, "I don't know. After getting familiar with it, I know its effect. I don't know if it is a Tao artifact. I can't see the Tao pattern, but from what I saw just now, the effect is very good. Within its domain, no matter who it is, all perception will disappear." She was right. Such a miraculous item with such a powerful effect was a life-saving trump card for every possessor. Li Xuanji had this thing, and she was already at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Her combat power was probably close to the great perfection of the martial path. This was already very strong. It was just that when she stood with Long Chen and the other monsters, she seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. "Let us out, we are so bored here that we are going to get sick," Li Tianji shouted inside. Long Chen chuckled and let everyone out to breathe the outside air. After escaping from a disaster, everyone felt relaxed and happy. The beautiful girl Soi Yan looked at Long Chen and Li Xuanji, a sly smile appeared in her eyes. She went to hold Mo Xiaolang's arm and chattered. She was afraid that if she held Long Chen's arm, Li Xuanji would probably be jealous. Compared to Lingxi, who had never shown up, in their hearts, the cold but warm Li Xuanji was more realistic. Let's go to my demon dragon palace. I will be the host and treat you all, Long Xing said boldly. Long Chen had also made up his mind. However, just as they were about to set off, another super expert arrived. Out of their expectations, he blocked their path. If it weren't for the fact that this person was not hostile, everyone would have been scared to death. It was not easy to get out, but they were ambushed by the god-defying sect leader, and now there was a martial artist of the same level or even stronger. Long Chen had seen this person before. He was the number one figure of true martial emperor palace in 9-star Chaos City, Wenren Jingtao. He had once said to Long Chen that he would help Long Chen. The old man in front of them was burly, with white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and he was filled with a suffocating martial aura. Just by standing in front of them, he gave everyone the feeling of an insurmountable mountain range, blocking their way. Long Chen had heard that Wenren Jingtao was the person in charge of true martial emperor palace in the 12 supreme alliances. There might be stronger martial artists here, but on true martial emperor palace's side, Wenren Jingtao was the one with the highest authority and the strongest martial artist. Generally speaking, the 3 regions and 9 realms would send martial artists to be stationed in 9-star Chaos City according to their respective strength. For example, in the Supreme Een Devil domain, the number of Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists ranged from 10 to 20. True Martial Emperor Palace and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had 30 people each, and Desolate Emperor Palace had the most. From True Martial Emperor Palace's point of view, among the 30 people, most were early-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. There were 7 or 8 late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, and there were no more than 5 people above the second Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Wenren Jingtao should be the only late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist on the surface, and he was about to break through to the third Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Generally, martial artists who could reach the late stage had a high chance of breaking through to the next Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If they were still in the early stage, it was almost impossible for them to pass the next Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Seeing Wenren Jingtao appear, Long Chen knew that Wenren Jingtao, who was a level higher than Lin Mo, should have followed Lin Mo and arrived here long ago. Wenren Jingtao just watched Long Chen and the others fight, so he didn't interfere. He didn't expect such a thrilling battle to be a false alarm. However, why was this expert from True Martial Emperor Palace stopping Long Chen's group? Was it because of the secret treasure they had obtained in the City of Vain Deaths? Wenren Jingtao saw the hostility in Long Chen's group's eyes, so he went straight to the point and said in a deep voice, "Long Chen, follow me back to the 12 Supreme Alliances." Long Chen knew that this old man was difficult to deal with. He took a step forward and looked straight at Wenren Jingtao, saying, "I have something to do at the Demon Dragon Palace, so I can't go back for the time being. Moreover, I have already made it clear that the things I obtained in the City of Vain Deaths cannot be shared equally with others." His temper was strong enough that he wouldn't give in. Although Wenren Jingtao's combat power was definitely higher than Lin Mo's, Long Chen couldn't lose to him in terms of momentum. Wenren Jingtao laughed heartily after listening to Long Chen's explanation. His laughter caused everyone's face to turn pale. His face was full of smiles as he looked at Long Chen with admiration. "Why do you have so little confidence in us?" Honestly speaking, 100 supreme treasures isn't a small amount, but compared to the vast amount of supreme treasures of my True Martial Emperor Palace, it's just a drop in the ocean. You can use them appropriately, so why should we covet your little treasures? Only those poor bastards from the 9 worlds would care too much about it, that's all. One had to know that things like Tao treasures and immortal essences weren't just in the 9-star Chaos City. Apart from the ruins in the 9-star Chaos City, True Martial Emperor Palace occupied more than 10 ruins. It was just that Long Chen didn't know about it. Wenren Jingtao continued, "Don't worry about that. As long as I'm here, no one can take anything from you. You don't have to worry about the weight of my words." As for the demonic dragon palace, it's a force that's opposing the 12 supreme alliances. I don't recommend you to go there. Otherwise, you might be kicked out by the Martial Emperor Palace or even the 12 supreme alliances. You're the most talented junior I've ever seen, so I hope you can consider this matter carefully. Hearing him say that, Long Xing was unhappy. He coldly snorted, kick him out, anyway, when he comes to my demon dragon palace, he will be able to obtain the greatest respect, the highest position. There is no need for him to suffer at your side. Wenren Jingtao didn't say anything. He just smiled warmly and watched Long Chen make his decision. Long Chen thought for a moment. No matter what, he had to go to the Chaotic Kingdom. As for the 12 supreme alliances, he absolutely believed in Wenren Jingtao's words. As long as he was there was nothing to worry about. True Martial Emperor Palace wouldn't give up on a genius that had just emerged. Long Chen's significance to true Martial Emperor Palace was different from before. However, no matter what, Long Chen had to get the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence in the Chaotic Kingdom. This time, he could only reject Wenren Jingtao. At this time, Wenren Jingtao said something that stunned Long Chen. Chapter 1403. Seeing Long Chen's hesitation, Wenren Jingtao dropped a bombshell. He smiled and said, "To be honest, I admire you very much. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were extraordinary. Your performance in the Eternal Hell, I've already inquired about it. You're definitely a legend. Also, I know about the grievances between you and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, so there's something I must tell you." After the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Wang Chao died, the news reached the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. There are 2 people there, and they're currently on their way to 9-star Chaos City. 2 people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Who were they? The 2 people who had come because of Wang Chao's death. Long Chen stopped breathing. He looked at Wenren Jingtao anxiously and asked, "Who are these 2 people?" Wenren Jingtao didn't beat around the bush. It's the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's most famous dragon warrior, Wang Chen. The other one is the daughter of one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's swordmasters. Her name is Lingxi. Long Chen's body shook violently. He bit his lips and his expression changed again and again. Only he knew what this news meant to him. Could it be that after 9 years of waiting and chasing, everything would finally be revealed in a month's time? Wang Chen and Lingxi were definitely going to the North Star City. If Long Chen went to the Chaotic Divine Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to return in a month's time. He couldn't miss this opportunity to meet Lingxi. Moreover, he didn't know how troublesome it would be to obtain the Void Universe Dragon's essence blood. For a prideful man, the moment of a historic challenge had finally arrived. This was the day Long Chen had been waiting for a long time, but today had arrived ahead of time. This caused his brain to heat up and even become muddle-headed. This battle was related to Long Chen's dignity. This was a battle of dignity, and it was also the battle he desired the most. Before such a grand ceremony arrived, how could Long Chen have any reason to run away? Moreover, he hadn't seen Lingxi for a long time. Was she doing well? At this moment, Long Chen felt as if there were countless ants crawling in his heart. Long Chen. Li Xuanji was the closest person to him. She was also the most meticulous woman. She understood Long Chen's inner struggle. Although she couldn't see, she could clearly feel his heart. She was sad for him and even shed tears. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned around and said to Long Xing, "I'm sorry, I can't go over for the time being. Once I settle things here, I'll definitely go with everyone to the Demon Dragon Hall." Long Xing's lips moved a few times, but in the end, he sighed and said, "I understand, this is a battle between men. I'll wait for your good news. Brother, this time, you must make me proud. I regard Wang Chen as my mortal enemy, so please help me defeat him." Long Xing might look carefree on the outside, but he was very meticulous on the inside. When this matter was related to his obsession and dignity, he wouldn't force it. In fact, he was very straightforward. After bidding farewell to Mo Xiaolang and the others, his purple figure quickly disappeared over the horizon. Long Chen turned around. Wenren Jingtao was looking at him with incomparable admiration. "You're indeed a man. I like your temperament. Although this old man isn't young anymore, I have to help you with such a hot-blooded matter. As long as you bring glory to my true martial emperor palace, there won't be a problem." From the fondness in Wenren Jingtao's eyes, it seemed that he really thought highly of this youth. How interesting would it be to fight for a woman with someone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? This was simply the ultimate competition between the younger generations of the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Although Long Chen didn't say anything, he had already made up his mind. Since the battle of dignity was slowly approaching, what he needed to do was to be a man and stand his ground from afar, waiting for the other party to come. So what if the other party's strength was overwhelming? So what if the other party was unparalleled? Over the years, many formidable opponents had ultimately died at Long Chen's hands with grievances. Under the god-slaying sword, only the souls of the dead existed. This youth's murderous aura is too strong. Wenren Jingtao was still a little shocked. If Long Chen reached his level, he would definitely shake the world, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a peerless god of death. Of course, at this moment, Long Chen's name had already shaken the world, and he had become the topic of discussion among millions of people. His limelight had even surpassed the illustrious demon race emperor disciple, Mo Xiaolang. "Big brother, let's go. Let's see how strong this so-called number one genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the defiant god sect leader." Mo Xiaolang was brimming with confidence. In fact, according to the rumors, Wang Chen's strength was the same as Long Xing's, only at the martial path great perfection. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed dragon blood and become a dragon martial artist, his battle strength would have skyrocketed. Under Wenren Jingtao's lead, the group returned to Polaris City. That was Long Chen's battlefield. Along the way, no one said a word. They just stayed by Long Chen's side and silently prayed for him. Long Chen's cold expression made everyone anxious, especially Li Xuanji. At this moment, she felt like she was an extra, standing in an awkward position. She liked his unyielding will and spirit, but it wasn't for her. The distance from this place to Polaris City was about the same as the distance from Hell's Gate to Polaris City. After about 10 days, the group entered the huge Polaris City and approached the inner city. In the past few days, the major events that had happened in Eternal Hell had spread like wildfire. Long Chen, who had been inconspicuous at first, suddenly rose like the sun in the morning, attracting the attention of countless people and becoming the topic of discussion. There were only a few rumors. The first was that the Evil Dragon Palace team had won the championship. The second was that they had killed Wang Chao. Furthermore, it was rumored that they were related to Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's goddess Ling Shi. The third was that they had gone against the 12 Supreme Alliances and killed many people. Every matter could only be described as earth-shattering. Polaris City was like a storm. As they walked, the atmosphere was stifling. Everywhere they passed, people were talking about Long Chen. Fortunately, Wenren Jingtao was there, so no one dared to approach them. When they were about to return to the inner city, Wenren Jingtao said, "In about 3 days, at the Polaris City battlefield, the representatives of the 12 Supreme Alliances will hold a Supreme Alliance conference, mainly to award the champion team and discuss the distribution of the wealth from the changes in Eternal Hell. You are more sensitive, so even if you don't go, I can still give you the 3 things that belong to you. But if you go, others will be jealous." At the same time, one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's sword venerables, Ling Xiao's father, and my old rival, Ling Song, has asked to see you. I ask you, do you dare to go? Long Chen didn't even think. Why not? I'll go. To be honest, if he didn't go, not many people would be jealous of his private stash of treasures. But if he went, it would definitely provoke some people. It would be more troublesome if he went. There might even be people who would provoke and bully him, such as Ling Song. He was Ling Xiao's father, and also the leader of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in 9-star Chaos City. I don't think there's a need to go, Li Xuanji said calmly as she stood beside Long Chen, her fair face facing the front. She actually felt sorry for Long Chen. She knew that if he went, he would definitely be provoked. Mo Xiaolang saw this and said, "Big brother, we can just ignore them and do our own thing. There are so many days left. With your talent, it won't be a problem for you to improve further, don't say any more. I must go to that place. If anyone wants to cause trouble for me, just come at me," Long Chen said and didn't say anything else. The others looked at each other helplessly. This was Long Chen's temperament. It was also what attracted others to him. At this moment, there was nothing that could make him yield. So what if it was the 12 Supreme Alliances? So what if it was Ling Song? He was fearless. After returning to the North Star City's inner city, Wenren Jingtao quietly arranged a very large courtyard for Long Chen and the others in the true Martial Emperor Palace's district. It was very convenient for Long Chen to cultivate and even spar in this place. This place was made with precious materials and specially built cultivation rooms. With Long Chen's current strength, if he didn't specifically destroy the cultivation rooms, he wouldn't be able to destroy the cultivation rooms with just the shockwaves of battle. In these 3 days, Long Chen sorted out the things he had obtained. There were a few immortal essences that could cure Li Xuanji's eyes and let her see again. But for the sake of safety, Long Chen decided to stay in the Northern Star battlefield and let the goddess flower take care of him. That was something that belonged to him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The forces of the 12 Supreme Alliances were scheming against each other, all for the treasures they had obtained from the City of the Wronged. The forces that had obtained the treasures weren't willing to share, while the forces that hadn't obtained anything racked their brains to get a piece of the pie from the other side. It was early in the morning, and the seats in the Northern Star battlefield were already filled with people. People from all the forces had arrived. Today was an important day to fight for the treasures. Every force had sent a lot of Nirvana Tribulation warriors. The Martial Emperor Palace had 30 people in the entire 9-star Chaos City, and this time, 10 of them were present. The forces of the other 9 realms usually had 4 or 5 Nirvana Tribulation warriors. Under the surging undercurrents, after another 2 hours, basically all the forces had arrived. The 20 teams that had gone to the Eternal Hell had all arrived. Most of them had died in the City of the Wronged. Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others were all on the Martial Emperor Palace's side. Their combination had already attracted a lot of attention. October update plan: I'm too tired these days. My mind is exhausted. I'll write 3 chapters a day. After a few days, I'll return the 6 chapters 1-0 to the brothers. It's already 3 chapters. Don't wait for the night. Also, when I said 5 million words, I didn't say 5 million words. Don't worry about the dragon blood ending badly. It'll be a normal ending. I still have half a year to write. Chapter 1404. The 12 Supreme Alliances were the 12 major powers, each occupying a ring position in the Polaris battlefield. The 3 Emperor Palaces were sandwiched in the middle of the 9 realms, and were the top powers. Long Chen looked ahead. The Desolate Emperor Palace was on the left, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was on the right. He could see them when he raised his head. In the Desolate Emperor Palace, there were more than a dozen Nirvana realm experts and many young experts, but only Zhong Yu and Meng Yi were left. After being defeated by Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they had restrained themselves a lot. However, when they saw Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang reappear, they were very surprised. Long Chen's heroic performance when he fought against tens of thousands of people in the Eternal Hell had won their admiration, but now it seemed that he had been captured. On the other side was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Among the young experts, Ling Xiao was the only one who survived. At this moment, he was sitting upright with an indifferent expression on his face. Beside him was the highest seat in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. On that luxurious chair, a white-haired, tall and skinny elder was also sitting upright. After many years of cultivation, the sword was already in his heart. This elder's every movement was filled with surging sword chi. He had an aquiline nose and hawk-like eyes, making people not dare to look at him directly. As expected of one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, only late-stage Nirvana realm experts were qualified to be called Sword Spirit. As for the Sword Master, he was even more powerful. Lingxi's father was one of the strongest experts in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Only the missing Sword Spirit Great Emperor was above the Sword Master. At this moment, Sword Spirit Emperor Ling Song noticed Long Chen's presence. His gaze was like a divine sword, piercing towards Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen felt as though the world had darkened, and his eyes were almost blinded. Wen Ren Jingtao rolled up his sleeves and blocked in front of Long Chen, helping Long Chen resolve Ling Song's attack. Humph. A cold snort shook Long Chen's heart. From this, he understood that not only did Ling Song not like him, he even hated him and looked down on him. It seemed like there weren't many reasonable people like Ling Xiao in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen had already gotten over it. His woman was Lingxi. He didn't care about others. Since Ling Song didn't think highly of him and regarded him as a delusional junior, a toad, he didn't need to be polite to him. The people from the other 9 realms also saw Long Chen's presence, and they gathered together to whisper to each other, secretly discussing how to launch an attack. This Supreme Alliance conference was originally held to distribute the rewards, but this time, the distribution of the treasures was the main event. Regarding the champion of the 20 teams, everyone already had a rough idea. Everyone was already there, but the god-defying sect leader, who had been shouting, was not there. Everyone started discussing. In their eyes, although the god-defying sect leader was strong, he was just a servant. There was something wrong with his mind today. No one knew he was dead. Helplessly, the 12 Supreme Alliances could only let an old man from the god-defying sect preside over the conference. In fact, there wasn't much to preside over today. When everyone gathered, the old man shouted, "The 20 teams have returned with honor and completed the battle. Now, the 20 teams, please enter the arena and take out the gold token you obtained in the Eternal Hell." As long as the teams entered the city of vain deaths, not many returned. Hundreds of people had entered, and now there were less than 30 people gathered in the North Star Battlefield Center. The situation was tragic. At this moment, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others suddenly stood up, and the 5 of them walked to the North Star Battlefield Center. Many people hadn't seen Long Chen before, but now that he appeared, the crowd erupted. In the previous battle in the Eternal Hell, many people had witnessed Long Chen's strength, and some of their comrades had even died in Long Chen's hands. They hadn't expected him to appear again. For a moment, the crowd was furious, and the discussion was incessant. Long Chen acted as if he hadn't heard it. He looked around, and his disdainful killing intent was obvious. One squad after another began to show off the gold badges they had obtained. Many of their gold badges had been lost in the Eternal Hells. The other squads only had 2 gold badges in total. Everyone was well aware of this result. So when Long Chen took out a gold badge, no one felt anything special about it. However, they now viewed this miraculous youth, who was so calm and unfazed by praise or humiliation, in a higher light. Back then, out of the 20 teams, who would have thought that this temporary Evil Dragon Palace team would be the king? This was supposed to be a competition between the 12 Supreme Alliances, and the final victory could be said to be the Desolate Imperial Palace and True Martial Imperial Palace, but it wasn't their original team. Award the prizes. The old man from the god-defying cult shouted. The person from the god-defying technique, who was already well respected, went up and handed a storage ring to the leader of the Evil Dragon Palace team, Long Chen. At this moment, someone from the 9 realms finally protested. It was the leader of the Azura Sword Prison, an old man in a gray robe, skinny and gloomy. His eyes were a deathly gray, and they were filled with death sword intent. His voice was old and hoarse, making people feel uncomfortable. In terms of strength, this old man was probably close to Wenren Jingtao's level. He attacked Long Chen directly, staring at him with killing intent. He shouted coldly, "Are your eyes scared? This kid has already betrayed the 12 Supreme Alliances, and in the eternal hell, he innocently killed hundreds of warriors from the 12 Supreme Alliances, including your own brothers and sisters. Such a person actually became the champion and came to claim the prize. Don't you think it's a joke? The joke of the entire 12 Supreme Alliances." As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar. In fact, this was what everyone was thinking, especially the forces of the 9 realms. It was just that no one dared to verbally attack. That's right. This kid killed his own people and is ruthless. He is already a traitor of the 12 Supreme Alliances. He has no right to take anything from the 12 Supreme Alliances. Handing something from the 12 Supreme Alliances over to such a ruthless person. Aren't you trying to disappoint us? In the face of so many sarcastic remarks and such sharp gazes, Long Chen could be said to be the target of everyone's condemnation. However, how could he be intimidated by such a display of power today? In the face of everyone's threats and insults, he remained calm and collected. Without saying a word, he snatched the storage ring from the god-defying sect cultivator's hand and placed it in his palm. Then, he looked at everyone in a provocative manner. Long Chen's actions were arrogant, which made everyone jealous. He already had a lot of things, and now he had a Dao tool with 3 Dao patterns. Wouldn't he earn a lot? At the end of the day, being ruthless was just a cliché. At the end of the day, they were just jealous. Enough. Wenren Jingtao roared, suppressing everyone's words. His domineering gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the leader of Azura Sword Prison. He said, "Long Chen is a member of True Martial Emperor Palace and has never betrayed us. If you continue to accuse him of a baseless crime because of jealousy, we will only look down on you. In front of true power, cunning and treachery are just a joke. This is the true portrayal of you all. If you are only good at talking but not in action, I think you should scram back to your nest and stop embarrassing yourselves in the 12 Supreme Alliances. As for killing, there are plenty of killings in the 12 Supreme Alliances. Do you need me to give you examples one by one?" With Wenren Jingtao's position here, he could be said to be one of the 3 heavyweights. He was so angry that he almost wanted to protect Long Chen to death. The others had to consider whether it was worth it to offend Wenren Jingtao, especially the elder of Shura Sword Prison. His team had been annihilated. Even if they didn't give it to Long Chen, it wouldn't be their turn to descend. Hence, he kept his mouth shut. Long Chen took the items and returned to the area where True Martial Emperor Palace was. Even though it was Shura Sword Prison who was making trouble this time, in fact, Long Chen's attention was still on the people from Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They had been very quiet, looking at Long Chen with a judgmental gaze. There was a lot of murderous intent in their eyes. Long Chen's matter was over. Next was the highlight of the conference, which was the distribution of the treasures in the City of Vain Deaths. Since Long Chen was here, he would definitely be involved. However, there was nothing for him to worry about. Out of the 3 items, 2 of them made Long Chen very satisfied. He already knew what these 3 items were. One of them was a Xiantian Dao art. It needed to be used in conjunction with the comprehension of the heavenly Dao. Long Chen had quite a few of such Xiantian Dao arts. The other 2 were the key. Among them, the goddess flower. Long Chen gave it to Li Xuanji immediately. Looking at this quiet and elegant woman who was still accompanying him at this moment, Long Chen smiled and said, "The item that I promised you is late." "Not at all." Li Xuanji quietly accepted it. There wasn't much emotion on her face. She kept everything in her heart. Long Chen was about to face a huge turning point, and her heart was in chaos. The 3rd item was the real treasure. A Dao item with 3 Dao patterns. No matter where it went, it would be something that people would fight for. With every additional Dao pattern, the power of the Dao item would increase greatly. This Dao item could be said to be much stronger than the dragon-slaying sword and the Tai Chi divine sword. In terms of power, it was even stronger than the god-slaying sword, which only had one Dao pattern. The third item was a Supreme Emperor sword. It was called the Seven-Star Dragon Abyss Sword. It was a combination of vastness and righteousness. The sword was embedded with 7 stars. According to legend, it was the core of the stars. When the 7 stars converged, its power was extraordinary. Even a warrior of the second Nirvana tribulation would be envious of it. The shape of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword was similar to the god-slaying sword. They were both slender and looked magnificent. It was dazzling with golden light. It was the opposite of the lifeless god-slaying sword. This was a legendary sword of justice. Whether it was its appearance or its power, it was more attractive than the god-slaying sword. Of course, the god-slaying sword was the ultimate treasure of the eternal god territory. Although the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword was much stronger than the god-slaying sword, Long Chen wouldn't use it to replace the god-slaying sword. The reason why he was prepared to use it was because Long Chen had obtained a mysterious secret manual from the god-defying sect leader Lin Mo's God Nation. It wasn't a connate Dao technique. Instead, it seemed to have been honed by countless generations of warriors. It was similar to the demon race's 100-tribe battle manual. Chapter 1405. In the beginning, Long Chen did not pay attention to this dual sword art. There were many treasures in Lin Mo's God Nation, and many of them were very famous. The dual sword art was very common among them and would not attract much attention. Long Chen had only noticed this dual sword art when he was organizing the treasures 3 days ago. At first, he did not pay much attention to it and casually flipped through it. He did not expect it to be so extensive and profound that it was beyond his imagination. This dual sword art was not something from the god-defying cult, but it was passed down from the god-defying cult. In fact, it was a lost technique of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. In the past, the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace's status was probably not lower than the 100-tribe Battle Master Book. After the Nirvana Tribulation realm, ordinary battle techniques were no longer enough to unleash their power. Generally speaking, martial artists would cultivate Xiantian Dao techniques and comprehend Xiantian Dao techniques. There were also some talented martial artists who used their own Dao to create their own Xiantian Dao techniques. However, whether it was battle techniques or Xiantian Dao techniques, they were inseparable from some basic movements. Secret manuals like the 100-tribe Battle Master Book were used to multiply basic fighting movements to the peak. The most profound Xiantian Dao techniques were also inseparable from the support of such secret manuals. Therefore, there were very few people in the desolate imperial palace who could cultivate the 100-tribe Battle Master Book. If one had a good foundation, it would be of great help in cultivating Xiantian Dao techniques in the future, or even creating Xiantian Dao techniques. It could be said that this benefit would accompany one for life. The dual sword art that Long Chen had obtained was the same. The dual sword art mainly recorded a large number of techniques used to hone two-handed sword attacks. Through the inheritance and reinforcement of countless generations of swordsmen, it had multiplied to every move and every style. Stab, flick, chop, point, poke, sweep, and so on were mixed together. It had thousands of changes and was unpredictable. It was a magical sword Dao outline. In fact, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's sword Dao outline was the Heaven Sword technique. Compared to the Heaven Sword technique, the dual sword technique's greater advantage was that the attack method recorded in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was a combination of two swords, evolving together. Compared to a single sword, there were more variations, more moves, and dual killing abilities. A true master of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, with two swords in hand, would be stronger than a martial artist with a single sword. It could be said that by cultivating this dual sword art, Long Chen would definitely be able to wield two swords in the future. With his proficiency in sword skills, he would be able to build a solid foundation. With this dual sword art, he would be able to execute other Xiantian Dao arts, supreme sword skills, and so on. No matter how powerful the Xiantian Dao arts were, they would still have to be executed with ordinary and unpredictable basic movements. Sword martialists possessed sword souls, and so did Long Chen. During the God martial realm, sword souls could increase the majority of the attack power. However, upon reaching the Nirvana tribulation realm, the advantage of sword martialists in this aspect would disappear. The only thing left was the understanding of the sword Dao. Ordinary martial artists could also use sword-shaped Dao artifacts, but when it came to fighting with swords, they would not be as good as sword martialists. It could be said that upon reaching the Nirvana tribulation realm, sword souls still played a part. Of course, there were thousands of Dao artifacts, and swords were not the only type. In addition, when ordinary martial artists focused their attention on the martial Dao, they would have a slight advantage in understanding the heavenly Dao. No matter which path they took, they would eventually reach the great Dao. After keeping the 7-star dragon abyss sword, Long Chen decided to temporarily add the dual sword art into his cultivation process. Things like the god-binding demon lock were no longer of use to him. For the time being, the attack of the 7-star dragon abyss sword should be slightly stronger than that of the god-slaying sword. Using 2 Dao artifacts, there would be a lot of problems with the circulation of divine energy and the flow of nirvana force. He could only slowly solve it through the dual sword art. Long Chen had tried it before. Perhaps it was because he had the yin and yang sword souls in his body, but the dual sword art was surprisingly suitable. Many things that others could not try for the time being, he could actually quickly understand them. With the power of the god-slaying sword, it would not be a problem for it to become Long Chen's weapon for a long time. On the other hand, the 7-star dragon abyss sword with 3 Dao patterns was not bad, but as Long Chen's strength increased, it would probably be eliminated one day. Then, what sword would replace it? Just as Long Chen was secretly pondering the dual sword art, the climax of the Supreme Alliance conference had finally arrived. The atmosphere became tense. When the Supreme Alliance conference began, some unrelated members left. Those who could stay were the higher-ups of the 12 Supreme Alliances, as well as some juniors who had great gains in the City of Vain Deaths. Of course, Long Chen also stayed here. The main event was coming next. The 3 great emperor palaces could be said to have great gains in the City of Vain Deaths. Among the 9 realms, only Yuan Shaozhou of the ancient Yuan spirit world had come out of the City of Vain Deaths alive. In addition, there was a warrior in the great perfection realm of the ancient Thunder Reservoir who had come out alive. There were 7 forces who had no gains at all. Hence, they were the ones who were the most indignant. Among the 9 realms, the ancient Yuan spirit world had always been the leader. This time, the ancient Yuan spirit world was on the side of the 3 great emperor palaces. When the tiger was not in the mountain, the monkey was the king. The elder from the Azura sword prison said loudly again, this time, the warriors of the 12 supreme alliances had great gains in the City of Vain Deaths. Hence, some forces have forgotten the original intention of forming the 12 supreme alliances. They have forgotten the rules that we have spent more than 10 years to establish. All these years, we have strictly followed the rules. I hope that some forces will not destroy the 12 supreme alliances because of some small gains. With the Azura sword prison taking the lead, the other forces, as long as they had no gains in the City of Vain Deaths, all made threats. Basically, if they didn't get anything out of the City of Vain Deaths, the 12 supreme alliances would break up and disband. There might even be a war. For a moment, there was a lot of noise, and the 12 supreme alliances were quickly divided into 2 groups. Actually, the 3 great emperor palaces, the ancient Yuan spirit world, and the ancient desolate thunder pool were stronger than the 7 teams combined. After all, the desolate emperor palace alone was equivalent to 3 other forces. Here, the 3 great emperor palaces had the greatest say. Looking at the people from the 7 realms gossiping, Wenren Jingtao covered up the discussion with a loud laugh. He said, "How many years has it been? You guys are still the same cowards. You only dare to use such methods to threaten us. I finally understand. Today, I will make it clear. The gains in the city of vain deaths are an accident. They are not part of the eternal hell's normal gains. None of the martial artists came from anywhere. They all had great opportunities and spent a lot of energy. You guys want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor? Dream on. If you want to disband the 12 supreme alliances and start a war, my true martial emperor palace welcomes you. I want to see who can occupy the most of the 6 relics. Wenren Jingtao's temper had always been like this, but at this moment, his words were so unyielding that it made people vomit blood. 7 realms originally wanted to target Wenren Jingtao, but at this moment, his old rival, Ling Song, said in his deep and hoarse voice, "Let's not talk about the fact that our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't get much. The City of Wronged Deaths is something that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. The last time it appeared, even the 12 Supreme Alliances didn't know if it existed. The martial artists obtained their lives and treasures through their own hard work. No one has the right to take away their things. This is the view of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If you don't agree, let's fight." If the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace were to join hands, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace would be even tougher. It could be said that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace would be even tougher. At this moment, the desolate Imperial Palace also expressed their opinion. Zhong Yu and Meng Yi had obtained a treasure from the desolate Imperial Palace. With their usual attitude, they naturally wouldn't give it away. The desolate Imperial Palace had always been the most arrogant. At this moment, they directly said, "I've long disliked the 12 Supreme Alliances. Let's disband quickly. In the future, everyone will fight for the treasure with their own strength." The ancient Yuan Spirit World and the ancient Desolate Thunder Pool also supported their decision. This time, the people from the Azura Sword Prison were speechless. Originally, there was a turbulent undercurrent today, but under the strong suppression of the True Martial Emperor Palace and the other forces, the people from the other 7 realms were directly frightened and couldn't act arrogantly. Someone struggled and said, "Everyone, are you trying to suppress us with force? If the 12 Supreme Alliances are like this, then what's the point of forming an alliance? The 12 Supreme Alliances are basically dead in name only." Wenren Jingtao sneered, "Don't think too much. We are only targeting the City of Wronged Deaths. This is an accident, and it doesn't fall under the rules of the 12 Supreme Alliances. If you really want to talk about this, I don't think there's anything to talk about today." It could be said that the 7 realms had schemed for a share of the loot, but they didn't expect the 3 imperial palaces to be so forceful and not give them a chance to refute. However, Wenren Jingtao knew that they wouldn't let it go so easily. Therefore, in reality, the 3 imperial palaces, the ancient Yuan Spirit World, and the ancient Desolate Thunder Pool had actually discussed and come to an internal agreement. At this moment, Wenren Jingtao said, "We also don't want to make things too awkward and ruin the harmony between us. Therefore, I suggest that among the people who obtained the treasures from the City of Wronged Deaths, the treasures of the new generation belong to them, while the others will be confiscated. However, we will give them the compensation they deserve. What do you all think?" This was a move to shut the mouths of the 7 realms. After all, Zhang Wan was very troublesome. Although the ancient Desolate Thunder Pool was at a disadvantage, it had already been discussed that they would also receive the corresponding compensation. Therefore, the 5 of them quickly agreed. On the side of the 7 realms, everyone originally thought that there was no hope. At this time, the True Martial Emperor Palace threw out a little sweetness to make them feel better. In an instant, they all agreed and unanimously approved. Long Chen was stunned. No wonder Wenren Jingtao could confidently tell him that there was no problem with this. The Supreme Alliance conference ended. Everyone was satisfied and prepared to leave. At this moment, the sword martialists of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, led by Ling Song, walked towards the True Martial Emperor Palace. Ling Song said in a low voice, "Everyone from the True Martial Emperor Palace, please stay." Wenren Jingtao and the others stopped. Ling Song's gaze shifted to Long Chen and said, "You, come out." Chapter 1406. Everyone was about to leave, but Ling Song suddenly made things difficult for them and made them stop. They had heard about the grudge between Long Chen and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen had even caused Wang Chao's tragic death in front of everyone. Of course, Wang Chao's death had nothing to do with Ling Song. This time, he was probably here because of Lingxi. Long Chen walked out from the crowd. He was calm and fearless. The god-slaying sword in his hand had once killed Lin Mo, an expert who was close to Ling Song's venerated swordsman. What was there to be afraid of? This quiet young man stood calmly in front of Ling Song. He looked straight at him and asked, "Venerated swordsman of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, what instructions do you have for me?" Ling Song's sharp gaze sized up Long Chen. He must have used his power. Long Chen felt a prickling pain on his skin, as if countless blades were stabbing into it. This should be a show of strength from the other party. "Senior, please speak your mind. Don't use such petty tricks." Long Chen spoke frankly, neither servile nor overbearing. Everyone was well aware that Ling Song had resorted to underhanded means. When Long Chen pointed it out, Ling Song felt humiliated. He let out a cold snort, which shook Long Chen's mind. Ling Song tidied up his clothes and said unhurriedly, "I hate and despise people who don't know who they are. If you are a toad, you should lie down. If you are a dog, you should bark. Don't do things that only exist in your dreams. Today, I am here to give you a warning. I have already said this much. With your IQ, you should be able to understand what I mean." Ling Song was overbearing, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Long Chen had told himself that he was Lingxi's relative, so he had to be more courteous to him. However, saying such words in front of everyone right now was a little too much. "Father." Ling Xiao tried to stop him, but Ling Song glared at him. Everyone knew that Ling Song was a stubborn old man. Once he had decided on something, no one could change his mind. Seeing that Long Chen still hadn't given up, Ling Song mocked, "I know how shameless people like you are. You just want to climb up the tree and become a phoenix, using marriage to increase your capital, right? I, Ling Song, have lived for so many years, how could I not know what you're thinking? Wild brat, let me give you a piece of advice. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Si is already engaged, with your identity, your status, your background, do you even have anything on you that is worthy of her? Compared to her, you're not even comparable to a stupid pig." Long Chen had humiliated the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace in the eternal hell this time, almost causing them to lose everything. Ling Song said this because he hated Long Chen for ruining the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace's plan. On the other hand, it was because Long Chen was on his old rival Wenren Jingtao's side. Moreover, he had always doted on Lingxi. How could he have the heart to hand her over to this wild kid who came out of nowhere? "Have you said enough?" Ling Song spoke carefreely for a while. The first one who couldn't take it anymore was actually Li Xuanji. She was standing beside Long Chen, trembling all over. Her eyelashes were trembling, and her face was filled with resentment. "This is their own business, it's none of your business. Are your words worthy of your status?" She felt sorry for Long Chen. She knew Long Chen's pursuit and obsession. If possible, Long Chen couldn't bear to directly confront Lingxi's family. But at this moment, Ling Song's words put Long Chen in a difficult position. Feeling Long Chen's inner struggle and suffering, Li Xuanji couldn't bear it. "Who are you? What does our business have to do with you?" Ling Song was furious to be scolded by a little girl. Sword Qi burst out from his eyes and unexpectedly stabbed towards Li Xuanji. With his thunderous means, killing Li Xuanji was a trivial matter. Ling Song's cruel words indeed made Long Chen's heart struggle for a while, but he had already thought it through. At this moment, he stood in front of Li Xuanji and completely withstood Ling Song's sword Qi. At this moment, Long Chen slowly raised his head. His whole body was filled with an astonishing and terrifying willpower. This was the spiritual power forged by the inverse spirit skill. Everyone present was shocked by Long Chen's gaze. At this moment, he was no longer a junior, but an equal. He faced Ling Song, clenched his teeth and said word by word, "Since that's the case, I'll make things clear. I don't think the status you mentioned is important, but since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. It's still early, who can say for sure what the final outcome will be? Even if I can't do it today, I'll kill my way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the future. I'd like to see who has the ability to stop me. If you think I'm bluffing, then so be it. One day, I'll show you who Lingxi belongs to." He came to the three great emperor domains for Lingxi. At this critical juncture, how could he be frightened by Ling Song's words? Ling Song laughed heartily after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Truly a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, I wanted to persuade you to give up and give you a precious treasure, but it seems like there's no need to do so. With your temperament, you won't live for long. The true martial emperor palace actually produced a fool like you, haha. After being influenced by Ling Song, the others from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also laughed. They thought that their laughter would make Long Chen angry, but they didn't expect Long Chen's face to be indifferent. He directly said, "Precious treasure, hee hee. Take it to Dread Dynasty. I hope he can reincarnate in the eternal hell." Swish. The faces of the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace changed. This young man was truly courageous. He even dared to say such provocative words in front of Ling Song. Ling Song was about to erupt in anger, but Wenren Jingtao didn't say a word. He punched out, forcing everyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace back except for Ling Song. He stood in front of Long Chen and roared in a booming voice, "That's enough, Ling Song. Can you stop being so disgusting? With your status and age, how could you go against a junior? Is that the magnanimity of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people? Also, he is a member of my true martial Emperor Palace. No matter what he does, I will support him. I believe in him. Just wait and see. In any case, I'm already waiting. Long Chen, don't bother with this bunch of grandsons. The one we're fighting for is their daughter. Come, I'll treat you to a drink when we get back." Wenren Jingtao waved his hand and the people from the true martial Emperor Palace left in a carefree manner. The last sentence about fighting for their daughter made Ling Song and the others' faces turn ugly. Heh. Ling Song laughed. He didn't expect Wenren Jingtao to make such a joke. The true martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been fighting for so many years, but a victor had never been decided. Moreover, among the new generation of experts, no one from the true martial Emperor Palace could be a match for Wang Chen. When Wang Chen and Little Shi arrive at the North Star City, your people from the true martial Emperor Palace and you, Long Chen, can only wait to cry. They will arrive within 15 days. Ling Song's words caused Long Chen to stop in his tracks. He turned back and glanced at Ling Song. He didn't say anything, but the killing intent in his eyes made Ling Song tremble. He felt as though there was a giant beast hiding in this young man's body. Let's go. The people from the two emperor palaces left, and the conflict dissipated. After returning to the true martial Emperor Palace's city district, Long Chen drank with Wenren Jingtao and the others. Seeing that Long Chen still couldn't let go of his emotions, Wenren Jingtao said, "Go back, there are still a dozen days left. Increase your combat strength. When the time comes, you must bring glory to us. I, your father, can't get used to the sanctimonious grandsons of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Long Chen was very calm. He stood up and bade farewell. Senior's kindness is this junior's obsession. So what if I lose my life? After speaking, he turned around and returned to his personal courtyard. Long Chen immediately entered the cultivation room. After today's events, the pressure in the future was greater than he had imagined. He had no choice but to make early preparations. This was the most exciting and dazzling moment of his life. "I came here for you, Little Shi." Before this matter was finished, it was impossible for Long Chen to think about the righteousness of life or other things. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to that fairy-like girl. If it wasn't for that promise, Long Chen wouldn't have come this far. Moreover, little she was already his woman. They had been together for half a year, and Long Chen had left his mark on her body. His woman, no matter what, had already been protected by him. Whoever wanted to take her away would have to exchange their life for it. Long Chen was very open-minded. It was just a matter of battle. As long as he had supreme strength, who could control his life? Ling Song or Wang Chen? Although he didn't feel anything in his heart, Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji were very worried when they saw Long Chen alone in the cultivation room, especially Li Xuanji. She was completely stunned today, but there was always a trace of anger in her heart. She knew his promise and pursuit, so she felt special sympathy for him. I'll go in and have a chat with him. Miss Li, you'd better use the goddess flower to restore your eyes, Mo Xiaolang said to the others. Thank you. Li Xuanji hesitated for a while, but her incomparably beautiful figure still floated away. Schemes were like shadows in the darkness. In the spacious cultivation room, Long Chen held the dazzling, domineering 7-star dragon abyss sword in his left hand, and the slaughter sword, devouring sword, and god-slaying sword in his right hand. He was wholeheartedly studying the dual sword technique. This was the most basic thing, and it just so happened that it required a long period of tempering and a lot of practice to learn all the techniques. He needed to integrate all the changes of the dual sword technique into his daily battles. In this short period of time, Long Chen could only control the dual sword technique in the preliminary stage. It would be very helpful to Long Chen to truly master the dual sword technique. Chapter 1407. Before Mo Xiaolang could start to persuade Long Chen, he saw that there was nothing wrong with him at all. Just as he was feeling confused, Long Chen put away the 7-star dragon abyss sword and handed a battle saber with only one Dao pattern to Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, what are you doing? Before Mo Xiaolang could finish speaking, Long Chen charged over with the god-slaying sword in one hand. The god-slaying sword slashed towards the top of Mo Xiaolang's head. Feeling the lethal killing intent, Mo Xiaolang was shocked and hurriedly used the battle saber in his hand to block. Dang! Long Chen's god-slaying sword was like a wild beast. It bit off a piece of the opponent's battle saber's power essence and gathered it into the god-slaying sword itself. Mo Xiaolang knew what Long Chen was up to. He knew many of Long Chen's secrets. For example, he also knew that the god-slaying sword came from the eternal celestial domain. Alright, I'll help. The two immediately started fighting. After a while, the battle saber in Mo Xiaolang's hand suddenly shattered. A Dao treasure with one Dao pattern had been wasted just like that. If others knew about this, they would definitely think of Long Chen as a wastrel. But to Long Chen, he had obtained so many Dao treasures. The defiant god cult leader had quite a few, and he had no use for them at all. These treasures were still appearing continuously. With so many Dao treasures, it was just right to use them to feed the god-slaying sword. He had to figure out the secret of the god-slaying sword. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. Otherwise, it would be a ticking time bomb. After shattering the battle saber, Long Chen handed the god-imprisoning demon lock to Mo Xiaolang. He no longer had any use for it. Just like that, under Long Chen's frenzied hacking, the Dao treasures were destroyed one by one in his hands. In the end, Long Chen was left with only a few dozen Dao treasures that he had picked out for himself or for the people around him to use. The other ancient Dao treasures were all used to feed the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword had a terrifying appetite and would not reject anything that came its way. Previously, it had killed Lin Mo and absorbed his essence, qi, and spirit. Now, it had devoured hundreds of Dao weapons. Finally, after 2 days, the second Dao pattern appeared on the skull. The god-slaying sword with 2 Dao patterns was even more terrifying than the 7-star dragon abyss sword with 3 Dao patterns in terms of prowess and lethality. The 2 weapons in his hands were finally balanced. Everything that Long Chen had done was to prepare for the event that would happen in the next 10 days. This time around, many unexpected things had happened in the 9-star Chaos City. Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and even Wang Chao had appeared one after another. In the end, even Wang Chen and Lingxi were about to arrive. The second Dao pattern on the god-slaying sword was not particularly clear. However, Long Chen had already used up a large number of magical weapons. He had even destroyed Dao treasures like the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits and other useless Dao treasures. Unexpectedly, he had only created an unclear Dao pattern. From this, it could be seen that in order to truly feed the god-slaying sword into a super magical weapon that could penetrate the heavens and earth and dominate the world, there was still a long way to go. After the appearance of the second Dao pattern on the god-slaying sword, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang sat on the ground, panting. They looked at each other and smiled. You are truly a prodigal. Back then, I had absorbed over 100 types of immortal essence. I already felt that I was wasting God's gifts. Today, you destroyed over 100 Dao artifacts for the sake of this Dao pattern, Mo Xiaolang said, a lingering fear in his heart. Long Chen sat on the ground and held the god-slaying sword vertically in front of him. He looked at the scarlet blood lines on the blade of the sword. It was extremely hideous. This was an evil sword that was much more terrifying than the million resentment sword. It was just that it had not revealed its full potential yet. Everything is worth it. Long Chen smiled. This god-slaying sword was almost the destroyer of Dao treasures. In the future, as more and more Dao patterns appeared, the god-slaying sword would definitely be even more terrifying. We have to fully control this sword as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know what the city lord of the wronged is thinking, Mo Xiaolang said worriedly. Long Chen nodded his head deeply. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang stood up and stood in front of Long Chen. He said sincerely, Big brother, the moment you have waited for 10 years is finally here. However, I still feel that your current strength is not enough. Wang Chen is known as the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He is at least slightly stronger than Long Xing. I feel that it is not the right time for you to fight him now. You are just a little bit away from surpassing him. I feel that there is no need to fight a battle that you are not confident in. These words were the truth. They had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Long Chen was silent for a while, then he laughed loudly and said, Little wolf, you might not understand, but there are some things that a man cannot back down from no matter what. This is no longer a matter of dignity, it is an obsession. If I run away before the battle, then I will have already lost to myself. If I can't even defeat myself, how can I defeat others? You must remember this. Long Chen pointed at himself and coldly said, Everyone's greatest enemy in life is themselves. Only those who can defeat themselves are qualified to defeat others. The stronger one is, the harder it is to defeat oneself. And today, I don't want to give myself the slightest bit of cowardice. I'm not a person who cares about face. Even if I lose this time, even if I suffer the ridicule of millions of people, even if they laugh at me for being a toad, ridicule me for overestimating my capabilities, so what? I, Long Chen, have still won, because I didn't run away. In the future, when I make a comeback, it will be the day I prove myself and wash away this humiliation. There's a saying that goes, until the end, no one knows who the deer will be. As long as I, Long Chen, don't die, there will be no enemy in this world. These words enlightened Mo Xiaolang. That's right, even if he was condemned by millions of people, so what? As long as he didn't lose, he would still have a chance to make a comeback. No matter what, it's important to maintain one's original heart. What's important is that we have already done this and not retreated. I, Long Chen, do not live to look at other people's faces, not to listen to other people's evaluation, or to be praised by others. I live to be worthy of my heart. Xiaoxi is a good girl, no matter what happens to me, she will follow me for generations to come. She is worthy of me doing this for her. I understand. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were incomparably resolute. He looked straight into Long Chen's eyes and said, "Then, big brother, the purpose of my life, my obsession, is to follow you into battle. No matter what, I will be your most reliable helper. Whether it is up in the sky or down in the earth, whether it is lava or ice mountains, I will not retreat. This battle, I will accompany you." Long Chen didn't expect that Mo Xiaolang would treat this matter as his obsession. He was a little confused. Did he not have any other pursuits? Compared to Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen discovered that he was always selfish. However, he couldn't say anything, he could only smile, everything was understood without words. "Me too." The door opened, and the moonlight shone in. Li Xuanji wore a long purple dress, her dark green hair hanging down to her waist like a waterfall. Under the moonlight, she looked like a moon goddess. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and tender. Her face was rosy and tender, beautiful and charming. Most importantly, her dark green eyes were like the most moving gems in the world, sparkling and filled with deep emotions. Under the moonlight, her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Li Xuanji leisurely walked in, slender and elegant. Every movement of hers could only be described as perfect. "Big brother, I'm going out." Without saying anything, Mo Xiaolang walked out of the room and closed the door, leaving the small world to them. After these few days of interaction, his impression of Li Xuanji was very good. Especially many times, when he didn't do anything, Li Xuanji would stand up for Long Chen. "Your eyes are so beautiful." When she walked in front of him, Long Chen was still staring at her in a daze, as if he was sucked into her shining dark green eyes. The goddess flower was indeed miraculous. In just 2 days, her eyes were as good as new and had regained their original spirit. In fact, they were even more alluring. In the dark world of the training room, her snow-white skin was like snow, emitting a faint white light. A delicate fragrance of a virgin filled the air, assaulting one's face, causing one to be tempted. But no matter what it was, her face was still slightly cold, giving off a feeling that people shouldn't get close. "Seeing this world again, it feels a little different," Li Xuanji said softly. Long Chen stood up and stood side by side with her, walking towards the door. It was already late at night, and everything was quiet. There was a lotus pond outside the training room, and at this time, it was the time when lotus flowers were everywhere. When they walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Long Chen asked, "What's different?" Li Xuanji stood at the side of the pavilion, the moonlight shining on her face, quiet and beautiful. She opened her red lips and said, "I know, the things that you have now should be more precious, or else when you lose them, it will be too late for regrets. Many times, when we pursue dreams and illusions, we forget the most real things around us. We can only think of ways to make up for it in the end." Long Chen nodded silently. He knew that he wasn't just talking about her eyes. He was trying to remind her of something. Li Xuanji had never been someone who could express her inner thoughts, but at this moment, she was able to say it out loud. Under the moonlight, she turned her head, her slender and delicate body like a crane in the clouds, her eyes staring at Long Chen, making it impossible for Long Chen to avoid it. Only then did she say, "This time, no matter what hardships there are, I will follow you and face them together. If you are happy in the future, then," speaking up to here, she gently bit her lower lip and said, "Forget about me." Long Chen still remembered the first time he saw her. She came out of the ancient coffin, mysterious like a god, and it was at that time that Long Chen deeply understood the power of the experts of the imperial domain. Now, Long Chen had already surpassed her, and so many things had happened between them. She and Long Chen had always maintained an awkward distance. If it wasn't for Lingxi in front of him, perhaps Long Chen would have been together with this woman who followed him with infatuation but didn't say anything. Li Xuanji also had her own persistence and pursuits. Sometimes, she would use silence to express herself, but her heart was also filled with hot blood, just like Long Chen. It took a lot of courage to say, "Forget about me." Chapter 1408. After saying goodbye that night, Longchen couldn't get over it. After returning to the practice room, he started to practice hard without any rest. This time, his main focus was on the dual sword technique and the heaven and earth way. In the darkness, the comprehension of the heaven and earth way left by Yi Wuxiang was spinning in Long Chen's hand like a ball of light. At this moment, Long Chen was many times stronger than Yi Wuxiang. However, he still lacked the comprehension of the heaven and earth way. In reality, everyone's cultivation process was a gradual cycle. Only Long Chen was improving at a terrifying speed. Others would need to spend 10 years, or even 100 or even 1,000 years to advance a level. But for Long Chen, it was just a matter of a few months. Therefore, for him, who had just reached the peak of LV7 of the divine martial arts realm, he had no clue about the heaven and earth way. However, he also knew that only by reaching the heaven and earth way could he get the fruit of victory. Currently, he was still a little short. And the most difficult part of the heaven and earth heavenly Tao was the divine kingdom. Every martial artist's divine kingdom had to be developed bit by bit until they could use the world energy. This required a very long period of nurturing and evolution. This required experience and patience. It wasn't something that could be accomplished in one go. Where did the Holy Kingdom come from? The answer was the apertures. The first level of the divine martial arts realm was the starry sky realm. At this stage, warriors would form tens of thousands of apertures. The Holy Kingdom was built with the support of these apertures, and the apertures happened to be the core of power. When all the apertures were mixed together in a strange structure, they would gradually change and create a space that belonged to them, which was the so-called Holy Kingdom. In the Holy Kingdom, they were the gods. The Holy Kingdom was a small and fragile world, but it would evolve the original power into the power of the world. According to the nature of each person, it would form different power of the world, such as the power of the dark world, the power of the godly sect, and so on. Therefore, it could be said that Long Chen was now facing a huge hurdle. With the guidance of a predecessor like Yi Wuxiang, it would not be a problem as long as he spent some time on the comprehension and techniques of the heaven and earth Tao. The biggest problem was that there were nearly 100 million apertures in Long Chen's body. In other words, if he wanted to build his own holy kingdom, he would have to spend tens of thousands of times more effort than others. Although Long Chen's aptitude was heaven-defying and surpassed ordinary people by a lot, it would still take him a lot of time to reach the heaven and earth Tao. It would definitely take more than 10 days. He would need a few months, maybe even half a year, or even a year to build his own divine kingdom among the 100 million starry sky acupuncture points. Long Chen was in a trance as he muttered to himself, in other words, before they come, I will definitely not be able to make great progress in my cultivation. However, as long as I build my own holy kingdom, I will have a terrifying amount of world power because I have 10,000 times more apertures than others. He knew that Long Xing and Wang Chen had far more than 10,000 acupoints. They might have 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands, but definitely not 100 million. This was the heaven-defying power of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. If he could really reach the 8th level of the divine martial realm, the heaven and earth way, Long Chen's strength would undoubtedly make a leap. After pondering for a while, Long Chen didn't care too much. He wanted to see what his world power would be like. The so-called heaven and earth way was nothing more than the process of building a holy kingdom. Warriors needed a very slow process to slowly transform the divine energy in their apertures into world power. Warriors who had experienced the soul integration great path would be familiar with it, and their speed would increase a lot. Long Chen had Yi Wuxiang's understanding of this method. At this moment, with Yi Wuxiang's understanding as the foundation, he completely familiarized himself with the tricks, techniques, and so on. After a day or two, he began to target each aperture and stimulate the dragon blood divine energy, transforming it into world power. The transformation of the divine energy was very simple. Long Chen was curious about what kind of world power the dragon blood divine energy would transform into. According to the method taught by Yi Wuxiang, Long Chen began to ponder bit by bit. At the beginning, there was no doubt that he failed. He was just a novice and had just come into contact with this level. However, he was patient, and his aptitude was especially outstanding. Yi Wuxiang's Tao was completely compatible with his Tao, and the dragon blood divine energy could be said to be quite close to Yi Wuxiang's original divine energy. This gave Long Chen the possibility of success. After hundreds of attempts, with this aperture as the center, the dragon blood divine energy rolled. Under the power of the heaven and earth way, it seemed to be boiling, and a large number of bubbles appeared and burned. In this aperture, it was originally like a blood-colored pool that overflowed the entire aperture. At this moment, after going through the burning, there was only a little bit of power left in the aperture. This little bit of power made Long Chen extremely excited. Because he discovered that after the dragon blood divine energy transformed, it turned out to be the power of nirvana. He actually transformed the divine energy into the power of nirvana when he was in the 8th tier of the divine martial realm. He had a huge amount of divine energy, and if he transformed all of it into the power of nirvana, then the power of nirvana that he possessed would probably not be any weaker than that of a real nirvana tribulation realm warrior. At that time, although he was not a nirvana tribulation realm warrior, he would surpass the nirvana tribulation realm warrior. It really is the power of nirvana. Long Chen was a little shocked. What was transformed was not only the power of nirvana, but also the power of the world. It was the combination of the power of the world and the power of nirvana. In other words, this kind of power had one more kind of power than the pure power of nirvana. The power of the world was about control. The power of nirvana was about destruction and rebirth. In the aspect of destruction, although the power of the world was not as good as the power of nirvana, when the nature of the control of the power of the world was added to the power of nirvana, the power exerted was beyond that of the ordinary power of nirvana. Long Chen gave this new power a name, the power of the nirvana world. It could be imagined that if he transformed the 100 million apertures in his body into the power of the nirvana world, and then through pondering and understanding, he would build a divine kingdom and let the 100 million apertures combine through the divine kingdom to form a perfect cycle. At that time, how terrifying would he be? Long Chen was only one step away from becoming a real expert. He was very grateful to Yi Wuxiang. If it were not for Yi Wuxiang, he did not know how long it would take him to figure out the method of transforming the power of the apertures. Although it took him 2 or 3 days to transform only one aperture, it was a good start. Long Chen's speed would be much faster in the future. I'm on the right track. I just need to wait. Long Chen was a lot more relieved. If this went on, he only needed to transform all the apertures and build a perfect divine kingdom to become a first-class expert. However, the biggest problem was that the apertures he had transformed in the past 10 days were not enough for his strength to make a huge breakthrough. Therefore, when Long Chen was pondering about the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, he also allocated some time to practice the dual sword skill. Because of this, he was much more familiar with the dual sword skill. However, he still had a long way to go before he could really master it. Every day, he divided his time into 3 parts. In order to prepare for the battle, Long Chen could be said to be wholeheartedly in seclusion. As for the 3rd part, he spent his time on the god-killing sword. In addition to the 9 dragon scripture and the extreme finger of time, Long Chen was eager to get other combat skills. Ordinary 9th grade divine skills were already useless to him, and he could not use them to his ideal attack. Therefore, Long Chen focused on the innate Taoist skills. However, the use of the innate Taoist skills required the understanding of the heavenly way. It could be said that Long Chen knew nothing about the heavenly way. After all, it would be a waste of time for him to study the innate Taoist skills, and he might even gain nothing. Moreover, he had many innate Taoist skills. He only wanted to choose the best one that was most suitable for him. He remembered that the Lord of the Tragic City had said that there was a peerless innate Taoist skill in the god-killing sword, the god-killing art. Therefore, Long Chen focused on the god-killing art. The god-killing sword was so heaven-defying and had a boundless future. As an innate Taoist skill, the god-killing art had the same characteristics. One of the characteristics of the god-killing sword was the sword of massacre. The god-killing art was undoubtedly the sword of massacre. In terms of the most suitable innate Taoist skill, only the god-killing art was suitable. Innate Taoist arts didn't have a strict distinction of superiority and inferiority, so there wasn't a strict ranking. But the extent to which one was able to execute an innate Taoist art depended on one's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. When executing the same innate Taoist art, some might be all-knowing, while some might be mediocre. However, if the god-killing art stood at the highest level, Longchen felt that he had to give it a try. Therefore, he spent 1/3 of his time on the god-killing sword. He had never worked so hard before. Perhaps the footsteps in the distance were getting closer and closer. They might even break through the door at any time. In order to prepare for this crucial battle in his life, Longchen had already sealed himself completely. This sword. Longchen studied the god-killing sword for a long time. However, it did not care about him at all. It did not have the consciousness of an ordinary Tao weapon. When the power of nirvana entered the god-killing sword, it would quickly disappear without a trace. For a long time, there was no reaction. Holding the god-slaying sword, Longchen gradually entered an illusory world of sleep, perhaps because he was too tired. When he opened his eyes to take a look, he was actually in a gray world. This was a world of incomparable deathly stillness. There was nothing, and the sky was filled with gray fog, which was a little creepy. Then, the fog gradually evolved and turned into 33,000 words. Chapter 1409. The entire sky was filled with gray words. These words were rather ancient and should be the words of the dragon sacrificial continent from the primordial era. They were even hieroglyphs. Basically, Longchen didn't know what 99% of the words meant. However, as long as he took a closer look at the trajectory of almost every word, Longchen would feel enlightened. These 33,000 words were a large and voluminous chapter. Perhaps what was recorded was the god-slaying art. Unfortunately, Longchen couldn't understand a single word. He didn't even know how he entered this space. At this moment, it was as if he was in a dream. He raised his head in a daze as those 33,000 words revolved around him. Every stroke of those words integrated with heaven and earth, faintly revealing a murderous aura that made one's heart tremble. Or perhaps it was some other aura. All the negative energies, darkness, corrosion, massacre, devouring, and even death, all gathered together to form this god-slaying art. Such a vast text and such astonishing willpower. This could be said to be the most terrifying cultivation technique Longchen had ever seen. In front of these 33,000 words, Longchen felt like he was just an ant. He was still very, very far away from the true heavenly Tao. In front of the heavens, the current him was indeed insignificant. One must know that just the dragon sacrificial continent alone was already so big. How big was the heaven and earth? Billions and billions of living beings were struggling between heaven and earth. Longchen felt extremely confused. These words were like poison that was corroding his heart. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. He realized that this was probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, he forced his gaze to focus on the first word among the 33,000 words. This word was especially strange and twisted. Longchen guessed that this word should be the word heaven. The character, heaven, had a total of 4 strokes. When Longchen looked at it, his mind suddenly trembled. Looking closely, he realized that the trajectory of the character, heaven, was like the trajectory of a sword. The 4 simple strokes contained a boundless great Tao. The 4 strokes almost completely revealed the power of darkness, death, corrosion, and slaughter, forming a multi-layered attack. Longchen subconsciously reached out his arm and followed the trajectory of the heaven character. The feeling of enlightenment came to his mind. But soon, a sharp pain came from his finger. Lowering his head, Longchen realized that his finger was bleeding, and a gray aura surrounded it. Because of the bleeding, Longchen woke up. His surroundings had disappeared, and he was still in the training room. In his hand, the god-slaying sword was still there, emitting a dim brilliance. Under Long Chen's use, the god-slaying sword's steel-like body gradually revealed its ferocity. Although he had already woken up, the trajectory of the first, heaven, character among the 33,000 words was still fresh in Long Chen's mind. It was as if a knife had carved that trajectory into his heart. When he woke up, without saying a word, he wielded the god-slaying sword and followed the trajectory of the 4 strokes of the heaven character. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Very soon, Long Chen entered a state of complete slaughter. He kept repeating the 4 strokes. As the saying went, practice makes perfect. From the initial jerkiness, he gradually gained the will of the god-slaying art. Finally, when he used the god-slaying sword, he realized that he could execute a terrifying sword move that almost surpassed the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture. When he executed that move, even Long Chen himself was shocked. The so-called god-slaying art had a total of 33,000 words. Long Chen was still at a stage where he didn't understand anything. He was only imitating the trajectory of the first word, and he was already able to execute such an attack. If he could really understand the god-slaying art, how terrifying would it be? As expected of a Dao weapon that had once killed a god. It was indeed terrifying. In these 10 days, Long Chen really put his skills to good use. The transformation of the acupuncture points, the training of the dual sword technique, and the cultivation of the god-slaying art were all on the right track, and they improved rapidly. After 10 days, Long Chen had successfully transformed more than 1,000 acupuncture points. Although this was only 1 in 100,000 of his acupuncture points, the power of the Nirvana realm that Long Chen could control was already quite a lot. This portion of power could increase Long Chen's strength. The cultivation of the dual sword technique and the god-slaying art could also increase his combat power. It could be said that as long as he had time, his strength would increase steadily and reach the realm of great success. He wouldn't be far from the top of the new generation in the 3 regions and 9 realms. It was a pity that the storm this time came too quickly, and Long Chen didn't have time to prepare. After 10 days, Long Chen's combat power increased again. Mo Xiaolang and the others were also in high spirits, preparing for the peak battle a few days later. At this time, an accident happened. Long Chen was cultivating that day, but there was a terrifying aura outside. He rushed out quickly and found that Mo Xiaolang was confronting a skinny and short old man in a black robe. This old man seemed to have countless vortexes on his body, making it difficult to see his appearance. However, Long Chen was sure that he was from the demon clan. Big brother, this is one of the ancestors of the 800 wolf clan, Devourer. Mo Xiaolang introduced with an ugly expression. Long Chen's heart shook. So it was him. No wonder he was so powerful. Long Chen's memory of him was still fresh in his mind when he was in the Shadow Devil world. This was the demon clan that had collapsed the 9 secluded demon mountain and taken away the 9 secluded demon ancestral fire. He was also the one who first appreciated Mo Xiaolang and brought Mo Xiaolang to the Desolation Emperor. Greetings, Senior. Long Chen greeted him politely. He was wondering why Devourer had come at this time. Devourer of the demon clan signaled to Long Chen, then said to Mo Xiaolang, Imperial Prince, this is the Emperor's order. In 5 days, there will be the sovereign spirit Qi tide that occurs once every 10,000 years. We just happened to find the most valuable 9 secluded demon ancestral fire at the last moment, which can help you reach the Nirvana tribulation realm. The day of the sovereign spirit Qi tide is the easiest time to pass the Nirvana tribulation realm. The Emperor has already said that you are a chaotic demon beast, so your Nirvana tribulation will be more shocking. This is a rare opportunity. The Emperor has ordered that you must return with me immediately. Long Chen was stunned. He had never heard of the sovereign spirit Qi tide. He knew that his Nirvana tribulation would be more terrifying than others, but he didn't expect that Mo Xiaolang would be the same. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor Palace had already found the last 9 secluded demon ancestral fire. Just on the day of the sovereign spirit Qi tide, Mo Xiaolang could safely enter the Nirvana tribulation realm. In that case, he couldn't stay here anymore. Wang Chen and the others would also arrive in a few days, but Mo Xiaolang only had 5 days. 5 days was just enough for Devourer to take him back to the Desolation Emperor Palace. However, Long Chen knew the struggle in Mo Xiaolang's heart. Mo Xiaolang had promised to face it together with him, so after hearing this, Mo Xiaolang was especially excited. He quickly said, "No, I can't go back. Even if I go back, it will be in a few days, after I've settled the matter here." Tun Yu frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. "Imperial Prince, this is the Imperial Lord's order. If you miss this rare opportunity, it won't be so good the next time. In the entire desolate Imperial region, there is no one who dares to disobey the Imperial Lord's orders. If you are stubborn, I can only forcefully take you back." "No, absolutely not." Mo Xiaolang was emotional. He said, "Devourer, I won't go back even if I die. These few days are very important to me. This time, I didn't make it to the tide flow of God's spiritual qi. When I go back, I will definitely be able to get through it. Just pass my words to the Emperor." Devourer shook her head. "You don't understand. Your Nirvana tribulation cannot have any mishaps, and it won't be easy to get through it. The Emperor wants me to bring you back, regardless of the reason. So, I'm very sorry, but I cannot disobey his order." Mo Xiaolang was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He anxiously looked at Long Chen, then asked, "Is there no way to ease the situation? I really have something very, very important to do here." He had once promised Long Chen that he would fight side by side with Long Chen at the most important moment. But it just so happened that something like this had happened, completely messing up his plans. Hearing the quarrel, Sui Yan, Li Xuanji and the others approached, standing behind Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Devourer seemed a little angry. He said, "Prince, you are the future hope of the Desolation Imperial Palace. Devourer hopes that you can think of the bigger picture and yourself. Today, no matter what, I cannot disobey the Emperor's order. So, I can only apologize." At this point, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Mo Xiaolang was very emotional, standing next to him. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. Then he said, "We've been brothers for so many years. You've always followed me and worked for me. This time, think about yourself. Go back. The road is long. Believe me, even if I'm alone, I can face it. Big brother." Mo Xiaolang was almost choking with sobs. The storm was coming, and he hadn't expected something like this to happen. This made him very anxious. Of course, Long Chen hoped that Mo Xiaolang could help him. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a powerful helper, and a great support for him. But this matter did indeed affect his own future. Long Chen couldn't play around, and he couldn't be selfish. So he acted very open-minded and took the initiative to persuade Mo Xiaolang. "Go back. If there's a chance, I'll go to the Desolation Imperial Palace to find you. Today, I'm only in 9-star Chaos City. Maybe one day, I'll have to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. When that time comes, you can accompany me." Mo Xiaolang's face went blank. He hesitated for a long time, but under Devourer's cold gaze, he finally gave in. He knew that the so-called Emperor's order was something no one in the Desolation Imperial Palace would dare to defy. Devourer had done him a great favor, so he couldn't make things difficult for Devourer. "Don't worry, I can do it." Long Chen chuckled, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. Chapter 14:10. In the end, Mo Xiaolang could only reluctantly part ways with Long Chen. Sui Yan followed him and naturally wept. She said goodbye to Long Chen for a long time. Only Li Xuanji and Li Tianji stayed by Long Chen's side. Before leaving, Mo Xiaolang said, "Big brother, after I get through this, I will find out where you are going. No matter what, I will go and find you." "Okay." Long Chen nodded and waved goodbye to him. With the speed of the moon-swallowing beast, the three of them quickly disappeared into the horizon, leaving Long Chen and the other two to look at each other. Without Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, the surroundings were a lot quieter. Li Tianji only knew that he couldn't help much, so he left first. Only the cold girl still followed Long Chen. She understood that after Mo Xiaolang left, his forces would be much weaker. If he were to be condemned by everyone, he would definitely be very lonely. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Li Xuanji walked up and gently held Long Chen's hand as she said softly. Looking at the resolute and beautiful girl in front of him, Long Chen always felt that he owed her. However, how many women would do things for him without asking for anything in return? Right now, Long Chen was fighting for his obsession, so he really didn't know how he should face Li Xuanji. How about you and Tianji leave first? Long Chen hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. No, don't even think about it. Li Xuanji raised her white chin and looked at Long Chen stubbornly. Her eyes were filled with determination. She was a girl who looked cold on the outside, but incomparably passionate on the inside. She had her own insistence. If she left now, it would be even worse than taking her life. Why? Long Chen asked subconsciously. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Xuanji's face. She enunciated each word clearly. This woman seems to have always existed in your life, making it hard for you to part with her. However, I have never met her before. I want to see what kind of woman she is to be able to make you yearn for her. I also want to see if she is worthy of you. After saying that, she turned and left. Her graceful figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, completely merging with the darkness. Long Chen's eyes became a little misty. He had already understood Li Xuanji's feelings, but what would happen in the future could only depend on fate. Right now, Long Chen only wanted to end this destined battle of his as soon as possible. Time passed day by day as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, it had been 4 days since Mo Xiaolang left. Long Chen also felt that that day was not far away. He seemed to feel the footsteps of those two people gradually approaching him. For some reason, Long Chen felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart when facing this challenge. This was not a problem of combat strength, but something else. Some things were just inexplicable. These days, it could be said that Long Chen and Li Xuanji spent a short time together. During the cultivation, the two of them made progress together. Long Chen also transformed nearly 1,000 apertures again, possessing a large amount of Nirvana world power. When all of them were transformed, he was not far from a real Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. Starting from the 5th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, Long Chen's cultivation path was already different from that of others. On the 4th day after Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen was shocked to find that at this time, a large number of super experts appeared outside the courtyard. The door opened, and the mighty and domineering burly man, Wenren Jingtao, came in first. Behind him followed a group of people with cold eyes. Each of them had a terrifying aura of the Tribulation Realm. There were more than 20 people in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and behind them, there were hundreds of experts in the great completion of Martial Path. With so many experts gathered in front of Long Chen, all of them looked at Long Chen with admiration, curiosity, and praise. If it was in the past, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to imagine such a powerful lineup. He was sure that almost all the experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace in the 9-star Chaos City had gathered here. In front of him, there were 5 experts in the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, the core of the true Martial Emperor Palace in the 9-star Chaos City. Back in the true Martial Emperor Palace, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, who had reached the great completion of Martial Path, made Long Chen think that they were super experts. Now, there were so many experts standing in front of him. Wenren Jingtao strode in front of Long Chen, looking at the quiet Long Chen with an impactful gaze. After so many days, Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened, and his expression was still normal. Wenren Jingtao praised his temperament. He pointed at the experts behind him and said in a clear voice, "These are the seniors of the true Martial Emperor Palace." Long Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Junior Long Chen greets the seniors." The true Martial Emperor Palace had produced such a genius who dared to go against the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In an instant, all the experts were interested and rushed over. Sure enough, this young man was a dragon among men. He looked ordinary, but there was a heaven-defying intent in the depths of his eyes that no one could emulate. The experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace didn't speak, but looked at Long Chen from head to toe. Wenren Jingtao laughed heartily and said, "I came here today to tell you two things. First, there's news from the Emperor Palace that your name has spread to the Emperor Palace. Even the great Emperor has appeared for you. The true Martial Emperor has appeared." Long Chen was stunned. After the incident in the City of Vain Deaths, Long Chen was very curious about the mysterious true Martial Emperor. Most importantly, how did he lose his true Martial Emperor soul? Yes. Wenren Jingtao was very happy. Any young man who could alarm the true Martial Emperor was a genius. He had high hopes for Long Chen. At this time, he patted Long Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. "The great Emperor has ordered that you must return to the true Martial Emperor Palace. He wants to see you." Long Chen felt a suffocating feeling. A master of that level actually wanted to see him. Perhaps it wasn't just because of his talent. It was more likely that he was like him, someone who had come from the City of Vain Deaths. That Jinwu great emperor was so powerful, he must know a lot of things. It was just that he didn't know whether this super master was a friend or a foe. If he was an enemy, then it would be troublesome. But if he was an enemy, why didn't he send people to capture him now? Why did he want Long Chen to return to the true Martial Emperor Palace when he was free? Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a little relieved. Wenren Jingtao continued, "That's why we're here today, to cheer you on and support you. Didn't you say you wanted to fight the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? Today, the entire Martial Emperor Palace will accompany you. We're your strongest shield. Nearly 30 Nirvana Tribulation experts and 100 Martial Path experts at the consummate level will fight for you." What? Long Chen was shocked. Just because of one sentence from the true Martial Emperor Palace, the true Martial Emperor Palace was treating the Emperor disciple as an existence of the demon race. Indeed, status was a great thing to rely on. Compared to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen was very pitiful. But with the true Martial Emperor Palace, Wenren Jingtao, and these experts as his backing, "Child, work hard. No matter what the outcome is, we will support you." Yeah, how domineering would it be to snatch the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's women? If you succeed, you will bring honor to the true Martial Emperor Palace. This old man will go all out to fight those old fogies from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for you. That's right. How can I miss out on such a hot-blooded matter? Everyone laughed. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Long Chen smiled. After Mo Shaolang left, he thought that he had no support. But now that they were here, he had nothing to fear. Heroic spirit rose from his chest. "Many thanks, seniors. This junior will do his best. I will not embarrass the true Martial Emperor Palace." Long Chen cupped his hands and said excitedly. His battle intent had already started to burn. Wenren Jingtao liked his fearless attitude. He laughed and said, "The second thing is that the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace have already set up a formation at the Central Plaza to welcome the two young experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. However, someone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has already arrived. That person seems to be Miss Lingxi's grandmother. Do you know her?" Granny, how could Long Chen not know her? She was someone he had engraved in his heart. If it wasn't for her, Long Chen and Lingxi wouldn't have been separated. He didn't expect that she would arrive before Lingxi and Wang Chen. At this moment, she must be listening to others talking about Long Chen. Wenren Jingtao looked at Long Chen with a scorching gaze and said, "Considering their schedule, I bet they'll be here by the end of the day. Therefore, I'd like to ask you, do you dare to come with me to the central square to welcome them with Granny Yen?" To Long Chen, Granny Yen was a very important person. She came first and set up a formation at the Central Plaza. Also, your matter has caused quite a stir in the 12 Supreme Alliances. Everyone knows about it. Now, the people from the 12 Supreme Alliances are treating this as a competition between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This is a big show. At this moment, the entire 12 Supreme Alliances are probably surrounding the central plaza, waiting for your arrival. They are very curious to see if you will stay here like a coward or face it head-on. The so-called Central Plaza was a large open space in the North Star City. It was more than 50,000 meters wide. It was a place where all the martial artists from the 12 Supreme Alliances gathered. At this moment, there must be a sea of people waiting for the fierce competition between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Even without Wenren Jingtao's provocation, Long Chen already knew it was time. Without a word, he brought Li Xuanji and the elders and made up a please gesture, then walked proudly in front. Battle. Do you want to see 4 chapters today? Click the like button below. The 2 chapters at noon each had more than 100 likes. 2 chapters at 6 p.m., otherwise 1 chapter. Chapter 1411. The central square was located near the center of Polaris City. It wasn't far from the Polaris battlefield, but it was several times bigger than the Polaris battlefield. At this moment, it was noon. The periphery of the entire central square was crowded with thousands of people. Most of them were experts at the high level of the God martial arts realm. They had gathered here. The protagonist had not arrived yet, but there was already a hubbub of voices. There was a huge empty space in the center of the central square. The people of the major powers formed a circle and surrounded this place. There were 12 major powers, 12 regions. Countless people were talking about one name, and that was Long Chen. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has set up such a big battle formation for this young man. Yes, the young man who dared to talk back to Ling Song in the Polaris battlefield. Everyone knows what he did in the Eternal Hell. He defeated almost all the other teams with the demon race's emperor's disciple. His strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he even obtained great benefits in the city of wronged deaths. After he came out, he fought against the experts of the 10,000 Supreme Alliance, killed hundreds of them, and left calmly. Such peerless charm. It seems that the true Martial Emperor Palace is going to protect this person. However, this is big trouble. Not only did Long Chen kill the younger brother of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's #1 genius, but he is also his rival in love. Now that Wang Chen is coming, he must have come for Long Chen. The show is about to start. This is a battle between these 2 young experts, and also a battle between the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace. The entire central square was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter, and there were even people who directly made bets on who would be the final victor of this battle of 2 celestial bodies, who would win fame, shock the world, and at the same time, win the beauty. Wang Chen was a famous expert with legendary achievements. At the beginning, his talent was far inferior to his younger brother. Eventually, he became a dragon warrior and advanced by leaps and bounds, defeating many opponents along the way. It was said that his battle strength had surpassed the ordinary Nirvana Tribulation realm, and he was the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As for Long Chen, he was just a little genius who had popped out of nowhere and wasn't under the tutelage of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Although his performance was shocking, there was still a big gap between him and the top 3 experts of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. As a result, many more people placed their bets on Wang Chen's victory. Although it was said that Long Chen and Lingxi had interacted before, Wang Chen was her fiancé and both of them were from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Lingxi was the daughter of a supreme sword master of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. How could he marry his daughter to an outsider? Long Chen had almost no chance of winning. In fact, Long Chen didn't even have a chance of winning. The other party had come too fast. It had only been 9 years, and he wasn't ready yet. But Lingxi was coming, so he had no choice but to retreat. Thinking about it carefully, it had been 2 years since they last met. Hearing the bustling noise, the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace frowned. This time, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had put on a big show. In order to prevent the true martial Emperor Palace from causing trouble, they had gathered all the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the 9-star Chaos City. At this time, they were all surrounding Ling Song. There were nearly 30 Nirvana Tribulation experts and hundreds of martial path experts. Such a huge formation was full of deterrence. Above the group of people, sword light soared into the sky, vaguely forming a sword net. The power of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was fully displayed. Beside Ling Song, who was like a heavenly sword, stood a hunchbacked old woman. Her hair was all white, and her eyes were deep. She was dressed in plain clothes. This was the same Grandma Yen who had taken Lingxi away in the White Poplar Town. Even if Long Chen died, he wouldn't be able to forget her appearance. After knowing that Lingxi and the others were coming, she had gone ahead to the North Star City to prepare for the arrival of the two most outstanding geniuses of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This time, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had put on a show. Ling Song, is the Long Chen they are talking about the one who killed the people of the dynasty? The disciple of the true martial Emperor Palace? Grandma Yan's expression was indifferent as she asked. Ling Song didn't think much of it. He said, that kid is nothing special. He's just lucky, and his strength improved quickly. Compared to a true genius, he's laughable. Grandma Yen lifted her head and looked at the old man. She asked curiously, what do they mean by Long Chen won the beauty? Could it be that this Long Chen knows She had long forgotten about Long Chen. This time, Wang Chen had come out to avenge his brother, while Lingxi had come out to relax. Therefore, before Grandma Yen arrived, she didn't know that this Long Chen was related to Lingxi. You didn't know? Ling Song was stunned. At this time, Ling Xiao spoke up, Grandma Yen, you should be familiar with this Long Chen. When you brought little Shi back from the Myriad Kingdom's domain, didn't you know that little Shi had a good relationship with a young man? Long Chen is that young man. In 10 years, he chased her all the way here from the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Ling Xiao said casually. What? Upon hearing this, Grandma Yen cried out in surprise. Her expression changed from a calm lake to a raging sea. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's words had a huge impact on her. When Long Chen first appeared, Wang Chao was so scared that he fled. Everyone knew how impossible it was for a powerless ant who didn't know how to cultivate to reach such a terrifying level in 10 years. Long Chen's strength was enough to kill Wang Chao. 10 years ago, Wang Chao was at the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. 10 years later, Wang Chao was still at the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. 10 years ago, Long Chen was at the bottom of the world. He was the kind of person who couldn't even compare to a hair on Wang Chao's head even if he spent his entire life. But today, 10 years later, someone actually told Grandma Yen that he had killed Wang Chao. Grandma Yan's first reaction was that she had heard a joke. But would Ling Xiao tell such a joke to her? Moreover, only she and Wang Chao had met that young man. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about him, so how would he know? Ling Song, who was standing next to her, gritted his teeth and said angrily, it's that bastard. I really don't know what kind of luck that bastard had and what kind of inheritance he obtained. He actually managed to kill his way to the 3 great imperial domains and even displayed such divine might today. It's really shocking. However, a lowly person is a lowly person. Wang Chen's arrival today will put an end to his thoughts and his life. Granny Yen was in a state of complete confusion. She suddenly remembered that when she left, the young man's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had faced her with his frail body and swore to her that he would stand before her in 10 years' time. At that time, Grandma Yen had thought that it was just a joke. Yes, until today, she had completely forgotten about the person who had saved Lingxi's life. She had asked Wang Chao to erase his memory, but he had actually come today. Ling Song was not Grandma Yen. He had never seen that young man, so he would never know how terrifying he was today. Grandma Yen, you. Seeing that the old woman was in a daze and trembling, Ling Song felt very strange. Isn't he just a lucky little thing? Why is he so shocked? Grandma Yan's mind was filled with the image of that young man with blood-red eyes. He looked at her with grief and indignation. He was so unwilling and hated her so much. The love between him and Lingxi must have been deep in his bones, but she had deprived him of everything because of her identity, status, and strength. She clearly remembered how he had made up his mind to give up and then swore that he would catch up with her within 10 years. And today was the 9th year. Grandma Yan had never thought that this child could actually do it. Long Chen hadn't appeared yet, but Grandma Yan's heart had been crushed by the look in his eyes. She found it almost difficult to breathe. Grandma. Ling Song was even more depressed. Is this necessary? I'm fine. Grandma Yan took a deep breath and finally recovered. She looked up and asked, "Where is that Long Chen? Is he here?" Ling Song laughed. "With that kid's guts, it would be strange if he came here after I set up such a formation in the central square." Almost all the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been mobilized. When Wang Chen and the others arrived, even with the protection of the true Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Ling Song had already thought of a plan to kill Long Chen. As long as that kid existed, he would feel uncomfortable. With his character, it's impossible that he won't come. Grandma Yan nodded. She understood Long Chen too well. From the time he chose to leave, she understood that he had worked hard for the past 9 years, all for this moment. How could he not come? At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. After that, they parted, forming a path. An incomparably powerful group of people was heading in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Sword light revolved around the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's group. Above this group of people, there was a monstrous martial Tao aura condensing above their heads. The martial god had descended. That tyrannical martial Tao aura was even more ferocious than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's group. This group of people strode in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The auras of both sides clashed, vaguely forming a collision stance. The members of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were on high alert, their eyes gleaming with sword light. Almost everyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace ignored the majestic Wenren Jingtao who was walking at the front. Their gazes were focused on the young man behind Wenren Jingtao, who was surrounded by countless experts. That's right, it was Long Chen. Chapter 14:12. Granny Yan's gaze was completely fixed on Long Chen, who was being escorted by countless experts. Long Chen was also looking at the old woman. He was much calmer than she had imagined, which was beyond Granny Yan's expectations. She had thought that this young man would be excited, crazy, and eager to show off his glorious achievements. His eyes were as calm as the sea. She could feel that this young man's heart was filled with unparalleled arrogance, but on the outside, he was unexpectedly calm. Both sides were getting closer and closer. Long Chen had come for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He was surrounded by countless experts from the true Martial Emperor Palace. He stopped 20 meters away from Grandma Yan and the others. In order to stand in front of this old man, Long Chen had gone through untold hardships and climbed thousands of mountains and rivers. Originally, he had thought that he would be angry and agitated, but after seeing Wang Chao, his heart had calmed down a lot. This old man, who he had been powerless to resist, wasn't enough to scare him. Long Chen's eyes never left the old man. Surrounded by countless powerful experts, he had a powerful and domineering aura. Such a young man caused all those who had been bad-mouthing him to shut their mouths and look at him with trepidation. The battle between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Wenren Jingtao was a daring person to begin with. At this moment, he was looking at Ling Song with a provocative gaze, as though he wanted to challenge Ling Song to a fight. Ling Song laughed heartily and spoke first, I didn't expect Wenren Jingtao of the true martial emperor palace to have so many experts surrounding a young man. What's wrong? Is he the illegitimate son of your true martial emperor? Wenren Jingtao didn't give in. So what if he is? It only proves that our true martial emperor still exists. What about you? Your sword spirit emperor has already passed away. Among the three emperor palaces, the Desolation Emperor and the true martial emperor didn't appear often, but at least they were still around. Only the sword spirit emperor was nowhere to be seen. Wenren Jingtao's words pierced the sword spirit emperor palace's weak spot, and the situation quickly escalated. However, Granny Yen didn't seem to hear anything. Her gaze was completely focused on the young man in the crowd. Compared to the Long Chen from back then, the current him was quiet and calm. However, there was an air of arrogance and king-like arrogance about him that caused Granny Yan's heart to tremble. It really was him. When Granny Yen saw him with her own eyes, she knew that there was no longer any doubt. Long Chen had created a miracle. The young man who once swore that he would follow in Lingxi's footsteps within 10 years had really come. He was so young, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. His growth was simply the rise of a legend. Although Granny Yen was able to maintain her calm, her heart was trembling. Long Chen's calm gaze was filled with a terrifying power that made her feel a sense of dread. Come here, child. Granny Yen calmed herself down and beckoned Long Chen over. The surroundings were completely silent. Granny Yan's strength was comparable to an ordinary sword venerable. What was she going to do? When she called him child, Long Chen recalled many things. Long Chen ignored Wenren Jingtao's attempt to stop him and walked straight to Granny Yen. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. Granny Yen sized up this young man from head to toe with an expression of disbelief on her face. Long Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. I'm here. Have you had your fill of shock? If you have anything to say, just say it. To be honest, it was impossible for him to not hate this old man in his heart. Such a sharp young man caused Granny Yen to shake her head incessantly. She gradually regained her senses and suppressed the shock that Long Chen had given her. She once again thought about the difference in status between the two of them. She could already sense a dangerous aura from this young man. You've achieved so much in 9 years. It's really beyond my expectation. You're good. You fulfilled your vow. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Granny Yan's tone gradually became normal. She looked at Long Chen calmly. What on earth had happened between the two of them? Everyone was very curious and began to talk about it. So what? Just get to the point, Long Chen said calmly with a cold look in his eyes. What he wanted to hear was not this nonsense. It was enough for Granny Yen to know these words in her heart. He smiled and said, at this moment, shouldn't you be like that old devil Ling song, advising me to retreat and telling me, a toad, to stop daydreaming? That's right, even though she was extremely shocked, the position she was standing in could not be changed no matter what. Seeing that Wang Chen and Lingxi were about to arrive, she still needed to make things clear despite her extreme shock. Granny Yen suppressed the turbulence in her heart and faced the arrogant young man seriously. She said, your ability and potential are unparalleled, but today is not the time for you to be arrogant. I advise you to leave first. Some things have changed a lot, and it's no longer what you think it is. She said solemnly. Long Chen burst into laughter, letting everyone see how presumptuous and arrogant he was. He pointed at himself and said word by word with a ferocious look in his eyes, do you want to beat me with just a few words? Do you think I spent 9 years fighting my way here and narrowly escaped death just to listen to your nonsense? Every word of his was filled with a sharp force that shocked Granny Yen. She clearly knew how much tenacity, persistence, and hard work this young man had. If she was still the young girl from 10,000 years ago, she might have been moved by this man's persistence and stubbornness. But she wasn't. Power and status had already seeped into her bones. The more unbridled this young man was, the more she resisted him in her heart. Granny Yan's eyes turned gloomy, I don't care what you've done. What's not yours will never be yours. You must know when to give up and when to give up. What's in your life will always be yours, and what's not in your life will never be yours. This doesn't belong to you, and it's not something you can touch. If you insist on it, it will only lead to you losing everything. Wake up, child. Long Chen had heard these words many times. He waved his hand and said, "Don't talk to me like this. Don't say that your sword spirit Emperor Palace is afraid. Even if I, Long Chen, am alone, what can you do to me? You said that I will lose everything, so let me tell you, I don't care about what I have. I only need to show you that when I was still an ant, you could trample on my dignity and life. But today..." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He was no longer afraid. He looked at the crowd and smiled, "I will be your nightmare. It's not that I, Long Chen, am vengeful, nor am I trying to prove anything to you. It's because I want to take back what I lost in front of you." The thing he lost in front of Granny Yen was undoubtedly his dignity. The dignity of a man. Granny Yen suddenly felt heartache for this young man. That's right, he, who was still a young man in Biyao town, had lost miserably. He was powerless against everything. At that moment, he had lost the most important thing in his life. If he didn't take it back today, he wouldn't rest until he took it back. Granny Yen knew that this was his obsession. Nothing she said would change his mind. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by Long Chen's will. They were speechless. They had a premonition that something shocking would happen today because of this young man. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Through their questions and answers, everyone roughly understood that Long Chen must have interacted with Lingxi for a period of time. Then, it was Granny Yen who separated them, and Long Chen eventually chased after her. Everyone couldn't help but admire this young man. A young man without any foundation dared to confront the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This courage alone was admirable, especially his sincerity and pursuit. One had to admit that among the thousands of young experts in the three emperor domains, Long Chen was unique. Only Ling Song laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. Ling Song was the only one who laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. How touching. Why don't you go put on an opera? What's the point of talking so arrogantly now? When that Wang Chen comes, I'll shut my mouth if you can withstand a single move from him. I really don't know if the brains of the true martial Emperor Palace's people have been kicked by a donkey. Are you actually planning to fight us for this young man? Ling Song's words were a provocation. Wenren Jingtao and the others erupted their auras and stepped towards the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The smell of gunpowder was quite dense between both sides. Perhaps they had already started fighting before Wang Chen arrived. Ling Song's eyes flashed with sword light. He licked his lips and said, "Do you really want to fight? Wenren Jingtao, we've been fighting for so many years without a clear winner. Today, let's make a bet. Do you dare or not?" Wenren Jingtao spat and said, "Grandson Ling, if you have something to fart about, just spit it out." Ling Song's face turned ashen. "I've already thought of the bet. Whoever loses has to call the other party grandpa 3 times every time they meet. How about it?" "No, if it's your true martial Emperor Palace's people, they have to call the other party grandpa 3 times when they meet my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people. Do you have the guts to bet with me?" The crowd was in an uproar. Ling Song was really sinister. He even thought of such a bet. Whoever lost would have no way to survive in 9-star Chaos City. They were all people who were willing to bet. The loser would have to call the other party grandpa 3 times every time they met. That would be worse than death. What about the bet? Wenren Jingtao looked at Ling Song with disdain and said, "It's very simple, very simple. A battle between the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. As the seniors, no matter what happens, all we have to do is watch. If anyone interferes in a battle between the younger generation, that person will lose. What, do you think this bet is very simple? As long as no one interferes, no one will lose." Chapter 14-13. Wenren Jingtao was seething with anger. He didn't hold back and shouted, "You old fart, you're really good at scheming. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for your trick?" Everyone knew that Long Chen had risen to prominence recently, but he was still a far cry from Wang Chen, a dragon warrior. Almost no one knew that Long Chen was also a dragon warrior. The true Martial Emperor Palace had come today because the true Martial Emperor wanted to see Long Chen. They swore to protect Long Chen even if it meant their lives. Otherwise, how would they explain it to the true Martial Emperor when they returned? If Long Chen were to fight Wang Chen to the death by himself, he would probably die before he remembered it. But because of the bet, Long Chen could not fight, and that would be a tragedy. Therefore, Wenren Jingtao couldn't agree to this bet no matter what. Ling Song laughed heartily and said, "Wenren Jingtao, you're really a coward. What a disgrace. I understand. This kid is too soft. He's not on the same level as our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Wang Chen. You're afraid that he'll die if he's not careful. Don't worry, I'll talk to Wang Chen and ask him to spare this lowly kid's life," Ling Song said arrogantly. The experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace laughed along with Ling Song. Only Ling Xiao and Granny Yen remained calm. They were looking at Long Chen. Ling Xiao's heart stirred. He knew that Long Chen would definitely make a choice. Wenren Jingtao couldn't stand the sneer from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace anymore. Just as he was about to fight, Long Chen said in a clear voice, "I agree to your bet. Old fart, you're right. This is a matter between juniors. None of you have the right to make a move. Whoever makes a move will be dealt with according to the bet." Long Chen kid. Wenren Jingtao was speechless. He really didn't know where this kid got his guts from. Wenren Jingtao was a daring person, but compared to Long Chen, he paled in comparison. Long Chen's courage had already won the admiration of the other seniors of the true Martial Emperor Palace, and it had also won the admiration of the tens of thousands of spectators. Those who recognized him felt that he was a true man worthy of respect, while those who didn't would naturally feel that he was a fool who didn't care about his life. For a woman, is it worth it? Many people wanted to ask Long Chen. Long Chen already had an answer in his heart. Not only was he doing this for Lingxi, he was also doing it for himself. This was no longer just a single problem, but the first battle that Long Chen had to face bravely in his entire life. From the moment he agreed to the bet, there was complete silence. After a long time, Ling Song said in shock, "Good, it's good that you've agreed. I believe that the true Martial Emperor Palace will do what they say. Otherwise, don't bother staying in 9-star Chaos City." How embarrassing. Wenren Jingtao snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk to the old man anymore, as he didn't want to embarrass himself. The two of them had arrived at some unknown time. Wenren Jingtao was about to call the true Martial Emperor Palace's people to return to their seats when Grandma Yen suddenly called out to Long Chen. She solemnly said, "This is your own choice, and no one can change it. Finally, I have to tell you one thing." "Speak," Long Chen said. Grandma Yen hesitated, but she still said, "Lingxi is no longer the Lingxi of the past. The current her doesn't recognize her own family, and her heart is filled with killing intent. Her behavior is strange, and there's no love in her. I advise you not to have too many delusions, or you'll die a miserable death." These words stunned Long Chen for a moment. What kind of bullshit was this? Long Chen had just met her 2 years ago, and the two of them had been together for half a year. Long Chen probably didn't even understand that little girl. She had followed Long Chen unconditionally, and was willing to give up everything for Long Chen. Her love was blind and persistent, and no obstacles could knock her down. Grandma Yen was Lingxi's grandmother, and yet she described her as someone who didn't recognize her own family, and her heart was filled with killing intent. If Grandma Yen hadn't said it, Long Chen would have thought it was a joke. "Impossible," he said with certainty. "I've already conveyed my words to you. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Grandma Yen sneered and didn't say anything else. She looked at the horizon, where Lingxi and Wang Chen would be coming from. Wenren Jingtao and the others brought Long Chen back to their positions. The people from the two emperor palaces stood facing each other. Although the distance between them had been lengthened, the smell of gunpowder was still thick. The confrontation between nearly 30 Nirvana tribulation experts wasn't a joke. The aura generated by the confrontation was so intense that the clouds in the sky rolled away. Do you really want to do this? Wenren Jingtao sighed as he looked at Long Chen. The more he looked at this kid, the more monstrous he felt Long Chen was. Long Chen only nodded in reply. It's good to be young. You don't even care about your life. I, Wenren Jingtao, have seen many young geniuses, and the one with the most backbone is you, Long Chen. I admire you, I admire you. Wenren Jingtao said sincerely. Long Chen smiled bitterly. This moment was already destined in his fate. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was still by his side. No matter what, she always stood silently by his side and didn't say a word. She was even more mysterious today. Long Chen opened his mouth with the intention to speak as he gazed at this drop-dead gorgeous young woman with a pair of intelligent and deep eyes. However, he didn't know where to start. Let me ask you a question. Li Xuanji opened her red lips and said calmly, looking straight ahead. N. Long Chen nodded silently. That bet was said to be a matter between the younger generation. In that case, I'm also considered as one of the younger generation. Li Xuanji turned around and suddenly smiled slyly. Her eyes did not shrink back as she looked at him with a fiery gaze. You're right, but... No matter what, this was Long Chen's own business, and he didn't want her to interfere. Don't worry, I won't make trouble for you. I just don't want you to be bullied by others. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen as if he was a child, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable love and heartache. The way she and Long Chen were together was a little different. She loved this man from the bottom of her heart and wanted to take care of him. She didn't want him to suffer any harm, especially from the heart. Long Chen didn't expect that she would say such domineering words. This was the mysterious woman who came out of the bronze coffin and threatened Long Chen, saying that she would kill him. Perhaps, at this moment, having her company was also a kind of happiness. Long Chen wasn't a wishy-washy person. After today's battle, maybe he really should adjust himself. He wasn't used to being a passive person. And the opponent that he had hit was gradually approaching. Long Chen suddenly thought of Granny Yan's words just now, which made him feel a little uneasy. Why did she describe Lingxi like that? Compared with Wang Chen's strength, Lingxi's change made him feel more uneasy. He then told Li Xuanji what Granny Yan had said. Li Xuanji gently pursed her delicate lips. Logically speaking, she knew that Lingxi would never be like that, or Long Chen wouldn't treat her like that. Her mind was also in a mess. She said, I don't care so much. I don't care if she is full of killing or if she doesn't recognize her own family. I only care about you. Now, I'm the only one who can take action. So, when you need me, I'll show up. Just like how you helped me find the saint's fruit of heaven and earth, you saved my life. She talked a lot today, but no matter what, every word was very sincere. Long Chen nodded silently in his heart. No one knew when the two people would come. During this period of time, Long Chen quietly transformed his aperture acupoints, gradually transforming the dragon blood divine yuan into the nirvana world energy. Even in such a short period of time, his strength could still improve. Almost every 15 minutes, there would be one or several aperture acupoints burning away the impurities, turning them into the purest nirvana world energy. Long Chen's body was filled with boundless energy. After more than 10 days of preparation, his strength had once again made a breakthrough, especially the god-slaying art. The trajectory of the word heaven contained 4 layers of killing path, and the double sword technique was even more heaven-defying. Time passed quietly. The martial artists in the public square had already gradually lost their patience, but those two people still hadn't arrived. It was possible that they weren't in a hurry, especially Lingxi. It was rumored that she was here to relax. The night gradually fell. The night passed quickly, and it was almost dawn. Long Chen once again transformed hundreds of aperture acupoints, and the nirvana world energy in his body increased again. Just when he stopped cultivating, he found that there was a strange change in his body. He stretched out the fingers of his right hand, and found that there were actually fine white light spots on it. There were a total of 7 or 8 light spots, and they were very small. If one didn't look carefully, it would be almost impossible to notice. With regards to this inexplicable thing, Long Chen was very shocked. He was undoubtedly very familiar with his body, so what was this thing? After pondering for a while, he found nothing. After a while, Long Chen found that there were originally 7 or 8 dim white light spots. At this moment, there were more than 10, and the range gradually spread from his fingers to his palm. What is this? Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't gone anywhere for the past few days, so what exactly were these white light spots? Other than the white light spots, there were no other changes, and it didn't affect his body in the slightest. Long Chen even thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but after half an hour, hundreds of small, almost invisible white spots had already covered his palm. Long Chen was a little shocked. He hurriedly and sneakily showed his palm to Li Xuanji. What's going on? Li Xuanji frowned slightly. I don't know either. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. It was really puzzling that such a strange thing had happened before the final battle. Long Chen even suspected that it was the god-slaying sword and the city lord of the vein. However, these white light spots didn't have any death aura at all. Long Chen's intuition told him that it should have nothing to do with the city lord of the vein or the god-slaying sword. Just as he was puzzled, the fiery sun suddenly rose from the east, and in the light of the sun, 2 figures flew over. Chapter 14:14. At that moment, Long Chen forgot about the white spot that suddenly appeared on his hand. As the sun shone, the ground began to be covered with a layer of golden carpet. The man and woman who came out of the sun flew proudly from the sky like gods in the sky. They descended on the crowd at a terrifying speed. What should come finally came. Not a single one was left out. At that moment, Long Chen just stared blankly at them and even forgot to breathe. High up in the sky, 2 silhouettes slowly descended. Long Chen's gaze was completely fixated on the girl. This was the girl he had been dreaming of. He had yearned for her countless times, all for the sake of being together with her. Thousands of spectators were full of admiration. Like Long Chen, they first turned their eyes to the girl. The girl was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the world. She was graceful and curvaceous, with soft breasts and beautiful buttocks. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, and her waist was tied up. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was as white as snow. She was wrapped in a pale pink dress and a white gauze coat, revealing her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. A wisp of black hair hung on her chest, and the looming blush on her cheeks created a kind of pure and lovely skin that was as delicate and lovely as a petal. She was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or a clear and penetrating ice and snow. At this moment, after seeing her, Long Chen had completely forgotten Granny Yan's advice. He couldn't see anything different about this Lingxi from her appearance. But he didn't know that he didn't notice the strong hostility and killing intent in the depths of the girl's eyes. Apart from Ling Shi, there was another man who had arrived 3 or 4 times away from her, but had also arrived at the same time. It was Wang Chen. He was an opponent who had appeared in Long Chen's life long ago, but had never shown his face. Long Chen had long had an outline of him in his mind, and now that he had truly appeared, it was not much different from what Long Chen had imagined. This man was also dressed in white and had black hair. Both his clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind, which set off his figure suspended in the air, making him look like a god who had descended to the world. His skin was faintly glowing, and his eyes were shining with 1,000 kinds of glazed light. His black hair was tied with a white ribbon, and he was dressed in snow-white satin. His eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples, and his eyes were slender and gentle. He had a straight nose, fair skin, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be the soul of heaven and earth. They were clear but bottomless. His skin was as clear as jade, and his long black hair hung over his shoulders, glowing faintly. He was tall and slender. Standing there, he looked indescribably elegant, as if he were a celestial being. He was dressed in a light yellow robe with golden edges, and he looked like a man cast from a piece of flawless jade. His charm was unique, and he gave people a sense of nobility. This was no longer a matter of his handsome appearance. It was because he had a temperament that was very similar to Long Chen's. He looked gentle and friendly, but his bones were full of pride and tenacity. He was not a person who would compromise easily. Even like Long Chen, he would not compromise even if he died. This seemingly golden couple descended from the sky at this moment. Tens of thousands of people couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. They were a perfect match made in heaven. Compared to them, Long Chen, the third party, seemed a little pitiful. Since their appearance, many people had subconsciously forgotten about Long Chen. Although Long Chen was naturally outstanding, compared to the reputation and temperament of these two, he was far from it. Only the people from the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could feel the tension in the atmosphere. Long Chen didn't think much of it. His gaze had always been on Lingxi. Perhaps she hadn't noticed him yet. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace stood opposite each other. Both of them were facing the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, leaving only two figures of Long Chen. One was tall and handsome, the other was graceful and graceful. Both of them were like deities who had descended to the mortal world, causing people to be incomparably envious. Especially Wang Chen, he was simply a legend. At this moment, those precise eyes and the faint smile on his face were all intoxicating. Although he and Wang Chao were brothers, the difference between the two of them was simply too great. Wang Chen and Lingxi weren't very close to each other. It was as though there was a strange distance between them. Both of them also clashed with each other. This was similar to what Long Chen had thought. He knew the relationship between him and Lingxi, and it would never be destroyed by any worldly matters. However, he was already standing in front of her. Why didn't she see him? Even if her back was facing him, she was so familiar with his aura. One had to know that at this moment, Long Chen's fiery gaze was focused on her. He didn't notice that the white light on his hand had already spread to his arm. At this moment, there was absolute silence. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people immediately smiled. A good show was about to begin. Wang Chen, who was completely radiant, first greeted Grandma Yan and Ling Song. After all, they were his elders. Wang Chen's voice was clear and sounded very pure. Next, he looked at Lingxi. Lingxi's actions were very strange. Her originally delicate and adorable face was now filled with impatience. The coldness in her eyes was gradually revealed. Compared to Li Xuanji's indifference, she was even colder. She looked around and saw that there were so many people around her. Gradually, her eyes revealed a murderous intent. Of course, her gaze also swept past Long Chen, but it basically didn't linger on Long Chen. It was as if she didn't know Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He didn't dare to imagine that it was as Grandma Yan had said, that Lingxi's appearance had completely changed. Long Chen felt that this was impossible. Even if it was the Soul Fusion Grand Dao, with so many experts in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, how could they not see it? It was impossible for a person to have such an unexplainable change, unless she was faking it. But why did she do that? Long Chen's mind was in chaos. He found that he couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Come here. Grandma Yan waved at Lingxi. Only then did Lingxi step forward. She gracefully walked over to Granny Yan's side and stood next to her. She didn't greet her and just stood there quietly. She didn't say anything and didn't want to see anything. That person, do you know him? Grandma Yen pointed at Long Chen. Long Chen could hear her words. This was a show that Grandma Yen put on for Long Chen. Sure enough, Lingxi looked at Long Chen with eyes full of murderous intent. She said, I don't know him. So decisive and resolute. Long Chen felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp knife. The pain was so painful that he couldn't breathe. He forced himself to calm down. He told himself that there must be a reason for her to become like this. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. Long Chen imagined that if she was pretending, she must be feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. Back in Biyao town and Yuanling City, they had gone through life and death together countless times. They had even been hunted by the Cangyang Kingdom's royal family. During that period of time, they had established the most indestructible relationship. When Long Chen came to the three emperor domains, Lingxi had spent half a year with him. During that half a year, Lingxi was still so happy and lovely. The person in front of him was like a completely different person. Long Chen, what's going on? Li Xuanji's red lips were slightly parted. She was also a beautiful woman like Lingxi, but her temperament was a bit colder. She wasn't as lovely as Lingxi. Her dark green eyes trembled slightly. From Long Chen's gaze and expression, she could tell that he definitely didn't know anything either. Good, very good. It's good that you've forgotten. Now let's go watch a show. After that, I'll take you on a tour of 9-star Chaos City. Granny Yen laughed heartily. A show. Lingxi revealed a cold smile. She wasn't interested in this at all. She wanted to come out, but she had stayed in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for too long. It was too boring, to the point of making her nervous. After saying these 3 words, she was like a cold and aloof fairy. She just stood in place, not making a sound. Her pair of slightly empty eyes looked forward. No one could draw her attention or make her contemplate them. Long Chen saw all of this clearly. This caused his blood to boil, and a bloodthirsty aura to rise from his body. Don't be rash. Li Xuanji used her soft white hand to hold Long Chen's hand. That cold yet soft touch made Long Chen feel a bit calmer. No matter what, this woman standing next to him was like a strong shield. Her gentleness and words made Long Chen feel at ease. Maybe something happened, or maybe she isn't her. In any case, you have to deal with today's matter rationally. Everyone has their own difficulties. You should believe in yourself, believe in the past, believe in your intuition now, and do what you have to do. Don't let anything affect you. Li Xuanji's words were like a bucket of wisdom to Long Chen. Long Chen gradually regained his consciousness. His mind was clear, and it was easy for him to recall. Lingxi must have had some unforeseen accident. She must not have done this willingly. At this moment, Long Chen didn't notice that the white light had already spread to his arm and extended to his whole body. While Lingxi didn't move, the peerless Wang Chen exchanged a few words with the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and roughly understood the situation here. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he suddenly turned his head and scanned the crowd with a pair of eyes that seemed to be overflowing with demonic aura. A vast and domineering aura appeared out of thin air. This famous genius expert, the legendary dragon martial artist, caused those weaker experts to retreat one after another in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.